Welcome to Saratoga Springs, New York. Will we find a new challenger for sovereignty in the three-year-old picture? Strategic Focus just might be that talented. He's crossed the wire first in each of his first two starts. He'll be heavily favored in today's curling. Trainer John Sheriffs has been to the pinnacle, a Derby win, a Breeders' Cup Classic. He joins JK to talk about his career and his star three-year-old. Can the third time be the charm to turn the tables on sovereignty for Baeza in Saturday's Jim Dandy? It's a tall task. Belmont's star three-year-old has left no doubt who's the best in the three-year-old division. Will he continue his domination again this weekend? All that and more coming up on this Thursday edition of Saratoga Live on a beautiful afternoon here in upstate New York at Saratoga Springs at this historic venue. Great to have you with us on a big afternoon and a big weekend, certainly with this three-year-old picture coming a little bit more into focus as we're just 9 minutes away from kicking off this Thursday card. Thanks for being with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. I'm Greg Wolf. And the Jim Dandy, we'll see Sovereignty, the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, back in action on Saturday afternoon. But today we could find a real threat to him potentially down the road in the Travers when Strategic Focus lines up as the favorite in the Curlin. We'll see if he can take that next step forward later on this afternoon in our feature race on the Thursday card. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 2, $100,000 maiden special weight. Middle pick 5 begins in the third. An allowance race competitive group in that 8th, and the Curlin is where we will see Strategic Focus and two-time Grade 1 winner Chancer McPatrick getting another shot for trainer Chad Brown. He'll break from the rail. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. How good, what do you expect today is Strategic Focus? What will we see?
I don't know. That's a great question, and I think you're right in everything you said. He's potentially a horse that could put himself in the conversation, at least to take on Sovereignty. It's a big ask, but a horse that got a triple-digit buyer, even though DQ'd in his second career start, the number was legitimized when the second horse came back to win, or who finished second to him, and he looks like a very serious horse, and he's going to be a short price against a pretty salty field, though, overall.
He is, but in fairness, he probably could be a little bit shorter. It's not too often in the Curlin you see a multiple Grade 1 winner like you're going to see in Chancer McPatrick. Most of the time, these horses don't qualify for this. Looking at the conditions, you have to have not won a sweepstakes this year. Chancer won 2 Grade 1s last year. I think Chancer's going to take a little bit of money that could actually help with the price of Strategic Focus, who I think is very good.
Look at the field that will line up. Curlin presented by Casamigos. Three-year-olds, mile and an eighth, $135,000 purse. And, of course, designs for anyone who wins this race to move on to the Travers later this summer. Strategic Focus, big debut where he announced his arrival in Aqueduct April 19th. Second start, even though, as Andy mentioned, got DQ'd, was even better.
Yeah, it was a terrific effort. You know, his first race, he was hung extremely wide a day he wanted to be inside. The second and third place finishers came back, ran a bigger fig in their next start, legitimizing that race. And it was not a great move by Dillon to be hitting him right-handed last time out, and I think that caused him to come in. And it was a controversial DQ, but it was what it was. He still ran that race, though, Jonathan.
No, right. He ran a triple-digit buyer, and the best part about it, like you had mentioned, is that Malerchuk came back and won. And ran one impressively. So whatever it is that you thought Strategic Focus did on the day he was DQ'd, Malerchuk's performance confirms that. He is as fast as he looks on paper, and we have proof, something we can hold in our hands about that. Like I said, I think he'll be tough today.
And you brought up Dylan Davis, what he did, and maybe that second time going to the right hand, as a result of that, he will not be on the horse today.
Yeah, they moved to Flavien Prat after that, and, you know, it's a decision they made, obviously, and I'm sure it's hard for Dylan, but happens with Flavien, and we'll see how it works out. But, you know, going to the right hand did not help that horse.
Opener on this Thursday card, 6 furlongs, restricted maiden special weight. It's horses that sold for $60,000 or less in their most recent sale, and certainly a ton of attention to the favorite here, Birch Run, who ran very good with a poor beginning in that second start.
Yeah, I mean, experience counts for a lot, and he's run twice. I thought his last race, Jonathan, very good with trouble. I picked him second, but he's the horse to beat.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this main track here has been challenging for first-time starters. You know, I'm not one of those over the top, it's so deep, but I do think it has been challenging. I think horses with experience go a long way, and Birch Run, like you said, has 2 starts, and one of those starts was actually pretty good. He's definitely the horse to beat in here unless one of these firsters can run.
Coming down Champions Way, as we get set for our post parade here coming up, there are a couple of firsters that reportedly have a little bit of talent. Sparkling Mama from the inside, the one. Kula Bula, George Weaver Barn. Always dangerous with his 2-year-olds, especially here at Saratoga.
Yeah, I had picked this horse. Now, he was made the slight favorite in the morning line. I don't think that's going to happen, but you never know. Some works, and George is just a dangerous guy.
Here is Sparkling Mama, Dominic Schettino, filly from the rail.
Did not think it was an impressive 2-year-old sales work, but this horse is taking a ton of money, but it could be Flavian money.
David Donk, second-time starter, Salt Princess.
I love me some David Donk. This horse didn't do much running on debut.
Here's Kula Bula for George Weaver, debuting.
Right now, a little chilly on the board. I took an optimistic viewpoint, but I'm guessing with first-time starters.
Mia Sophia has Joel Rosario.
Yeah, nothing encouraging on the workout report, and the trainer 0 for 6 with first-time starters in the last 5 years.
Ken McPeak in a filly with experience. Start number 2 for Spitfire.
And a horse can improve dramatically off that experience. I wish I saw some run. I know he finished second, but I thought she did it more by default.
The favorite we just touched on here is Birch Run with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, horse didn't break particularly well on that start and still ran on pretty well, even though it was beaten by 5 by a pretty good one in Iron Orchard.
And the biggest price on the board outside, debuter for Jimmy Ryerson, Fonzie Angel.
Worked at an unimpressive 10 4/5 at the OBS sales, and there's not a ton of pedigree to go on for this horse to be promising and taking no money.
4 minutes to post as we get set to kick off this Thursday card with the Curlin, our feature. Horses trying to book their ticket to the Travers later this summer. Get signed up, play all the action by getting going with Naira Bet, Spot 200, that code you use for new members that sign up. Get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus right there at NairaBets.com, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. You know, obviously, experience is a great thing in these young races. Talent's probably even better thing. But Birch showed us quite a big improvement in start number 2.
I agree. Broke a length slow in this race, got bumped after the start. You're going to see right there, you know, breaking slowly, sort of right away, sets the table badly for this horse. Gets bumped, drops back, gets back in the race, though, is number 3 in this race, and got steadied again there as they hit the trees. Going to get stayed a couple of times, and I think right in here he gets caught in, or she gets caught, excuse me, in behind horses. She's right in there. She'll get stayed a bit. She comes around again, goes wide. Lost to a horse that took a ton of money for Danny Gargan first. No, I'm sorry. Was that? Yeah, it was Danny Gargan's first or first time.
The authentic.
I mean, I don't know what there is to not like about this race.
Yeah, so my question is then, did you not pick because of price?
I figured this. I saw the morning line. If I'd seen the morning line first, I would have picked the horse. If David thought this, or the morning line maker thought the horse would be the second choice, I thought this horse would be even money or less based on this race, and I'm not sure she shouldn't be. And if she ends up 2-1 in here, I think it's an overlay.
Right now is 2-1 as you take a look at that finish, and yeah, huge jump from start 1 to start 2. So deserving favorite. But, you know, there's another one next door, JK, who's making a debut. Start number 2 coming up for a pretty good barn, too, as you take a look at the favorite for Ken McPeak, Spitfire, the 5.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with this one. I think 9-2 probably a little bit too short. I think sometimes in these races what happens is there's the horses with experience that have good races, they get bet. There's the firsters that get bet. And then there's these types of horses that just because they have experience, they start to catch money sometimes. And I don't think it's necessarily deserved.
2 minutes to post. How do these youngsters look out on track? Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale for the first time today.
Well, Greg, it looks as though Birch Run, truly the horse to beat in here. She got a very aggressive warm-up. In fact, she's the one who dictated that aggressive term as she really grabbed a hold of the bit with Junior Alvarado aboard and drug him over to the backside. But also coming out of that same race on July 3rd. Now, I didn't cover that race, so I don't have any previous notes on Birch Run or Salt Princess. But Salt Princess, I thought, was just very green. She was slow out of the gate. She looked to be a bit bewildered and slightly overwhelmed whilst at the back of the pack. And looking at her as she puts blinkers on here, this is a fit filly now, and she's got some size to her. She's handled herself in a very professional manner here at second asking. This is very much a typical John Velasquez warm-up here. He likes to make them kind of bend, which I'm sure he wishes he had a inside and outside leg to get them to do those small circles with. Trust me, it helps. But I just thought that there was definitely some room for improvement with this filly, who does add a pair of shortcut cheater blinkers, and she will run better second time around. Now, first time starters, the two taking the money. We'll start with number 1, Sparkling Mama, who sold for $5,000 as being a daughter of Vacoma, which is a bit surprising considering the success that we saw from him last year with his progeny, with his 2-year-olds. And I agree with Andy. It was a 10-2 worked where it was really unimpressive. She looked slow. She didn't look to be pushing off that well behind. But she has now come into this race with some very quick recent workouts. Unfortunately, First TV does not have any of them for viewing, which leaves me in the dark a little bit to truly make a sound judgment on this filly. But the fact of the matter is Dominic Schettino can get a first-time starting 2-year-old to win. And this girl has handled herself with so much professionalism. She's got a good size to her. She looks physically mature. Obviously, she attracts Flavien Prat, which isn't a bad thing. And, she's probably about 90% fit, but if she breaks alertly and has a bit of speed, she could be dangerous. As number 3, Kula Bula, a daughter Lexitonian, she looks quick. Now, they did act as if, because George Weaver schools his horses a lot before they run, they treated her as if she is one that has had the propensity in the past to act up in the paddock, because she came in with the hood on. They kept her in the saddling stall, but she reacted really well to that. She handled herself well. She's wearing those shortcut cheater blinkers first time out. She is a very compact filly that looks as though she also should be quick in here, like there's some speed. I'm not sure how long we'll see it last here at First Asking. These horses that have experience, i.e. the fitness into them, might be a bit better than her, but I do think both of these firsters, Greg, are very dangerous.
How about that for a bargain basement purchase? The 1, Sparkling Mama, $5,000. The second dam was a graded stakes winner, and now attracts Flavien Prat for the debut. See what happens from the rail at 7-2.
Always happy to see Dominic Schettino do well, and he can certainly win with one of these horses.
There is the favorite, Birch Run, as we kick off this Thursday card. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
One more to load. Fonzie Angel goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Salt Princess, but it's Kula Bula who's quickest. And Sparkling Mama has sharp speed. A clear-cut second through the opening furlong. Hidden behind them, Spitfire is in between rivals, and Birch Run is widest of all, 4 lengths off the lead. Salt Princess is next, followed by Fonzie's Angel, 4 clear of Mia Sophia. Kula Bula clicked off an opening quarter in 22 2/5 seconds, pursued intently by Sparkling Mama, who's up alongside to challenge boldly heading to the quarter pole. Spitfire by herself in third, has 4 to make up on this pair, and she's 3 in front of Birch Run. Then comes Fonzie Angel on the outside of Salt Princess. They're at the top of the stretch. Kula Bula on the inside, and Sparkling Mama. And in behind them, Spitfire's trying to pick up the pieces and is doing just that at the furlong pole. And Spitfire is up to take the lead, trying to lug in a touch as she blows by Sparkling Mama. Spitfire opens up as Salt Princess moves into second. Spitfire by 3. Salt Princess was second, Sparkling Mama third, Fonzie Angel finished 4th.
Spitfire, second time starter, Ken McPeak, Kendra Carmouche, and this one showing that improvement from that first to the second start.
That was quite a duel between the 1 and 3 in this race, setting things up for some closers as they were moving along. And 6 furlongs, I guess the one with experience got it done, but not the one, Jonathan, that most of us expected.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see a reason why the 6 ran so poorly. I mean, was just never really in it.
Terrible.
Yeah, experience goes a long way. I think both of these horses are pretty talented, the 1 and the 3. They show that kind of speed. They just both got really tired late.
Kendrick got this horse in good position and able to get a very good trip to get it done, but really improved for Ken McPeak second time out. And another one experience, the lesser experience came in the exacta, just not the ones that most of us thought would run well. And I got to give credit to the morning line maker. Doesn't matter the horse didn't win. He had the right favorite as the 3 ended up favored by post time.
Well done, David Aragona. We should never question him when we do.
I do, and I'm always wrong, but that's what I do.
Here's the break from the gate. Let's take one more look.
doesn't seem like a lot happened. In fact, the 3 broke like a shot.
Yeah.
But that horse is fast early, but I feel like Dom Scatino's horse, Sparkly Mama, was really ready to win first time, Jonathan, but running into the 3 and that horse's speed absolutely sapped the horse against the more experienced horses going 6.
Yeah, I mean, it ended up getting a better trip than the 3-2, like sitting outside, but they
were moving.
They were rolling.
5-2-1-7, a 35-1 shot, completing the superfecta here in the opener, but a 6-1 beginning with Ken McPeak's Spitfire winning here in start number 2, and that barn, interesting horse in that Curlin coming up later today with Hypnus coming off a win at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, I mean, there are some horses been running at Churchill in that race that make it a much deeper, tougher race than we normally get in the Curlin. And there's, like I said, I mean, Street of Focus is going to be a big favorite, but he is not running a bunch of tomato cans in there. That's a good field.
No, absolutely. Crudo and even, like I said, a multiple Grade 1 winner in Chancer McPatrick.
I don't think he's going to run badly today.
Chancer?
I don't think he's going to win, but I don't think he's been terrible this year.
I don't think his starts have been near as bad as what people think.
No.
This is not a write-off horse.
He has just not risen to the level he hasn't really improved from last year, but still running figures that is fast, if not faster, than everybody but the favorites.
So it's a similar disappointment that I have with Immersive. If you win multiple Grade 1s as a 2-year-old, I'm expecting you to be better than they have been so far as 3-year-olds.
But sometimes the 2-year-old champs, 2-year-olds don't really improve, and I don't think either one of them did.
Spitfire sure did here in start number 2. Ken McPeak, Kendrick Carmouche, Arundel kick off the card with a win at 6-1.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back in our Thursday coverage here, Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, and it's Wayne's Winners. This has been instituted this summer. The late D. Wayne Lucas used to always do this. One of the great ambassadors to our sport, would bring young ones into the winner's circle, get them hooked on the game, and we're continuing that tradition.
My early nomination for best winner was yesterday's. Oh, you guys probably missed it. We interviewed her after it. She was on with Maggie and Seth. It was actually really, really cute. She was great.
Spitfire wins the opener on this Thursday card. Start number 2 for this 2-year-old filly for Ken McPeak.
Horse improved enormously, and it shows how much they can. So much more professional today, got in position, and, you know, I mean, she got a very good trip, Jonathan, but she was relatively close to a pace that did fall apart.
Yeah, she did. I mean, she got a great trip sitting in behind the 1 and the 3. The 6 also got that great trip, but one of them was empty, and it wasn't Spitfire.
That was weird.
We know who's in the house with Maggie, Louisiana.
Here with Kendrick Carmouche, and you were aboard Spitfire first time out. She was slow out of the gate, but then she ran sneaky well through the lane.
Yeah, riding horses for Kenny. Kenny want one thing that he want done with his horses, always to see his horses run at horses, you know, where he can see where he at with his training and how far he got him in the morning. And then after that, I think he tunes them up pretty good after the first start to get them like more motivated. You can see today she broke really good. I just tucked her right in there. She loved the dirt last time, so I knew she would love it this time, you know. She kind of got to tender mouth a little bit, but I put them soft hands on her.
Talk about those soft hands. You know, just that pressure that you have to learn how much to apply or how little to apply.
Yeah, you know, at this stage when you're up in Saratoga, you're supposed to know how to apply it all the time, you know, because all these riders, they are pretty great in that jocks room. So, you know, they expect that out of us.
You always talk about your wife and your daughter, you know, riding the show horses. Have you picked up any kind of things from them that you can apply to your riding in the afternoon here in races?
You know, my wife critiques me a lot and my daughter, so they kind of see things that I do whenever I switch my horse leads, or they want to know why one drifted in, why I never gave it a little slack to make it overcompensate and stuff like that. But the show horse world, they do things way proper than most racetrack people do it. So I really do think if I would have started there, I probably have been more forward in my riding at an apprentice rider, not a journeyman rider, because I think all apprentice riders should start there because they teach you how to use your form. They use your leg with a horse to feel the horse instead of just putting you on the horse and he taking off. You know, so that's the difference between some of the things that they do and some of the things we do, you know. They try not to put us on no horses to fall off first time. They want to make sure you're okay to get your heart good and your balance good.
Well, tremendous insight and something that I agree with you wholeheartedly about. Well done, Kendrick, here, kicking off the day with a winner.
Thank you very much. Uncle Kenny, we made it to the circle, baby. Louisiana, baby, you know it.
Hi, Uncle Kenny. Greg.
Ken McPeak, Kendrick Carmouche in the circle. Picture time. Kicks off this card with a win, JK.
No, look, it's an impressive second start for Spitfire, and a great ride by Kendrick. Sit right in behind the speed. Kendrick often gets this from the uninitiated, gets this label that he's a speed rider. Kendrick has a good clock in his head, and that's why he can come from last, or he can win on the lead with a horse like Deterministic. He's a very, very good rider.
It's ridiculous to call him a speed rider at this point at all. I mean, I think people say it being complimentary.
I think everyone's moved on from that.
Right. Not
if you
everyone.
haven't,
Everyone. You've been on Twitter
you've
recently?
Not been following the game.
Yeah, right, exactly. Good point.
Race 2. As we move along, get into the pick 4. Mile 3/16 on the lawn, maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up. Competitive group in this spot. Obviously, Noble Confessor deservedly is going to take a lot of money for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, and I think Irad's supposed to try to go to the lead. Now, Flavian may be a little aggressive with Reverend for Toby, who I think a lot of us thought would be forward last time and ended up getting rated. But I think Noble Confessor's probably faster, and he's trying to get his act back together, right? He was so good in stake races last year, even ran well in the Breeders' Cup. I don't think losing to Uncatalyzed, who's been rained off since that race a few times, is bad, but it didn't seem like he had necessarily improved from 2 to 3.
It's funny, I fell in love with like 3 horses in this race as I was going through it. You know, I thought Organite was interesting, a Bourbon for Toby was interesting, and then I got to Noble Confessor, who's still a maiden. He's running 3 stakes races, and he's still a maiden. I think this is the day that he gets the job done.
And as Andy said, yeah, even a defeat, ran big in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
He should have beaten Zulu Kingdom in the Pilgrim. And the Breeders' Cup Turf, I thought he ran extremely well, but I'm just worried about his return this year. It just worries me. It might not be of a step forward for him, and this is a pretty salty bunch.
Well, bankroll you're going after it here. Who are you going to bet on?
I did finally have a winner yesterday, so I'm up
Well
a little
done.
bit. So I won't go completely broke this week. I'm betting $100 to win. I'm betting a horse in the last race today, but I'm also betting $100 on a Bourbon for Toby, who I just think got the wrong trip last time. That was a day you really needed to save ground, and unlike Royal's Pride, who got that great ride from Jose Lozcano, saving ground angle out in the stretch, Bourbon for Toby, who should have been forward, was taken back way too far, was 2 to 3 wide the whole way around the track and was fighting to the very end. I think he gets a different trip today with Flavien Prat, and I hope he gets a winning trip, but this is a very competitive race.
Right now, Bourbon for Toby, 3 to 1. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Excuse me. And this bankroll contest. Wow, Jonathan Kinchin.
That's bad math. I had a $30 pick 3 yesterday.
Nice.
But that's fine. We'll figure it out later.
What? It's supposed to be more or
incorrect?
less?
Yeah, it's supposed to be more, but we'll figure it out later.
Well, what is it supposed to be? What did it pay?
It was $118.
For $1 or 50
$1.
cents? And you had it for 30?
They'll figure it out during the break.
Well,
Sovereignty, of course, coming up with the Jim Dandy on
$40.
Saturday. We'll have a preview next.
At the top of the stretch, an obliteration. Obliteration. Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
For 104 years, success starts at Saratoga. Offering the highest concentration of quality of any U.S. yearling sale, Saratoga is ranked #1 by percentage of Grade 1 winners. Recent stars include Preakness Stakes winner Journalism, Eclipse champion and Breeders' Cup Classic victor Sierra Leone, and Grade 1 winners Kings Barnes. And one more time, to Penn Street and seize the gray. The 104th Saratoga sale, August 4th and 5th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
The dog days of summer are here. Corgi races are coming to Saratoga. Sign up your Corgi to compete in the Corgi Cup at NYRA.com/events. Saratoga's Corgi Cup, Sunday, August 10th, 1 Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Well, back with you on our Thursday coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2 on a big day in the 3-year-old division. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Our ABR Race of the Week. What else could it be but the Jim Dandy on the road to this year's Travers, presented by Mohegan Sun, and the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes. Champion Sovereignty back in action. Let's meet this field, starting with We're taking another crack at Sovereignty. Baeza coming back for John Sheriffs.
I think that he will make it at the very least closer in this race. A mile and eighth will be better for him. He should have good position, but he's like everybody else, facing a mighty, mighty challenge against Sovereignty.
Sandman, as usual, is likely going to be very far back, although he's putting blinkers on, the Arkansas Derby winner.
Very interesting putting the blinkers on. We'll see what happens. The problem with Sandman is it's a little bit always overbet, right? You got the Metallica reference, you got the West Point Thoroughbreds, you've got the Griffin Johnson effect. That's my biggest issue with him. Little overbet, always a lot to do.
Moplex rerouted, wasn't even going to try 2 turns, and boy, did that work out well in the Ohio Derby.
The theoretical advantage that both he and Baeza have over Sovereignty is they're going to try to beat him from in front of him. The other's going to try to do it from behind, which is going to be a tall task. And I'll tell you something, he's got to get faster, but his Ohio Derby was an exceptional effort last time, and he shouldn't be taken lightly as the potential lone speed.
Yeah, they're all going to be chasing him. Hill Road, Showed a lot of promise. Dirt debut in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as a 2-year-old. Needs to get better, though.
Yeah, I don't think that Hill Road's got a great setup in a race like this. Now, if you wanted to get interested in Hill Road, maybe a race like the Travers where there's a lot more going on, horses getting in trouble, paces being really fast. I don't see it here today.
And the king of the division, Sovereignty, Belmont Stakes, Kentucky Derby. He has just proved he is much the best, Andy.
There's somebody like me that's always trying to find flaws in favorites and reasons to bet against them. He presents quite an enigma because he is very good, and I don't really know at this point what his real flaw is.
Yeah, we have not really seen it in the Triple Crown Trail, have we?
Well, the way he put himself into the race in the Belmont Stakes is like a whole new dimension for him.
Fox Saratoga Saturday schedule begins with a Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. Sovereignty back to work. 4 rivals brave enough to take him on. Then it's the Whitney, Sword Dancer, Alabama, and DraftKings Travers. We'll be back with more on race 2. 14 minutes to post when we come back.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2 as we have horses in the beautiful Saratoga paddock for race number 2. And we are going quite a long ways on the turf course, 1 mile and 3/16 for these maiden special weight horses. And we'll begin with a horse who is very near and dear to my heart. And that is number 4, A Bourbon for Toby, named for one of my best friends that we lost last year, Toby Sheets. And his owner, Paul Farr, very sweetly named A Bourbon for Toby in honor of Toby Sheets. Ironically, Toby was not a big fan of bourbon, but Paul is, and it's a cheers to him and the life that he lived and the love that he gave everyone on this backside. A longtime assistant to trainer Steve Asmussen. I miss him every single day, and I know I'm not the only one who shares that same sentiment. But A Bourbon for Toby in his last race, when contesting a similar distance as this, just had not an ideal trip. He got a bit rank, and so then he contested the race whilst being 2 to 3 wide throughout, and then made an early move while going 5 wide around the far turn, in which it was a day that you wanted to be saving ground on that inner turf course. And you couldn't ask for a horse that is better suited to be named for Toby, because he does not lack personality, a Bourbon for Toby, and a fun horse to be around in the barn, much as Toby Sheets was. Greg?
Great story. A lot of people he was great friends with. I know you knew him a little bit, and the horse obviously a big chance in this race coming up.
Yeah, and I love the idea of them naming the horse and having the horse just so people will remember Toby. You know, a way to remember him. Not that the people that knew him will ever forget him. That's one thing he was. He was more than unforgettable and a funny guy, and Maggie, of course, extremely close to him. Bourbon for Toby just got the wrong ride last time. A forward horse taken back, wide against a good rail is the horse to beat, but the horse you may have to catch is Noble Confessor.
So Noble Confessor, second start on the grass, coming back now as a 3-year-old. Maggie, amazingly graded stakes place, but still trying to get that first win on the resume. Does it look like he's grown up a little bit from 2 to 3?
I think it's the question you asked to Maggie is a very, very good question, because his last race, Jonathan suggested that he might not have. Now, you're not going to convict him on one race, but this is the kind of horse that was running race last year that you wouldn't be surprised if his return race at 3-year-old was a 90-buyer victory, and I think you have to be concerned. And this is a pretty salty bunch.
Yeah, he's just been facing better. He's just been facing better, but he's a little bit chilly on the board, if I'm being honest.
Really?
Here's
I didn't think so.
Belmont Union, who is the biggest price on the board by a long ways.
For good reason. He's found himself in a very tough spot.
David Donk, Dylan Davis, team up with Organite.
Yeah, I thought this horse went sneaky good last time, closing into a slow pace.
Oh, we could see improvement from this one today. Royals Pride for Belmont.
Well, I made a big bet on him last time, and he couldn't have gotten a better trip. I can't get 9 to 1 today. He should have won last time. I've moved on.
The aforementioned Bourbon for Toby has Flavian Pratt riding.
This is the horse that I liked until I kept going down the past performances and saw Noble Confessor.
Here is Spun. Javier Castellano rides.
He was the opposite of Bourbon for Toby in that race. He stayed right on the rail and never did any running.
No question the horse to beat, Noble Confessor for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, this horse, I mean, it's surprising the horse is still a maiden. Like Andy said, he should have beat Zulu Kingdom in that Pilgrim. He ran well enough in the Breeders' Cup. I just think he's a good horse.
And Vintage Vino, probably the fastest races of anyone in the field outside.
I agree. He's starting to run out of chances, but he relishes more distance. He ran well. He was against the track last time. He was outside, and, you know, he's in that race Organite comes out of, and while Organite made a run at the end, he also was on the rail almost the whole way, and that was that first week here when you had to save ground on the inner turf to be at all successful.
And that was his first start back since October, July 4th, so we'll see if he benefits after having a race under his belt. Let's go back to Noble Confessor. Back on May 4th, his return to his 3-year-old campaign here.
I think there's a chance the horse that beat him, who's a Kingman for Chad Brown and Klarovich, is very good. Unfortunately, Jonathan, he's been rained off 3 races, I think, since this race, so we haven't had a chance to see him come back and see how well he might run.
Yeah, I mean, when you look down at the past performances, you know, he just makes sense to me. And his comeback race, I thought he had an excuse, you know, in this race. I thought the pace wasn't particularly fast. He came in off of a break since November. I just feel like maybe he was a little bit short.
How confident are you that he's going to be effective with more distance, 1 mile and 3/16?
If it was someone else training besides Todd Pletcher, I'd be a little bit more concerned. But Todd going long is not something I typically worry too much about.
Well, apologies, we lost Maggie's audio earlier, but we have her now. Maggie, Noble Confessor, I had asked, physically, does this look like a horse who's matured from 2 to 3?
Well, physically, you asked that, Greg, and no, he hasn't actually changed that much from 2 to 3, but mentally, he is a horse that is just so laid back. And at least in the paddock, now he's grabbing the bit a little bit more out there with Arad Ortiz Jr. aboard, but that always bodes well for getting more distance. And on top of that, as a 2-year-old, I always thought that longer would be better. So I kind of like the fact that he's woken up a little bit here because, as Andy said, he projects to be the pace overall. But he also hasn't grown that much. And that's always, you know, a sticking point for me, something that I want to see these horses physically go on and get a bit bigger, get a bit stronger. But he does come in here now third off the bench and looks ready to go from a fitness standpoint. Very strong, very fit. And last time we saw him on the turf, just wired by Uncatalyzed, who I thought there was an unwarranted disparity in odds, and I thought that they would be closer. And it turned out Uncatalyzed just the better on the day, taking advantage of having that early pace. Now moving on to number 2, Organite, who is a horse that is stretching out, getting a little bit more ground to work with, and that gets me excited because this is a big, leggy son of Liam's Map. I remember the Dam Hessenite. She was a really cool turf runner for Dave Donkin here. Now, he was a little distracted. I actually have never covered a race of his. I'm assuming it's probably typical just given the way that Dave reacted to the way that he just went around screaming at everyone, but hasn't really turned a hair otherwise. But I really like the distance for him. And he was well at the back last time in a race that was wired by Tom Collins, made up some ground late in the game. And then we'll check in with a horse who, yes, he's a 4-year-old, still searching for that win here now in start number 7, but Vintage Vino, second off of a layoff and back out to a distance where he's just shown the ability to be effective at. Granted, the second place finishes are kind of adding up to for him, but really fit, great coat, great conditioning on him overall, as Linda Rice chatting it up, and looks very laid back for Vintage Vino, getting back to this mile and 3/16. Greg, I think he does make a good deal of sense from that outside post.
Linda Rice, co-leading trainer at this meet with Todd Pletcher. They both have entries in this second race coming up.
And you can talk a lot about many of the players in here. You know, Vintage Vino's a horse that when losing to El Razine, who for what it's worth, was recently second to Farbridge and actually ran very well, and I think is a real stakes horse. This horse was clearly best. El Razine had a great trip to the inside. This horse was wide the whole way. Then got a little unlucky against Right to Vote, who ran very well for layoff and probably is better going longer. Then got a little unlucky down at Aqueduct in that race in October. This horse has been unlucky, but the problem is the unlucky is starting to pile up. But I think he's a major player in this race.
2-1, 4-1. Is that too big a disparity, JK, with these two, the 6 and 7? Now 9-5, 4-1.
You have to ask me after the race.
I know you love the 6.
I think Jonathan likes the 6 a lot more than you and I do.
But I will say this about the 7, Vintage Vino, is he does feel like one that could take advantage of from a pace standpoint. And he's kind of proven that he'll handle the longer distance. I would imagine that Jose will be pretty aggressive out of there and try to get that position because there's no one else in here. I mean, I guess unless Noble Confessor wants to be aggressive, but he's still on the fence.
The two horses that are coming out of against the track trips, against the strong rails, are Vintage Vino and Bourbon for Toby. One at Aqueduct, one up here. And if that's what you're looking at, as you want. I hear you on the 6, and I was a big fan of this horse last year. I made a big bet on the Pilgrim. I felt he was best. Having said that, I was disappointed. Not because I think Uncatalyzed is good, but he didn't improve off that, and that bothers me.
Well, that's the decision on this horse. You either believe that his comeback race was, like Andy believes, disappointing, or like me, I'm giving him an excuse. If you believe that he has an excuse, he's supposed to win this race. If you don't believe that he had an excuse, then he's completely overbet. The long break and closing into a slow pace.
But Todd Pletcher's a very good layoff trainer.
I get that. I don't disagree with that.
I put him second because I think he can wire the field. I found this race to be extremely tough. I like Bourbon for Toby. My biggest opinion is I like Bourbon for Toby. After that, and I don't think he has to win. Honestly, the 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7, I think can all win this race.
If you're playing the pick 4, I don't think it's as simple as the 6. I like the 6. I'm picking the 6. But I would want to have the 2, the 4, and the 7.
Yeah, this is a tricky race. Good race. Very good race.
First Responders Day, by the way, as well as we saw some of New York's finest, and it's become a popular tradition on this day here at Saratoga. New York State Troopers Pipes and Drums Band will be performing following the 3rd and 5th races. And we want to give our shout out and thanks to all those first responders for all they do in protecting our communities and keeping us safe.
No question about it, Greg.
So pick 4 pool up and over $150,000. There's some of our first responders.
I'm interested to see also, by the way, how this race is ridden. Because even though I think Noble Confessor is the likeliest speed, and I think Organite, that Dylan should be more forward with him, I think Pratt is going to be more aggressive with the Bourbon for Toby. Now, I don't know that he's going to necessarily be in front of Noble Confessor, but I think you'll see him getting a very different ride than he got last time out, and I think he can affect the pace. And I'm not saying make it that, but not, I'll get it this way. Flavien is not just allowing Noble Confessor to gallop around the racetrack. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. Yeah, and it's really interesting. To me, there's a lot of horses in here that could make the front. They've got back races. It's going to be about rider intent. And when you're talking about Flavien versus Irad versus Jose, Flavien to me is the most likely to be that aggressive. But the draw, I think, for Jose is the one that's a little bit interesting on the 7. I think just being drawn outside.
I just don't think he has the speed of the 6 and 4. I see him behind them. I could be wrong. I wonder what Dylan Davis does. And I'll tell you something. Dylan's struggling. And I think Dylan needs to try to, start to remember what he did last year, where he rode so fabulously. And I'm not saying it's all his fault or he's riding terribly out there. Sometimes just a bit of a function, your mounts aren't running as well. But I think maybe being a little more aggressive and getting back in the habit of being more aggressive in general, whether this race or the next or whenever, would help him.
The pace projector is pretty bold on having the 6 Noble Confessor in front.
I agree.
I know we're both subscribers.
the horse has...
He's the fastest horse.
No question the fastest. It's just, does Irad Ortiz Jr. want to take advantage of that? Probably on the best horse, too. And does he say, I don't want to mess around. I'm going to wire this field.
I wish more riders made that decision. I'm on the best horse. I'm not going to mess around.
I think Irad's been much more aggressive in the last, 6 months in that sense, as far as being forward.
There he is, leading rider at this meet. Tremendous start, as we expect. 18 wins atop the standings. His brother to his outside on a major contender, Vintage Vino. Set for the second. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a quick start for Noble Confessor, who will go straight to the front right away. Noble Confessor drifting in a touch, too. Royal Pride is now just content to sit in second after a brief steady, and Organite is right next to Vintage Vino, 3rd and 4th. Spun is 5th, not the best of beginnings for a Bourbon for Toby, and Belmont Union at the back of the field. So Irad Ortiz Jr. takes the favorite to cruise along on the front end. He is the quickest, and Noble Confessor in charge. Opens up a length and a half. Royals Pride in second. The opening quarter went in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Noble Confessor well within himself, just ambling along on the front end. Organite is racing in 3rd. They're followed by Vintage Vino and Spun 5th at this stage as they swing on to the backstretch. A Bourbon for Toby is second to last still, and 2 in front of Belmont Union. The half in just under 50 seconds. Noble Confessor gets it all his own way, coming to the half-mile pole. Royals Pride in the clear and still in second. Then comes Organite. Blue Silks on the rail, 3rd. Vintage Vino 4th. Spun still 5th with 5 to make up. A Bourbon for Toby. And at the back is Belmont Union. There's been no change since Noble Confessor took command. Royals Pride's going to take a crack at him now. He's within a half length, but under some serious pressure to do just that. They are followed by a Bourbon for Toby, who's on the move. And here's a Bourbon for Toby with a nice bid on the outside 3rd. They're followed by Organite and Vintage Vino there at the top of the stretch. And Noble Confessor is the leader. In the center of the course, a Bourbon for Toby. In between them, Royals Pride in 3rd. They're followed by Organite and Spun. 16th pole, Noble Confessor just keeps on going on the front end. And it's Noble Confessor. His class came through to beat Organite. A Bourbon for Toby made that bid, finished 3rd. A 3-way photo for 4th among Spun, Royals Pride, and Vintage Vino.
Noble Confessor finally breaks his maiden. Irad Ortiz Jr. puts him on the front for that man right there. Todd Pletcher, who is now the leading trainer at the meet, collects his 8th win.
After going nearly 50 to the half, it was going to be very hard for this horse to get run down. And while the 2 and 4 took a run at them, they were not able to overcome this horse's incredible tactical advantage.
A Bourbon for Toby ran so well. I mean, to make that middle move, from the 3/8 pole because Flavien was a little bit far back. He had to do something. And to sustain the run, to actually make a race out of it, I thought the 4 ran extremely well. That horse has a win in his future. And it's nice to see Noble Confessor, the 6, finally get a win. All that class, it's crazy to me that he just broke his maiden.
I compliment Flavien Prat rightfully many, many times. This was a bad ride. Now, the horse didn't really break, so he was put behind the 8 ball a bit by the break, to be fair to him. But you can't win a turf race like this, sitting back 6th in a slow-paced race. And the break set the table and put Flavien in a bad spot, but that kind of move is never going to work in here. He ran remarkably well, and I can't imagine that Maggie and Tom both feel that they may have run the best horse 2 times in a row and had to settle for 3rd in each of the races. But he needs to get out of the gate, so it's not all on Flavien.
The result of that poor break, you saw early how wide he was, and that continued around the turn, into the stretch. So gallant effort, but yeah, can't win with it. All the ground he lost. Noble Confessor got to really slow it down that second quarter, JK.
He certainly did, and took advantage of it. And like Andy said, I feel like there's a version of Irad Ortiz in the last 5 years that would not have done that, would not have gone to the front like that. And he didn't go that quick, but he went out there, he took advantage of the edge that he had, and allowed his horse, who was the best horse in the race, to get comfortable.
I don't think he's the best horse in the race, Jonathan. I'm going to disagree with that. The best horse in the race was Bourbon for Toby. I think it's very hard to argue this horse is the best horse. He got the money, he got a very good ride, and his pace. But Bourbon for Toby's his own fault. He can't get out of the gate. But to me, there's no question who ran the best race in here. But we'll have to agree to disagree.
6-2, 4-3, 8 wins for Pletcher at the meet. I know the narrative totally changed. The results have totally changed. Shad Brown has dominated the trainer standings the last 4 years. A guy who's won 14 training titles here at Saratoga. Could Todd Pletcher be back in the mix this year?
No.
I think the numbers are going to get to him. I think the numbers will get to him.
Great start for him. Noble Confessor, gate to wire. Irad Ortiz Jr. Win number 19 for a man looking for his 4th straight riding title. Going to take a timeout. We'll look ahead to the Amsterdam tomorrow on Friday. Grade 2 and Macho Music with the rail with Irad Ortiz Jr. And he is quick from the inside. We'll be back.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Well, hello there. Congress Park, right down the street from the racetrack. Our program brought to you by Naira Bets. We can play all the action. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at Naira Bets. Race 2 in the books. Gate to wire, Noble Confessor. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Todd Pletcher. And Todd, a horse that has been ambitiously spotted throughout his career, back in with maidens and gets to the winner's circle today.
Yeah, he's always promised us a lot more than he's delivered up to this point. It was nice to see him finally put that win. He kind of tricked us on the dirt early on. I thought, despite his pedigree, he might be a dirt horse, but I think this is what he wants to do, run really long on the turf and probably even further than today, but it was nice to get that win.
And a horse that I think, it seems like when he's held together and being on the front end just really got his confidence up.
Yeah, he got into a good rhythm, good, basically on cruise control throughout, but looked like they were coming to him in the end, but if you watch the gallop out, he kind of looked like he still had a little more. I thought he was maybe waiting on horses a little bit, so we're optimistic that, there's more in there.
A little later, you'll send out Crudo in the Curlin, and a horse that was close to the pace last time out in the Belmont. Where do we see him today? Could he be setting the pace?
I think he could. We'll just let Johnny figure that out, let him break, go to the first turn, get in position, and if we make the lead the right way, that's great. If not, I don't think it's any problem for him to stalk.
He was working with Uncaged, who you're opting to run tomorrow, right?
He's in the Amsterdam tomorrow, so yeah, that's what we're looking at.
I liked the way Crudo was working. Am I right in saying that?
He's been working really well. He's been finishing great, gallop out, really strong. I think we made a mistake running him back a little too soon, a little too ambitiously last time, but now we've had good spacing and he's regrouped really well, so we're looking for a good performance.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Best of luck with him. Congrats here.
Thank you.
All right, Noble Confessor really appreciating the mile and 3/16 on the turf. And as Todd said, a little longer could be in his future too.
Yeah, we look forward to it. As for Crudo, thank you, Maggie. He's interesting in that Curlin. He is quick. He should be in front, and that Sir Barton was a big performance.
I agree with you, and I actually don't think he ran that badly in the Belmont. It's not like he did no running at all. I think he's very dangerous on the front end in there.
Noble Confessor, $5 for the win, is the 3-2 favorite. Leads every step of the way. Pletcher, Ortiz, St. Elias Stable. And race 2 in the books as we move on to the third and the start of a mandatory pay. Pick 5 to our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift Farm, home of 6-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty. And Bobrovsky, Dale Roman, start under his belt, beat a nose in the debut. 4-5 right now.
Yeah. Maybe I misread this horse because the pace was quick. But, Jonathan, I thought this horse should have won last time.
Yeah, maybe. But I do think that the pace was fast. The race kind of fell apart. He seems like that type of horse that's really going to move up second time out, right? You look at the horse that won the first for Kenny McPeak, who didn't run nearly as good as this horse ran first time out, and he jumped up and ran much better second time.
But this horse was a 1-2 shot first time out. Clearly, Kenny's horse wasn't cranked up first time. This horse was.
I think...
You obviously like this horse.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm involved here.
Okay.
Bobrovsky, named after Sergei Bobrovsky, Panthers goalie, first Russian-born goalie to win 400 games in the NHL.
Wow.
Playoff Bob.
Really?
It's a lot of games.
Yeah.
That's great. Playoff Bob?
Playoff Bob.
It's a very Russian feel to it, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. JK, you're going to get after it here, huh?
I am, yep. Let's see. It's somewhere I'm going to do it. It's right here. I'm going to play the pick 5. Middle pick 5. I'm going to single in this first leg. I'm going to single the 5. I'm also going to use it as a bankroll play, but I'll tell you about that in a second. I'm going to go with the 5 here, Bobrovsky. Got me a little stuck up there.
Russian.
What is it? Playoff Bob.
Playoff Bob. We'll call him Playoff Bob from now on.
And the second leg, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 3 New Attitude, I think doesn't have to win that race. I'm going to use a couple of others in there. In race 3, 1, 6, and 7. Also set, going to be overbet in there, in my opinion. I want to have him on my ticket. He doesn't have to win. In the third leg, 1, 4, and 5. The 1 Geopolitics, one of the most disappointing horses.
You're using Geopolitics?
I'm using Geopolitics.
You have to leave the set.
And to
he
wrap
is the
it
horse
up,
to beat.
You have to leave the set.
Yeah, exactly.
That horse
race
is never
7,
the horse to beat.
2, 8, and 9. And then for my bankroll play.
Well, I want to see this ticket here. I want to get this.
You want to see it?
You didn't single set. Wow, JK.
I'm gonna do a $2 pick 5. So 4 times. That'll be my bankroll play.
50-cent play, yeah, for those that don't know.
That means, guys, the base amount is $2, in case anybody's confused. Where's the ticket?
Oh, I'm doing the same thing. I'm just doing that ticket.
Same ticket, playing it 4 times.
Yeah.
Oh, for $216.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went over a little bit today because I won some money last time.
It's set. You feel set is much the horse to beat, right?
I have no idea you play against him off his last race. If he runs his
agree.
last race, he'll beat this field by a city block.
Is that just that one race, or does he have several races?
No, his quick call was good enough to beat these. The problem I have in there is I don't like anybody. Like, to me, it's like he wins or, you can have them all. But listen, they don't have to win.
I've just started to realize here at Saratoga that there is a race every sequence that is chaotic that I will not be able to.
I'm sorry, you're just starting to realize this? What have you been sleeping?
Well, because I am.
Years.
I'm one of those people that all single in a sequence.
We've
but one
noticed.
of the singles will likely get beat for reasons I can't control.
When you
or
had that
understand.
horse yesterday, by the way.
Yeah.
Which horse was that?
In the
Linda Rice horse.
Linda Rice.
No, all class in the
Beat
8th.
the 2 and 2B, yeah.
Aggressive move by Linda.
We're going to take a timeout. Good luck to JK. Good luck to everybody playing out there. Hopefully you're playing with Naira bets. Get after it. Race 3 coming up next. It's a mandatory pay pick 5. We'll set the stage. Restricted maiden special weight. 6 furlongs when we come back. So horses that sold for $60,000 or less. Their most recent sale. We'll take a look ahead as well to the Amsterdam next.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 places at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
John, waiting on a sunny day on Thursday, restricted maiden special weight, a homebred for Dennis Drazen. Talk a little bit about this horse. I love the way that he's been breezing, especially that gate breeze when he had some company either side of him.
He's been nothing but really forward and training great. He's a really nice mover on the track. You think of Mendelssohn, you question grass, but this horse has actually been training very well in the dirt. Each breeze has been very in hand. The gate breeze, which obviously Santana was on, he came back and he was pretty happy. He said the horse handled it very well. The equimeter data said he breathed very well. His heart rate recovery was very good. He's going to show up. He's a nice horse, good physical, been sound, and like any of these 2-year-olds, the first time out, you know, they can all be checking all the boxes moving into it, and what actually unfolds cannot always be what you expect.
And as a physical, he looks like he's a big horse. And you mentioned Mendelssohn. He actually has good stats with his dirt sprinters.
He has really done well physically this summer, and this spring he put a lot of weight on. He's growing, and his color looks fantastic. He's dark black, and you know, he really looks good. So I'm kind of happy with the way he's coming into the race, and like we see how it unfolds. It's supposed to be pretty hot that day, but I think he's a cool customer. He should handle it okay.
Maggie's 2-year-old report brought to you in part as we get set for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. She's been spot on with these reports.
Yes, I hope she's right here.
8-1 right now on Waiting on a Sunny Day.
I picked this horse because I didn't want others here. I don't see anything to like about the one who's, I did not like the 2-year-old sales work. The number 3, this is a barn that hasn't won a race here since Whitmore won the Forego back in, I think, 2018 or something. I imagine John's okay. I didn't really want to go in that direction, but isn't impossible. I'm against Dabrowski. I could be totally wrong, but I don't want a 1-2 shot that got beaten with a clear lead in its last start, trying to go more distance here, and I didn't love who this horse ran against. The 6 has no real pedigree. The 7 scares me a little bit. These are low-profile connections, but they won a race here last year. This horse shows some good works. Huzik Falls.
I love Playoff Bob, for the record. Just want to make sure I get that out there.
It's your single. I can't root too hard against this horse if you're single to Big Five.
Even money right now. Meanwhile, this horse, Maggie's 2-year-old report on Waiting on a Sunny Day. How's he handling himself mentally?
Well, Greg, turn around. Look at him. He is one cool customer. I mean, this guy is acting like he's been here and done this before, much the same as what he showed me when I visited him at the barn a few days ago. And he's got some size to him as well. You know, John and his team were kind enough to pull him out of the stall for us to take a look at, and I kind of stood up next to him, and he's every bit of 16 hands as of now. And you would have to think he's gonna grow a bit more, but he's very athletic. He is incredibly fit in here too. But he is one that I don't think we caught it in the piece, but John had told me that they wanted to get him qualified for these restricted maiden special weights. And with a homebred, you put him in the sale, you set the reserve at 60, and of course he didn't bring that, but it was also at that kind of complicated Fasig-Tipton sale where they had to deal with so much weather, and many of the horses just galloped. Well, I actually went and watched his gallop video, and it's pretty quick. This guy can move, and he can cover some ground very efficiently. I like him a lot, but that's why it's tough to do these 2-year-old reports sometimes, because you are dealing with fields that have horses that have experience. And I would say half of the time, the winner is going to be one of those horses who has done it before, as we saw in today's first race. So looking at number 5, Bobrovsky, for Dale Romans, I mean, you look at those workouts, he presents himself as a horse that is a bit of a runoff. Watching his race as well, he just blasted away. He wasn't the quickest away, but he just blasted on in front of the field, and Corey Lanner just let him do so, because I don't think there's much you can do. And he is a horse that wears a Sherwin. So a Sherwin is that rubber piece that is affixed to either side of the bit that comes into one and goes straight up their face and attaches to the headstall right at their pole. And it's meant to keep that bit in their mouth, up in their mouth, so their tongue can't get over. Maybe a horse that does have a compromised airway, one would think, given the fact that he also just runs as quick as he can for as far as he can. He looks quick, as one would expect, but I wonder how far this guy is going to be able to see things through, as now he's gonna have to go the extra half furlong and travel the 3/4, Greg.
Even money favorite for this 2-year-old, named after the 2-time Vezina Trophy winner. The experience and a start under his belt in a field that, with the exception of the 4 Imagine John, all first-time starters. Let's go back to the 3. Mr. J. Ron Moquette, he had a favorite yesterday, got beat And it's been a while, as you mentioned, since his barn has won here.
He's over 41 over the last 5 years in Saratoga, and Whitnor the last winner. This was Abdel Grandeo, who's a very talented runner for trainer Linda Rice, but the other 4 foals that ran in the dirt didn't do much running. Had a couple of runners that were okay in the turf, Jonathan.
Damn, Maggie was pretty precocious as well, starting 3 for 4.
Yes, she was. And I'm not sure if we're going to see this horse be as precocious. He's a very tall, very leggy type, which I kind of picked up when watching that OBS April sales workout. And I wrote, looks enormous, has a big lumbering stride, and he just looks like one that, while a Grande O was very good on the dirt, a lot of the other siblings have been better on the turf. And I'm wondering, physically looking at him, he looks like a horse that might appreciate the other surface that we run on here. He was a bit green in the paddock to start with, and furthermore, that kind of frame, it's tough to fill it out. It's tough to build that muscle mass up. And I think with a start under his belt, he's going to be able to do so. Now, the real wild card here is number 7, Hoosick Falls, for Jen Paragallo. And this guy shows some very fast workouts. He worked 10 and 2 at the OBS April sale and was a decent mover, just wasn't that quick, but the workouts here on the dirt at Saratoga have been quick. He's been with the pony the entire time, and I remember also talking with John Kimmel that morning, and he said, you know, I saw Johnny and Junior on 2 horses, and I believe they were for Jen Paragallo, and they were flying around the racetrack. He also pointed out the fact that there's no gate breeze shown with this horse, so we'll see how quick he is. He does draw favorably to the outside, and 2, you don't necessarily have to have a recorded gate drill to get your gate card to be approved to start in a race. You just have to more or less clear the chute. So a lot of times trainers will just work a horse, break them, and only go a quarter of a mile. So assumably that's what Hoosick Falls has done. But he's been a professional, he does look fit, and he does look quick. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. 7-2 on the first-time starter outside here, Hoosick Falls.
Yeah, we're taking a lot of money for those connections, and Jennifer's a big fan of the show. So for that reason alone, I'm rooting for her.
Absolutely.
I mean, she's sort of the house horse for us. She's very, very, very kind about our show, so we're rooting for her.
We kick off the post-parade first-time starter by Candy Ride from the rail, Antonino.
Just didn't like the 2-year-old sales work, and this horse is taking no money.
Next door, Maggie's 2-year-old report on Waiting on a Sunny Day for John Kimmel.
Maggie's been on fire with her 2-year-old reports. It looks a little turfy in the pedigree, but you saw the dirt work.
And he brought up the pedigree to this one, a brother to talented sprinter El Grandeo.
But too many that weren't that good. Kind of more turfy, to be honest. Didn't love the quarter-mile 2-year-old work either.
Imagine John faced one of the best 2-year-olds going right now, Obliteration, last start.
Yeah, pretty ambitious spotting last time for a horse that didn't run that great first time out.
Here's Playoff Bob, even money.
And I thought Maggie made some interesting points that could affect this horse. We'll talk about after the post-parade because he's quick.
Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, Sovereignty connections with Kinnick.
Yeah, for the, like you mentioned, the jockey-trainer combo of Sovereignty. This horse is pretty cold on the board.
And one who has been firing bullet after bullet, quickest of any in the morning, Hoosick Falls.
A very interesting first-time star in here. And, you know, what I wanted to expand on what Maggie was saying, she's talking about the 2 with John Kimmel. That horse has speed. She was talking about the 7, Hoosick Falls, who breaks outside of the number 5, who has speed. And when you're talking about at least 2 of the first-time stars, the potentially, listen, first-time stars get left. They show speed in the morning. They don't have in the afternoon. But she's talking about 2 horses that potentially have speed, and the 7 is at least showing quick workouts. One or both those horses could get in the way of the favorite, who is going.
As I try to make an excuse for that theory, the one thing is the 5 does have experience. So in the event that there's a situation where they do need to rate, there's a better chance understanding what the job is that they having that experience that'll happen. I agree with you. He looks fast.
I agree with all of that. And Bob Bobrovsky is fast. I mean, there's no question about it. That's to suggest he's not fast would be ridiculous. But experience.
Here's his debut.
He's even money. You know, if he's an even money shot, and with even money shots, most of the time you understand why they're even money. The question is, why should you be scared?
And people would probably who don't follow the game a lot would say, well, why wouldn't he be such a short price? Why don't you like him today? He was 1-2 first time out. He ran huge, got beat a nose. But sometimes, and you say it a lot, sometimes horses are ready to go in that debut? What do you mean when you say
Well,
that?
compare it to Ken McPeak horse who won the first race today. Clearly, Kenny's often a trainer whose horses, you look at Kenny when it's success, he's not really cranking them up. A very good horse may win, but he's thinking forward. So his horses are going to improve with a race. Dale Romans with this horse is 1-2. This horse was ready to roll first time. That doesn't mean he can't improve second time, but he didn't need his first race. He ran his race first time, and he got beat at 5.5 with an open length lead. I don't like it.
Maybe part of that means, too, he's not going to improve that much race 1-2. He was ready to roll first time out.
Devil's advocate for the guy sitting here with a single ticket. What I would
Who is
say
also Satan, so it works perfectly.
What I would say here is horses can end up 1-2. We see it all the time based on talent. And maybe they aren't ready. They're just very, very talented. So to your point, yes, they end up 1-2 sometimes because they're ready to roll and they get beat. That's disappointing. Sometimes there's horses that are 1-2 that have a ton of talent and they just are a little bit short.
I guess, but this horse, but usually when it happens, it's not because they're cruising on the front end. It's an easy goer in his debut when a future $14,000 claimer, Lauren Zoney, beat him because Easy Goer had a lousy trip. It's those kind of things. And he's 4-5 now. Listen, I may have completely gotten this horse wrong. I picked him fourth. I went in a negative way on him, and I respect your opinion. Another good friend of ours who's very sharp told me he thinks I'm wrong about it too, and I respect that. I just don't like horses at short prices that lose their debuts. You know what he's got? If you want to look at a horse like him, potentially, and by the way, Dale Rome's a personal friend. I hope the horse wins for him. I hope I'm wrong for his sake. Take a look at geopolitics. Sometimes
that was an
horses,
extreme case of a horse, yeah.
But they're not. It's not that rare in racing that horses that lose like that come back and don't run as well.
No, not at all. Meanwhile, this 4, Maggie, more experienced than anyone in this field, and of course faced a monster last start.
Right, and this is by far the easiest spot that we've seen Imagine John in so far in his young career. And last time, as you mentioned, facing obliteration, he was slow out of the gate from that inside post position, and he did recover quickly, so that's a feather in his cap, and he was just chasing that very dominant winner the whole way around the racetrack. And furthermore, I still didn't think he looked 100% fit. He is a horse that, at least to me, presents himself as a good doer. A horse that likes to get in his feed tub. He's kind of broad. You can see how big his hindquarters are there. So a horse that you would imagine having to race into fitness. Well, he is a lot more tucked up, and I like his mentality. He's a horse that obviously can take frequent racing because nothing really seems to bother him, and I do think there's a bit of talent there with him. So I am scared of this guy. I always like to side with first-time starters just because I think they're fascinating, and I think it's so much fun trying to discern which ones are ready, which ones will be quick, which ones are best suited to conditions. And I want to talk about number 7 next, Hoosick Falls, for Jen Paragallo, and I would love nothing more than Jen to win here. And this guy is actually a very good mover, very efficient, kind of quick action, at least in this warm-up, because he's one that I haven't been able to watch any of his workouts on First TV. Such a welcome tool to be able to use. Does wear quite a bit of equipment, is wearing a Houghton bit, a shadow roll, and short cup cheater blinkers. But the fact of the matter is, and why I will go to number 2 waiting on a sunny day, is that historically, there's just more data to suggest that John Kimmel is a trainer that will be able to get a first-time starter to the winner's circle. But like I said, I would love nothing more than Jen to get the win here with Hoosick Falls.
Maggie, thanks. We're talking about the board as we saw it, as Maggie was doing that hit. 4-1 on Imagine John, who has had 2 starts under his belt. Got basically the same speed figure as Bobrovsky did first time out. That horse certainly could improve, but also faced a horse who's probably going to be the favorite in the Saratoga Special.
And Maggie's looking at him, and she thinks this horse has as much right, if not more, to improve. As a horse to improve. And I'm
here's
not
the one we're talking
right,
about.
I'm not saying I love the 4, though. I picked the race 2, 4, 7, 5.
But 4-1.
But I think it's absurd that the 5 is 4-5 and this horse is 4-1. It's absurd.
At 4-1 for this horse, I'd rather have one of the firsters, the 2 or the 7. I kind of know who the 4 is. I get you see obliteration in the running line, but it wasn't that impressive of a race.
From a speed figure standpoint, it was more than competitive with the favorite here. I think they're going just absolutely wild for this favorite here, and I can end up looking wrong, as I often do, and I'm not afraid to do it. And I hope I'm wrong for your sake. I hope I'm wrong for Dale's sake, but I think this horse is massively overbet.
It's a lot of attention on a horse who had a clear lead, and granted it was the debut. 2 lengths clear in the stretch at 5.5 furlongs and got nailed, and might face some pressure here. But we'll see what happens. Odds on, Bobrovsky. Do yourself a favor, by the way, even if you're not an NHL fan, go watch a highlight reel of Sergei Bobrovsky, and just incredible what he's able to do behind the net.
Please, play off Bob, okay? Have a little respect here, Greg. The man's earned a great nickname. Please use it.
Imagine John turned Andy into an NHL fan.
Let me tell you something. I'm not a big hockey fan, but going to games, man, there's no better sport, I think, to watch live than hockey.
Agree.
It's so much fun.
I agree. How tough do you have to be behind the net as well? Here's Bobrovsky stepping in. Odds on. Start number 2 for Dale Romans. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Kinnick will be second to last. And Huzik Falls will complete the line. With John Velasquez aboard, Huzik Falls goes in. And they're off. And it's a quick start for Bobrovsky, who opens up 1.5 lengths in the first few jumps. Waiting on a sunny day, a clear-cut second. Antonino has some early speed, but is suddenly 5 lengths behind and under a ride. Imagine John goes by him and takes third. It's another 2 back to Huzik Falls on the outside of Kinnick. And at the back of the field, it's Mr. J. Bobrovsky, all alone through an opening quarter in 22 1/5 seconds. 6-length lead on Waiting on a Sunny Day, who's in second. It's another 3 back to Imagine John as they are strung out. 8 lengths back to the next flight headed by Kinnick. Mr. J is out of last. They have a 1/4 mile to go. Bobrovsky still with that big lead. Chased on the inside by Imagine John, who's starting to make some headway. Outside of him, Waiting on a Sunny Day. But it's all Bobrovsky. Nothing's getting by him. Once again, the equine Bobrovsky, far too strong. Kept to his task, another for Arad Ortiz Jr. Bobrovsky wins by 8 widening lengths. Waiting on a Sunny Day, Imagine John, and Mr. J.
Bobrovsky, great call. Frank Miramati and Dale Romans, Arad Ortiz Jr. This horse rocket shipped out of the gate, and it was over.
If you're going to be wrong, which I was, it's good to be wrong like that. And this horse was an hour the best. We were talking here, and Jonathan, you said around the turn at this point, I'm not sure this is good, but he just absolutely massacred this field. He was way the best horse. I had this horse completely wrong.
I got to tell you, no, I did. I was a little unsure what was happening. Is he going too fast? Is he going to, you see it all the time here at Saratoga. Horses open up by 8 going into the stretch, so they just hit a wall. He didn't. Playoff Bob, he was ready to roll today. And I think it was a good discussion, though, of how you handle horses like this. And you made some good points about horses that get bet first time out and don't win. But I think that there's horses that are bet off talent and don't win first time out, and horses that are bet they're ready to run and don't win first time out. And it's hard to differentiate, but if you can find horses like this.
Saw Dale Romans right there going to get his picture taken, and just over a full second faster than what those 2-year-old fillies win in the opener.
And fillies are not, at this point, a lot of times fillies are more precocious than boys, and the winner won quite easily. This is a very impressive performance by this horse. I don't think the 2 ran that badly in here in chasing around the track, but he was nowhere close. Might have lost by as much as 8 lengths. Bobrovsky, $37,000. Well, I'll tell you, he's worth more than that.
Don't mess with that man on a pickleball court.
Or anywhere else.
That's true. Dale Romans, talented 2-year-old, speedy 2-year-old. Bobrovsky at 4-5 in 1:11-1 here in race 3.
And the brains of the operation standing behind him, Tammy Fox. No Tammy is to love Tammy.
5-2, 4-3 finish. I mean, this horse opened
there she is.
up. Hi, Tammy.
She's
well done. Great team there, those 2. And a talented and very quick 2-year-old here getting the win in race 3. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with Another edition of Kart Talk. JK gets the trainer of Baeza in the buggy. John Sheriffs joins him right after a break.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Third race in the books. Playoff Bob responds. Odds on. Impressive here. Start number 2, gate to wire. This race was over early. Breaks the maiden. Start number 2. Second win of the afternoon. Arad Ortiz Jr.
You're right. This race was just over. I mean, you always wonder, are they going a little fast? They open those kind of leads. No, this guy, he was just way better than his competition.
$3.60 for the win. Long way back to the runner-up, waiting on a sunny day. And Imagine John, who complete the trifecta. Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day. Son of Daredevil, bargain purchase that Dale Romans owns part of, so feels extra good here. Wins with this youngster here in race number 3. So, well done, JK.
Got your single home?
Gotta sweat even you open up to a lead like that, you never get a moment of rest.
Well, if you've been around this game like we have, you've seen every way to get beat. You've experienced opening up like that and getting snapped at the wire, so you never feel safe until it's over.
Your home, the stupidest words ever spoken by people that don't bet.
Yeah. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with co-owner Steve Berg, along with trainer Dale Romans, and a little birdie named Terry Finley told me that you guys share a common passion, which is smoking cigars. So I would have never met you before because they make me want to throw up. Yeah. Talk a little bit about the times you spent at the cigar shop with Dale.
Well, Dale first smoked his first cigar, I don't know, years ago, and he kind of stumbled in there, and we introduced him to cigar smoking. I lived in Saratoga for about 20 years, and then Dale and I became real good friends. And, you know, as far as the horse is concerned, he found the horse, he picked the horse. It was all Dale Romans. I'm a big Florida Panthers fan. Needless to say, I'm a big Vinny fan as well, and I'm even a bigger Dale Romans fan. So, you know, it was a perfect match, came together, and this is like a dream come true.
Is this your first horse you've owned?
First? No, not my first. It's the first time I've been in the winner's circle with a significant portion. I own a couple with Terry Finley, you know, West Point, but this is my most significant ownership win.
Talk about, you know, you debuted at Churchill. Were you there for that?
Of course.
flying in. But to get the win now, second time out with just a fast horse here at the spa, it's got to be awesome.
He looks great. It's a great feeling. You know, I don't want to get ahead of myself and say what's next. I just want to enjoy the moment for now and go out and have a really good dinner at Mamma Mia's and see my boy Giuseppe and do the locals thing and have some fun.
And go to the cigar shop, of course, right?
That's after dinner.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what a way to celebrate. Steve, congratulations. He was very impressive today.
Thank you.
All right, Steve Berg, smoking cigars, get your horses in the long run. Dale Romans selecting Bobrovsky, gets the win here today. Guys?
So much fun to have a talented 2-year-old get you in that winner's circle here at Saratoga and then have options ahead.
And I think a lot of our fans were really surprised to hear that Maggie doesn't like cigars. I know I was pretty much knocked over. Really saw her with a big stogie.
Mile and a 16th on the turf in the fourth, $50,000 maiden claiming event. And a middle pick 4 begins here. Should New Attitude have been 3 to 5 on the morning line? That big a standout.
Aren't you the one who tried to tell me earlier to stop arguing with David Aragona, the morning line maker? He's always right and we're wrong.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm just, I don't know. I mean, I guess the only concern with a horse like New Attitude is runs a respectable figure in a good-looking maiden race first time out and immediately comes back a filly with a little bit of pedigree for $50,000. That's the only thing that should really be scaring you. Otherwise, this is a horse that looks extremely hard to beat, especially in this race, right?
Yeah, and I think some of the alternatives, like for me, I thought the 5 and the 6 were a little bit interesting, but they had been doing a lot of their running for maiden 50 already. At least you're getting that heavy drop from the 3 New Attitude, but I don't think New Attitude has to win.
No,
and when you're 3 to 5, it starts feeling like, yeah, God, you're supposed to win. I think others can win.
And this double at $3.15 for $1 says, yeah, he's going to be 3 to 5. You losing anything important over there, Greg?
Yeah, I'm losing all my notes. That's okay. I'll work with it. Very cool edition of Cart Talk coming up. A trainer who has been to the pinnacle with one of the great upsets in Kentucky Derby history. Managed the career of one of the all-time greats in the history of this game. Only filly or mare to win a Breeders' Cup Classic. John Sheriffs has a date with Sovereignty. His Baeza lining up at the Jim Dandy. Joins JK for Cart Talk.
John, I had no idea you were a Long Island man. What took you out to California?
You know, I went to California because I had dreamed of becoming a surfer. Yeah, actually, I was on my way to Hawaii, but stayed in California.
John, I got to tell you, I'm not sure these cart talks would ever happen if it wasn't for 2 horses that you trained. When I give my origin story about how I got into racing, it always starts in 2005 with Giacomo.
You know, I've never watched that race.
Really?
No, no, that is one of those special memories. I just want to remember it. I don't want to watch it.
What are those silks? What do those mean to you?
That's my career, right? Those silks are my career. I always say to people when they ask me about it, especially about Zenyatta, is that for me that was a Camelot, right? That was just, everything was perfect.
I always loved showing my Zenyatta tattoo. It was one of the first that I got. She was one of the most magnificent beings that I can ever remember laying eyes on. I think that her Apple Blossom and her unfortunate defeat in the Classic were her 2 best races, and I don't think it was even close.
Right, yeah, I agree.
Well, let's talk about our Breeders' Cup Classic, the first one. Well, not the first one, not the Ladies' Classic, but the first Classic.
Right.
Did you feel during the race, when you were standing in your spot on the apron, that she was going to win? And at what point did you realize that she was?
When she broke out of the gate, she always broke on the gate on the wrong lead. So you had to wait until she would shift over to her right lead and get in her rhythm. Once she got in her rhythm and she got comfortable in the race, then you thought, okay, that we have a chance, right? But to see her come charging down the outside like that, it was a very, very exciting moment.
We got to talk a little bit about her last race, the Classic on the dirt.
Like I said, coming out of the gate, it took her a few strides to switch over to right leading and get going. So it just seemed like she never got engaged in the race for almost a quarter of a mile. The way she ran that night, I thought was magnificent. and what a heart, and what she did at the end of the race. I don't know how she finished second in that race, to tell you the truth.
I wanted to know what you felt about this, and if I can get your reaction, I would appreciate it.
It hurts more than I can explain. Just because it was my fault. She should have won, it ain't hers.
Did you feel like it was his fault?
No. What a guy Mike Smith is. I mean, that's kind of emotional for me too, right? Because Mike is my man.
Well, John, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for all 20 of her races, because there's no way that I would be here if it wasn't for the journey that she took me on to enjoy this sport as much as I do.
Let me out of here.
Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. John Sheriff's getting emotional there, seeing that press conference that I guess he had never seen with Mike Smith. But Zenyatta was so special to so many people, and she took us on such a ride. Not just how talented she was, her dance before every race that she put on in the paddock. What was that like, spending that time with John?
It was awesome. I mean, it's not a joke. I always tell people my origin story. 5 across the board on Giacomo when I was a student at the University of Texas. That started it. That led to me going on Amazon and buying handicapping books. And then Zenyatta, watching her races and what she did to me emotionally every time she ran is what turned me into the fan that I was and am, that led to this. And I know we all have horses like that grabbed you by your soul. And for me, it was Zenyatta. So to sit and talk with him about that, it was awesome. Another really fun idea is our editor and producer, Mel, my partner on those Cart Talks. She sent it to me last night, and I sent it to Mike Smith, and he called me crying after he had watched it. So she was an emotional horse for a lot of different people.
She was that horse for me too. She made so many fans in this game. And Baeza, of course, John Sheriffs is going to send out for a third time to try and get the better of Sovereignty. What do you think of his chances, Andy?
I think he has real chance. I mean, I think he's an extremely talented horse. There are years where he would have been competitive in any and all the Triple Crown races. Just a very tough year, and I think he'll be better off with less distance in this race. So the mile and eighth will help him. He's still got a very big mountain to climb, but I think he's good, and I have the utmost respect for John, who as a trainer, but I also like him a great deal personally. And there's Baeza.
He has said bringing this horse back east because the horse is just training in the morning like a horse who's a lot better than what he's shown, certainly in that Belmont Stakes, and he thinks can give Sovereignty a real run for his money.
Well, he gave him he wasn't that far off him in the Derby. On the other hand, in the Belmont, he was disappointing. He didn't have the best of trips relative to Sovereignty. I think he'll run better. I just think it's going to be hard to beat the favorite. That's all.
Well, the knock on him has always been his kind of his immaturity and his greenness, and it sounds as if that's getting a little bit better. If it does, is it enough to fill in the gap? I don't know.
First Responders Day continues here from Saratoga. Pipes and drums band playing. We'll be back.
Far outside, Elite Power is starting to close. They're a furlong from the finish. Gunite, Elite Power kicks it into high gear. Dean delivers, drops back. They're coming to the 16th pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power got him right on the money.
The power of Juddmonte.
Coming up as part of our coverage on Fox Saratoga Saturday, 59th Delvin Miller Adios Pace. $385,000 purse from the Meadows and Twisted Destiny. 6 for 7 this year. And has reeled off 3 in a row. It's going to be part of that Jim Dandy coverage on Saturday afternoon on Big Fox. First Responders Day, and great story here related to that, with very special recognition being given today to 3 first responders who were instrumental in the rescue of Sly, a 22-year-old quarter horse. He had fallen through the ice in a pond in Saratoga Springs this past February. 3 officers helped rescue this horse, and the owner gifted then Sly to the Saratoga Springs Police Department's mounted unit. Incredible story.
That's awesome. Wow. That's amazing. That's great.
Good for Sly
We
getting out of there, too.
We gotta see Sly downtown.
Amazing. Amazing
That's
that
great.
they were able to rescue this horse, and now part of their unit. And we're going to get to Maggie here in a moment, who was with the owner who gifted this horse. There is
There's
Sly,
Sly.
who was on hand this afternoon. Looks fantastic.
We need to get him on the set. That's great.
Well,
It's
let's
a great
go to
story.
Maggie with the owner who gifted this horse.
Well, really cool interview that I get to have now. I don't often get to interview the horse, too, but I'm pleased to be joined by Sly and Allie Ernst as we celebrate First Responders Day. And Allie, you had a firsthand experience with Saratoga's finest first responders, as this guy decided to take a swim in the middle of winter.
Yeah, we like to call it his polar plunge.
Talk a little bit about that day and what a wonderful job. I know the bagpipes, but what a wonderful job they did getting him out of that pond.
Yeah, they were absolutely detrimental in just helping me pull him back above water. By the time they got there, I just had his head up, and Officer Kyle Clinton came out and gave me a hand pulling him back up.
Well, we see Officer Clinton here all summer long. He's usually the one that's mounted, so after they did that, you decided to donate him to the Saratoga Springs Police Department.
Yeah, I knew they were looking for another horse, and with his history, he's been there, done that. I knew he'd be a good fit.
Talk about his personality. Obviously, Sly, you are one that loves attention. He also loves hay. Not a fan of the slow feeder hay net, which I totally feel. But why is he a good police horse?
He's just been there, he's done that. He loves crowds, he loves kids, he loves to be around people, and, he's just a brave, comfortable horse who's been everywhere.
Well, Allie, thank you so much for bringing him out, and I'm sure we'll see Officer Clinton or some of his co-workers aboard Sly, and I'm sure he's getting a lot of fans and attention today, too.
Yeah, lots of treats today.
Such a great story. And by the way, just a shout out to those 3 officers that saved Sly: Kyle Clinton, Chris Camaro, and Dominic Marticello. And they're going to be again honored later this afternoon.
Love that. That's a
pretty
really
cool.
great story.
So this 4th race, mile and a 16th inner turf, and that price starting to come down on New Attitude.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the multi-race bets, he is going to be odds on. How dare you question the morning line? Who do you think you are?
Sorry, David Aragona. Let's go to Maggie. There is the one to beat on the board. That price is going to get shorter.
We'll actually look at some horses here in the paddock that don't have that much experience on the turf, beginning with number 4, Mackenzie's Glory, as she debuted on this surface, though in a much tougher spot up here at the spa last year as a daughter Mackenzie, which I'm not exactly sold on them loving the turf, but on the bottom side, there's quite a bit of pedigree for her to like it. The dam, she was graded stakes placed on it. She's Have to Escape artist, 3 for 19 on the turf, as well as the club, 2 for 9 on the turf. And she hasn't done that much growing, which, like I always say, I'm not the biggest fan of, but boy, does she look fit coming back here. And furthermore, I think she is well suited to this condition here. Obviously, getting some class relief isn't going to hurt either. And she just looks like a turf horse to me. That angular hind end, those flatter feet, very slack pastern. So I think she's one that at a price deserves a look here. And at an even bigger price is number 8, Bossy Dish, who has never been on the turf, as Rudy Rodriguez tried to get her there last time off the bench, but at least she got a tightener back here at Saratoga just a little bit ago. She has some pedigree too. While she's by Catalina Cruiser, is actually better with his turf sprinters. The Dam, she was a Group 2 winner in her native New Zealand sprinting on the turf. And this one's half degraded stakes winner Broken Sword, who was more proficient on the synthetic, but definitely handled the turf as well. Massive, massive turf hoof on this filly here. I mean, everything about her physically says that she should move up on this surface. It's just how much, because she is going to have to improve quite a bit to make any noise here, but I think she should appreciate it. Greg?
But
all right, Maggie, thank you. Post parade coming up as we get set for a middle pick 4, even money, new attitude start number 2 in the dropping class.
This is a statement of the obvious, but horses' prices are dependent on who they're running against. And one of the reasons that new attitude is such a short price is there's not a lot in paper on this race. There's not a lot of horses to latch onto. There are intangibles why you might not trust this horse to run particularly well. The sudden drop down here for a filly, potentially could be a broodmare, et cetera. But on paper, new attitude just overlays the field, though the 5 Classic Cara got a terrible trip last time. The problem with Classic Cara is she's a 1-number horse, right? She'd never run close to that race because she ran a 69 buyer, and she ran extremely well to run that figure. She was against the track. The horses that were 1st and 3rd were on the rail. The rail's a place to be, all sorts of things alike. The problem with her is she's got the rest of her PPs, which make her a 20-to-1 shot here. So who is she really?
Yeah.
But I think she's a major competitor if she can run her last race.
Post parade starts off with the entry at 11-1. Pay the Bills will break 3rd to the outside.
You know, these connections like to claim horses from Chad Brown and Klarovich stables. So far, no success.
This one claimed off those connections. And this one as well, the other half of the entry breaks to the far outside.
Ditto as well, right.
The rail, Paraiba Blue, it's 32-1.
This one probably needs some more class relief. 98-1 last time. It's hard to be 98-1 nowadays.
Yes, it is. Here is the even money favorite, New Attitude.
If she runs her last race, she's supposed to win here probably, but, you know, you wonder why the quick drop.
Ken McPeak looking for a second win today, McKinsey's Glory.
Yeah, this is kind of the sneaky one to me because you don't really know exactly who McKinsey's Glory is. She might move up moving to the grass.
Classic Cara, that race last out makes her a player.
She runs her last race. The favorite's going to have to run well to beat her. I thought she ran super.
Day away went by at 9-1.
Yeah, has some back races that definitely could work.
Lotus Petal, Jenna Antonucci barn.
Another horse that's figures suggest she could be competitive here, but she never really does any running in those races.
And first on the grass for Bossy Dish, Rudy Rodriguez barn.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of turf to lean on, but I suppose this horse could improve.
As Maggie was saying, it's a little bit more of a sprint with a Catalina Cruiser. We'll see. The one thing about McKinsey's Glory is the 4, and I agree, obviously, is a sort of a stranger. This horse did run once in the turf. Now, I know it was the horse's debut. The horse was 40-1 and did not lift a hoof. That worries. I mean, I agree, maybe a different horse today, but still.
It's also like the best turf race we saw that year with Raining Flowers. And
oh, stop sucking up to Reagan.
That was a good race. it was a good race.
It was a good race. I agree.
Meanwhile, there's Classic Cara. So 92, and let's go back to the beginning of that last effort.
I mean, Classic Cara's number 4 here. Okay, breaks about a half slow, and this was not the best of rides. The break didn't help, but kind of just drags the horse out, lost position, and ends up out of position the entire way. And it's also important to note, this was a time at Aqueduct on the inner turf course that you wanted to be saving ground. The winner stayed on the rail, angled out in the stretch. The 3rd horse is the horse in the lead now, and look at where this horse is. Now out in the 3 path in a terrible position. Ends up 3 wide in the 2nd turn, out to the 6 or 7 path into the stretch, and makes a significant run. I mean, I thought the winner kind of couldn't lose there. I'm not sure that this horse didn't run the best race. I don't know where it came from, Greg. That's the problem. But if she can run this race again today, don't you think she's dangerous?
Yeah, it's funny. I struggle with horses like this because the figure is good enough, but it was earned against maiden claimers. So you have to ask yourself, but I trust figures. So the figure's supposed to have the answer to that. Was it still a good performance? I just don't quite trust her. But I don't trust the favorite either, so I've got no problem with anyone who wanted to go
somewhere else. It's not like the favorite is some great shake. She was a 73 in her debut and also ran. We don't know how good she is, and maybe that's why Miguel
18-1
Clement's
in her
dropping
debut.
her. Right.
It's not a kind of horse that probably should be this price, if not, the rest of the field just don't have a lot of credentials.
Having said that, I picked her. I just couldn't bring myself to pick the 5 based on one race. Maybe I should have.
Here's this 4 that the debut, it came on turf, and we can always forgive a debut. As she leaves the screen, she was 40-1 in that first time out effort, and then it was all dirt.
I just saw nothing in that debut to suggest this horse can handle the turf at all. That can all change today. It's, as you say, you can often forgive a debut, but I wish this horse did a little bit of running, some point in the race, but I saw nothing.
That was last summer here at Saratoga with more on Mackenzie's Glory. Let's go back to Maggie.
I totally feel what Andy's saying. It's true. She didn't do any running there. But I think we can go back to today's first race in something that Kendra Carmouche said about, quote-unquote, Uncle Kenny McPeak, in that he doesn't want them to win first time out. It's all about education. It's all about gauging where they stand. Now, maybe he gauged that she can't handle the turf at all and she's just not that good, and so we're just going to give it another shot here. But I think she really looks like a turf horse, and there's pedigree to back up that sentiment. So I'm going to take a shot here. I have nothing against the favorite in here. She's much the horse to beat, New Attitude. But I do want to mention number 5, Classic Cara, because I agree with Andy. I was really intrigued by her given her last trip, given her last performance, because it's very good. But like he also said, it's not like it was just maybe her second or third turf start. It was one of many, and actually her 8th. Today, she, like several horses, got a bit undone, like Sly in that interview, by those bagpipes and drums. She was really bad to saddle. She has chilled out a bit since getting on the racetrack, which is good to see. But Mitch Friedman had his hands full trying to get the tack on her. At one point, the saddle fell off, and she was trampling it. So it's good to see her acting like this now, but it's not something that is generally the case for her overall. She was a lot more relaxed back at Aqueduct, Greg.
All right, Maggie, good information. Thank you. Post time coming up for this 4th race here, and holding it even money. New Attitude, 3 to 5 in the morning line as we look at Mackenzie's Glory getting a second try now on turf after that debut just did not go well, so much so that Ken McPeak said, I'm going to try a different surface the next few starts.
I guess anything's possible.
And now odds on finally on New Attitude is an adjustment. Is this an adjustment being made to the 1 part of the entry? Pay the bills. Floated up to 15-1. Great crowd on hand for this Thursday afternoon. The Curlin still to come with potentially a major player in this 3-year-old division, making just start number 3 Strategic Focus.
No, I agree. And I tell you, though, I think this is one of the deeper Curlins that we've run. I mean, obviously, on paper, Strategic Focus runs his last race. They all have to improve to be competitive with him. But they're not bad horses. They don't have to improve 20 lengths to be competitive. There's some nice horses in there.
Yeah, but I think the problem is it looks like Strategic Focus probably has an opportunity to take another step forward, too.
Sure. No, I'm not making a case against him. I'm just saying it's a good field.
And that was a 1A, by the way, real quick, not the 1. Horse who won it for him last year, Unmatched Wisdom. Sort of similar in how they've kind of come around. But Chad Brown has said Strategic Focus seems to have a much higher ceiling and thinks he's potentially just more talented than that horse.
He is a horse that can get a little studdish in the paddock. Be interested to see if whether Maggie or Keisha are in for that race. I think they're both on for it. But, whether he gets a little studdish. He was studdish last time and still didn't seem to affect his performance. But he can get a little studdish.
There's the big favorite, New Attitude, 4 to 5 here in this 4th. Manny Franco for Miguel Clement. As we send it upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you, Greg. Moving in, we still have a few more left to load. The entry breaks from the far outside and then 2 inside. So Bossy Dish surrounded by Pay the Bills and Addressable Market. Addressable Market coming up. A couple of them acting up. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a quick start for Pay the Bills in the center of the course. Bossy Dish moves up to take second. New Attitude secures a good spot on the rail in third. Lotus Petal fourth with 4 to make up. McKinsey's Glory is next. Day Away inches by her. They are followed by Classic Cara, who's toward the back of the field, some 10 lengths off them as they move into the first turn. At the back of the field, Addressable Market is second to last and racing a length and a half in front of Paraiba Blue. The opening quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds, and so it's Bossy Dish and Jose Gomez leading the way onto the back stretch with a 3-length cushion. Lotus Petal moves into the second spot, and they're followed by Pay the Bills in third. Manny Franco has a nice hold of New Attitude fourth. Pink Cap and 4 lengths off the lead. It's another couple of lengths back to McKinsey's Glory, who is racing in mid-pack past the half-mile pole. Just outside of her comes Day Away. The half went in 48 3/5 seconds. Then comes Classic Cara. Paraiba Blue is out of last, and that leaves Addressable Market as the distant trailer. Around the far turn, Bossy Dish, Lotus Petal turning up the pressure now. 2 lengths back to Pay the Bills. New Attitude is asked to run now in third, moving up on the outside as they reach the top of the stretch. McKinsey's Glory in the purple colors swings to the center of the course. They're in the final furlong, and it's Bossy Dish, Lotus Petal, New Attitude still with plenty of work to do. 2.5 off them as they come toward the wire, and it's Lotus Petal and Ricardo Santana Jr. surging to the front. Late kick from McKinsey's Glory to make this close. Here is the line. Photo finish. That's too close to call. Very close. Lotus Petal and McKinsey's Glory. Those two hit the wire together.
Lotus Petal, Ricardo Santana Jr., Jenna Antonucci, the upset scorer of an odds-on favorite.
These horses ran well today to get the job done, you know, attacking the pace a little bit. The favorite had a perfect trip. Looked like a horse that could come out in the stretch and run by and had absolutely nothing. A very tough beat for the horse that you and Maggie liked, the 4 here. Kenny did find the right spot for this horse. Just a very tough beat for a horse that was running strong late.
Yeah, I'm looking at the past performances of the 7. I'm still struggling to see it. I mean, this horse just really hadn't done much running. I'd like to say, I guess the class relief is what helps. It's these situations, it's all, I always start with the maiden special weights and work backwards from that in these maiden claiming races.
Long time away off the bench first start, maybe going too long. Start number 2, third off the bench today. I mean, it's tough to find.
I picked this horse third, but honestly, I was 3s and 5s. You know, this was not a, you know, there's horses you can pick third and fourth that you could include in your multi-race bets. I would never have included this horse. This horse was strictly filler. The 7 and 4 to me were filler behind the 3 and 5. I got the race completely wrong.
Jenna Antonucci, of course, made history in this sport. First female trainer ever to win a Triple Crown event. Did that with Arcangelo in the Belmont Stakes back in 2023. Backed it up with a victory in the Travers here at Saratoga. Sensational 3-year-old.
It was a good horse. This is, I tell you what, this is going to be one that, you know, be a good one to get this favorite out of there, because this is a favorite that was heavily used probably in these exotics. I mean, I know most people are confused, and they don't, no matter how many times you tell them that the win pools are very separate than the exotics, the way there's low CAW money in the win pools. This is one where I think the CAW is loaded up on the favorite as well, looking at those multi-race bets. So I'm going to guess this is one you do pretty well if you got any gimmicks here.
6-1, Lotus Petal, Jenna Antonucci, Ricardo Santana Jr., new Phoenix stable, and the big favorite not in your top 4 here.
I mean, the 3 was bad. The 3 had a perfect trip in here. I don't know what else Manny could have done, Jonathan.
No, the horse wasn't there. I mean, I think that, you know, sometimes when it looks bad, it is bad.
I'm mad at Andy.
You know what? For a guy who has to spend as much time with me as you do, Greg, we get along pretty well. I mean, I don't think there's too many people that spend as much time around me as you do that have ever gotten along with me as well as you do, so you're allowed.
Upset here, and as Andy said, this is going to play a lot bigger in these multi-race sequences.
Tough beat in your pick 5 sequence because you used the 4, Jonathan. You were dead right to play against, use horse against the 3, and you just didn't get to the 7, unfortunately. But a tough beat if you had the 4 here. Not that the horse had a major excuse or anything, but you lose by a half a nose at 6-1. It's never an easy beat.
Prices when we come back. Lotus Petal takes this 4th from Saratoga. Maiden breaking win. Start number 7. Stay with us.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 of Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Huge upset here in the 4th. Lotus Petal, 6-1. Jenna Antonucci, Ricardo Santana Jr. And 3rd off the bench of her 3-year-old campaign, gets her first win.
It's the 2nd time I can think of, if it's 3, forgive me, of Ricardo winning on a long, a price horse on the grass. For a guy who spends a lot of time in Oaklawn and rides a lot of dirt races, he's also a Breeders' Cup winner on the turf. Breeders' Cup juvenile turf, if I'm not mistaken, at Keeneland for Mike Maker. Ricardo can ride on the grass now.
$15.80 for the victory. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Jenna Antonucci and Lotus Petal. Jenna, last time, 1 3/8, 2nd off the bench. I thought she was a little bit against the racetrack, too. And so now just getting some class relief, Ricardo just put her in a perfect position.
He did. And, we talked about it this morning, again this afternoon. And, we don't necessarily have a huge gear to downshift and re-brake at the head of the stretch. So it was really a lot of strategy. He understood that. I thought he gave her a really smart ride. Obviously, seeing Kendrick flying up the outside was not desirable, but we hung on. So I appreciate that, and the filly tries so hard every time.
I know, I like Kendrick's horse, but of course, it's fine. I'm glad you won. And I saw in the paddock, and you're somebody that really supports, obviously, A, women, but B, young people and educating them. And your assistant exercise rider and soon-to-be jockey, Cornelia Hartzmar, she was helping you saddle and talk a little bit about her development, and she's going to ride a race here.
Yeah, we've got to give opportunity. We've got to give space for people to grow. We're all here doing it. So, Rosie Arfoma, she's close to becoming an assistant. Cornelia, she wants to get this racing in America done. So she's done, so much overseas. She's Sweden and France and those kinds of things. So she's going to have some starts here at Saratoga as well. And so we've got a lot of young ladies doing, working the barn in the morning that we're here this afternoon. And so it's just whoever wants to come and work hard, we're just trying to give them space to find their legs in this and give them opportunity.
That's so awesome because once upon a time, you were given an opportunity.
Absolutely. And so, take it on the chin and work harder.
That's so true. Well, Jenna, thank you for all you do for all of us young women. Not that I'm young anymore, but congratulations.
Younger than I am. You'll always be younger than I am, okay? Gravity hasn't gotten there yet for you. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. And congratulations with Lotus Petal.
Thank you very much.
Oh, always so fun to catch up with Jenna. As she said, she always, guys, sees the future, and she's always here to support that.
It goes without saying what that win with Arcangelo and that campaign did for her, but it changed this entire sport.
Certainly. No, I mean, it had a lot of impact. Obviously, like you had mentioned, her being the first female to win a Triple Crown race as a trainer, but also Arrogate, the success that Arcangelo had was timely because he could then step into the shoes, hopefully, of Arrogate, who passed as a stallion, and Arcangelo can try to carry on what Arrogate was and who he was becoming as a stallion.
Pick 6 starts here on the Thursday card. 5.5 furlong sprint on the lawn. New York bred allowance optional claiming race and set is the horse to beat for Mark Casse from the inside with Dylan Davis. Andy.
Yeah, listen, I've been getting everything wrong. I've gone against favorites that have won, and I've gone with horses with favorites that have run badly. But this is one favorite I'm not trying to beat.
Speaking of Mark Casse, who will send out the favorite here, he's going to make an equipment change on his Arkansas Derby winner, Sandman. Blinkers going on as he lines up against Sovereignty in the Jim Dandy on Saturday. Stay with us.
Fox, Saratoga Saturday. Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty in the Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun.
It's a rematch of the Kentucky Derby, and here comes Sovereignty. Goes right by journalism once again. Sovereignty and Junior Alvarado in the Belmont Stakes.
The Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. Winning coverage on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Join us at 3 Eastern on Fox.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, and we are always proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And I'm pleased to be now joined here in the paddock by Matthew DeSantis, of course, our Naira Bets content creator. And Matthew, I gotta say, you are extraordinarily creative, and you have put some awesome stuff up on the YouTube channel. Tell us what we can find there and how people can find the Naira Bets YouTube channel.
Absolutely. Well, first, thank you very much, Maggie. I appreciate it. But yeah, just go to YouTube, search for Naira Bets. You'll find the channel. Right now, we have an expansive interview with Cherie DeVoe that's up there, along with Hall of Famer Nick Zito and my colleague Kaylee Shapiro. She and I also have a preview of the Jim Dandy. And then dropping tomorrow morning, capping the card, go through all 12 races on Jim Dandy Day with a top pick, top value play. So always something new every single day.
I also like these Sundays with Sarah El Bodway you guys are doing. Hilarious.
Yeah, no, that's always great stuff. You can find it on Naira Bets, the Twitter, X, and we're going to try to get you on in one of these weeks as well.
I'm game.
All right, I knew you would be. So always having fun here around the track.
As long as I can eat ice cream, of course. Talk us through some of the promotions that we can also find on Naira Bets this week, too.
Absolutely. So tomorrow we have a $5,000 hit and split right here at Saratoga for the late pick 5. And then on Saturday, we have the big Travers Bankroll Builder. Bet $50 to win. You get $20 back, win or lose, and it's $50 on the Jim Dandy.
I'm in. And, of course, you have to
play on Naira Bets.
Well, that and opt in.
Oh, of course, opt in and play on Naira Bets. You got to press that opt in button. You know, that's the first thing.
Exactly. Well, Matthew, keep up the great work, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maggie. Appreciate it.
Guys.
Quizzing Matthew to Santa Stereo. Don't forget, you got to opt in.
And I think in thanking Maggie for that interview, Matthew should send her a box of cigars.
Might have quite a reaction if you were watching the show earlier. Jim Dandy coming up this weekend, and obviously there is one horse who stands above all the rest with what we've seen of his resume so far. Kentucky Derby, brilliant, even better in the Belmont Stakes. Sovereignty, no one has been able to touch him in that Triple Crown. Can anyone touch him on Saturday?
No, it's horse racing, and anyone can get beaten, especially on any given day. This is a very good horse. And you know, sometimes we talk about bigger races and we got to kind of hype up horses that we all kind of know in our heart, not quite as good as maybe the reputation. I mean, this horse is the real deal.
Sandman JK blinkers are going to be added. A horse who's so far out of it early. Arkansas Derby winner, huge pedigree, $1.2 million horse. Can he get another big win out of this horse?
If he can get Cornucopian to go 106 and change or whatever in front of him like he did. I mean, I don't want to knock the horse. He's a cool horse. I'd love to own him. But he's kind of his own worst enemy. He falls way out of it. I don't think blinkers suddenly are going to make him be in the race. And the other problem is that he does come from out of it. And if the race falls into his hands, it also falls into the hands of that monster to his outside, Sovereignty.
If you're trying to be Sovereignty, you better do it from a horse in front of him like Baeza or Moplex. In my opinion, I think we all agree here. And he is a nice horse. You know, I'll tell you one of the cool things about him, you know, as far as the popularity he's gotten with the influencer who's been so involved with him, is I was with a friend of mine out the other night. We ran into a good friend of his who said he's coming here on Saturday with his young daughter, who, for that, because of all the influencer and all the stuff, has become a huge fan of Sandman, and she's dying to come out and see Sovereignty run. And to me,
that's great.
That's just great. I mean, you know, that's the way you create fans, and I understand. It's just a nice thing, and it's also one of the nice things about Saratoga too. And I'm excited for that.
$1.47 million in earnings, and it just shows. I mean, that's how good Sovereignty has been. It's just hard to picture this horse having a shot in the race, but things can happen. This is Saratoga. Hill Road showed a lot of promise in his dirt debut, Breeders' Cup Juvenile on dirt. Now with Chad Brown, won the Peter Pan. What do you think?
He's a less accomplished Sandman. I think they're of similar type ability, Jonathan. I don't know if you disagree, but it's the same thing you said. He's trying to do it Sovereignty's way, and he's just not as good as that one.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Like I said, you know, earlier, it can get interesting in a full field with a lot of pace and going a mile and a quarter in the DraftKings Travers. Maybe this horse is a horse that could be interesting at a big price, but not in this small field with that monster breathing down his neck.
New York bred showing up. Just tip of the cap to these connections to go in this spot with Moplex. They weren't going to go in the Ohio Derby. They sort of forced, because their barn was under quarantine, they couldn't run Belmont at Saratoga week. So they say, well, let's try 2 turns. He looked incredible.
There aren't too many times that you sort of get rewarded for being unlucky in racing. And that's just what happened with Jeremiah Englehart and this horse, right? They wanted to run in the Mike Lee. I'm not sure they could have run that beaten the beast that won that race on the front end. And instead he goes over there and he doesn't break. He bears out at the start. He's fighting it the whole way. I thought he ran huge in there. Now he needs to take another step forward, but he ran pretty big last time.
And look, I'm glad we got a chance to see him go 2 turns. He was a very good sprinter, and now Jeremiah's got a horse that has proven that he'll handle 2 turns.
And I'll say one thing. Should he be the one that upsets the favorite in here, that becomes a big story. The New York bred with Jeremiah, that would be a cool story. Whether he could do it or not is another big question.
He should be alone in front. That first turn comes up quick, too, so some horses, it's not a huge field, but could lose a little ground on that first turn. It's going to be fascinating to see. It's our first of our Fox Saratoga Saturday schedule, which, of course, this one a prep. Huge race in its own right, but big one, and all these horses with designs on getting to that DraftKings Travers.
There's going to be some good races. I saw a story about Team Valor had bought a horse overseas, the group horse that's going to come for the Alabama. That Alabama has the potential to be one of the best Alabamas we have had in a long, long time.
Pick 6 on our Thursday card. 5.5 furlongs on the turf to kick things off and set even money favorite as we go to Maggie.
And that was a huge performance off the layoff. And you always kind of wonder a little bit, Greg, is a horse going to react negatively to such a big performance and now coming back for his second start? We shall see. I don't see anything to deter Set from performing at his best today. He has really taken a step forward from 3 to 4, which is often, oddly, when you'll actually see the most physical progression from a horse. He is like a cinder block. I mean, this is a true turf sprinter frame. He is broad-chested, broad-hipped, and just everything I'd like to see with these types of horses. He is settled in the paddock, but also sharp. He has been on the bridle here as they've gotten the tack on him now. He will be tough, but like I said, there's always that unknown commodity of, was that effort too big? Are they going to regress? Now, coming out of that race, too, is number 2, Power Attack for Bruce Levine, as he made his first start for the barn that day. And he was one that was used hard to try to get to the lead over that name always catches me out, Waralo. And Waralo has just turned into a monster turf sprinter. And Power Attack was then set in chase mode, and I think just burned up too much energy trying to play the winner's game. Now, he is kind of third off of that bit of a break in that Gulfstream Park form, and he looks incredibly fit. Mind you, I have always been a fan of Power Attacks, and I think, here with New York breds, sprinting on the turf is truly his gig. I'm thinking that we will see him move forward from his effort last time out. Greg?
Maggie, thank you.
I think she makes valid points about this horse.
Yeah.
Because he is, unlike the last time, he is the speed in this race. He's got to come popping out. One of the things that bothers me a little bit is when he put those good races together, he did really have things his own way, and he wasn't running against Set. But I don't think the case against him is impossible.
Even money on this Mark Casse runner. If he runs several of his races, most notably his last race, it just seems almost impossible he gets beat here.
I agree. I mean, obviously things didn't go well 2 back, and that race would get him nothing here. But his last race, Warolo, if people are not familiar, he was a 6-year-old that Chris Englehart finally ran the turf with a lot of pedigree, and he reeled off 2 straight fast wins. And this horse did everything but beat him last time and didn't take the best of it in there.
I'll tell you what about Set, though, at this short price. He better hold his position on the inside. If Dylan gets shuffled back out of there and he's got to take back and circle horses and all that nonsense, there's a chance he could get beat. Now, if he sits the pocket and he gets a clean trip, he'll win for fun.
Well, I think what you're saying is, and I agree, you're riding a horse like this with that rail position, you got to come out running. You got to, yes, the 2 will probably clear you, but make him run a little to clear you so you're going faster. And who knows what 10 Cent Tan will do, right? He's trying the turf for the first time. He's got at best a modicum of turf pedigree. And will he have the same kind of speed on the turf? And I think if you're Dylan, you're almost supposed to say, let the 5 show me he has the speed to run with him. Otherwise, I'm going to be the guy forcing the 2, create that separation, and then get in the garden spot.
Meanwhile, the layoff horse, here he is on the outside, off since November of last year. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, and he is actually a very late foal looking at his form. He is a June foal, so just turning 5 here is Rusi. And look, coming back, he's a horse that has always carried a good bit of weight and conditioning. So sometimes it's hard to gauge how fit he actually is here for the Jimmy Bond Barn. But I like what I'm seeing from him. There's enough definition through his flank to suggest that that fitness level is there. And as I always say about these turf sprinters, they don't actually have to be 100% fit, because this is the easiest condition to train a horse. You don't have to be that tough on them. So I like what I'm seeing from Rusi here, and we'll see what kind of trip he projects, because he's, once upon a time, he was a horse that was able to sit a little bit closer. Feels as though as he's gotten older and kind of gone through that 4-year-old form, he lost a little bit of it. So at least he's drawn to the outside. He can play the break here with Javier Castellano. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. So layoff should not be a problem with this one. We will see if talent is a problem.
Yeah, I mean, you hate to be like a broken record, but if the one runs his last race, he's going to beat these horses. There's no race that number 7 Rusi's ever run that can beat the one's last race. But that's not, if horse racing was that easy, I would win occasionally.
What if
see the case?
The last race didn't exist? Would you still feel as confident?
No. But, I mean, obviously the quick call was pretty good. But, it's sort of one of those big figs because he was running with the herd. I mean,
but the last, 2 races back, that's a throw it out, line throw it race. He went to the bench.
Obviously something went wrong that day, and he started out his career well, but it wasn't until he started turf sprinting. I don't, you know me, I'm not a one-number horse, but this horse's last race was better, I think, than the figure makes it look.
Obviously, we're all excited for the Curlin later today, so it's about 3-year-olds, but also about first responders. With more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see all the veterans and first responders that we get to celebrate here today. And I'm pleased to be joined by CFO from Saratoga Hospital, Patricia Gavis. And Patricia, talk a little bit about Albany Med as they sponsor today's First Responders Day here at the spa, and kind of what they mean to the community.
So Saratoga Hospital is a proud member of the Albany Med Health System. It's the only locally governed health system in the capital region. We provide high quality and compassionate care close to home. And today's really special because we're thrilled to honor First Responders Day. Many of our healthcare workers are first responders, and we know the vital role that they play in the community, keeping us safe and healthy. So today is all about honoring them.
And what can people, obviously we're midway through the day, but what can people kind of expect, and what have we been able to do as far as today in celebrating them?
So, we like to celebrate them every day, and they're really incredible. 24/7, they're available throughout the Albany Med Health System, and what really sets them apart, it's not just their training, it's their how much they care. So they come to these stressful situations with kindness, compassion, sense of calm, and incredible skills. And we're thrilled to honor them, and today's all about honoring them.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to you, to your team, to Albany Med for really highlighting them and just making them such an integral part of this community.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Guys.
Here we go with a post parade to kick off again this pick 6 and the even money favorite here set for Marcassi.
Marcassi looking to get his first win since opening week here, and he's probably got his best chance in this situation.
Recently won his 4,000th career race. Tremendous achievement.
He didn't run that many last week.
And then right after that, here, won number 4,001. Here's Power Attack, Speedster.
Does have some back races, but those are for different trainers. First time with Bruce Levine wasn't that good.
Bruce is the man.
With Ricardo Santana Jr.
A smart friend that likes this horse. Keisha likes this horse. I don't see it.
10-cent Town, second time on turf.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of whether this horse is going to have the speed. At best, he's probably a chaser here.
Brad Cox, Arad Ortiz Jr. with a Vacation Dance.
Yeah, this one has a right to improve. Second time in Brad's barn.
It was 4 lengths behind set when they met. And then here's a horse off the bench, Rusey, for the James Bond barn.
The problem I have with this horse is even if Set doesn't run his race, I just think there are considerably more likely winners than him.
Striking individual. There he is. Set, son of Oscar Performance. And let's look back at that comeback effort, his first start as a 4-year-old, Belmont at Aqueduct, that sort of just sets him apart from the rest of this field.
One thing I'll say, they knew he was going to run, because to be 260-1, 5-2 against a horse that had run the kind of race Raoul ran, he was taking a lot of money. And he got an absolutely perfect trip, Jonathan. You know, angled off the rail, things went well, but it was a fast race.
It was. And a lot of times when a horse gets a perfect trip, they're great opportunities to play against next time. The problem is that he's facing a group that seems a little hungry. And that, for me, is why he seems like a likely winner. But I just don't quite trust him.
That's fair. That's fine. I mean, he doesn't have a large resume. The second choice, though, is a horse he beat by 4 lengths last time. A lot to make up.
Very different, though, what we're seeing here with him, Set, at this short price, because he has credentials. And what we saw with New Attitude back in race 4, totally different scenario.
Well, the difference is they were giving up on New Attitude by dropping in for a tag. This doesn't feel like a give-up.
Well, and that horse hadn't even won.
Right.
It was one race. That was just the rest of the field was
but
so-so.
There's also that, but I think the intent.
This horse has credentials.
The owner's intent and the trainer's intent are completely different between what we just saw with New Attitude and what we're seeing here with Set.
Fair.
4-5 now. If you're playing this pick 6, Andy, beyond Set, who sounds like it would be a single for you, probably going to be for a lot, where else would you get lean?
Well, I think the biggest lean is probably Strategic Focus.
Yeah, I thought you wanted to single geopolitics.
Yeah, well, besides geopolitics. Oh, I mean, I think there's some people that'll be leaning very heavily in Nina Kay in that race. I'd probably use 2, 3, 4 in that race. I like the 9 in the 7th race, but that's not a race I'd go that thin. I'd go thin in the 8th. I'd use just 5 and 7. I mean, if you want to play this thing, what if you structure your ticket around a single here, a single of Strategic Focus, and a single of the 5 and 7 in the 8th race? Now, you're talking about short. The question is, do you have some idea at a bigger price somewhere else to make it worth playing? I don't need to play it where I'm just using favorites.
Last race is very tasty.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd use the 3 and 9. I like Rohan in there. I'm going to actually
like
bet him
too.
with my bankroll.
We all like
him
Rohan.
too? All right.
But that's a very difficult race. There's several
agree.
that warrant. And don't forget that Adam Rice gets in with Mr. Colossal as well.
Yeah, you would have to use him. I agree. He's a new face getting in there. And if you leave Adam Rice out at your own peril, that guy is so dangerous. Race number 7, I'd probably use the 9, maybe along with the 2, 8, and 2 and 8 as well. Do you have some ideas in there, Jonathan?
I thought 2, 8, 9 to survive that one. I do agree with I know you already said it, but I do agree that I feel like you lock up the race 8 with the 5 and the 7. So if you're a believer in Strategic Focus, that's a single. You go too deep in the 8th using the 5 and the 7. Suddenly, you got a ticket you can manage. And if you're a Set believer,
but you're talking about 3 to 5 and even money at best in the Curlin, I think, and those horses together, you're not getting much vig using them both. So you're really not doing a whole lot. You're going to have to find, this is a sequence to me where if you had some ideas at prices and you were against a favorite somewhere, it might be worth playing. If you're not, I don't know how much I go on. Because the thing is, like the last race, I think there's players in there. But let's be honest, isn't the 9 Hamilton's Way, who I assume is going to be the favorite, the horse to beat?
I don't like that horse that much.
No? Okay. Okay, well, there you go.
Now, meanwhile, this
you
horse...
just don't like Ray.
Dirt speed has only been on the grass once. Will that equate to turf speed? Let's go back to Maggie on this one.
Yeah, and that was in the New York Stallion Series Stakes as a 3-year-old going the 7 furlongs back at Belmont Park. He just ran okay. The problem with this horse is he has some trouble making it to the starting gate sometimes. He was a late scratch a little bit ago. He's one that does apparently come back here as a new gelding, which weirdly he was really revved up in the paddock, and this is a horse that before the gelding was very calm, at least in his Aqueduct races. So obviously with Saratoga, horses will tend to be a little bit more lively and set off by the energy, the noise, and the crowds. look, he's 9-1, so if you like him, fine. But I don't see any reason to believe that this horse is supposed to move up on the turf, at least looking at him physically. The one thing I can say is that sometimes it looks as though he struggles to kind of push off behind on the dirt, and obviously this is a much easier surface for one to get a hold of and be able to lift themselves off from behind. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here we go. Pick 6 begins momentarily.
I'm the only chalk-eating weasel on this show, taking the 1. Maggie with the 2 and Jonathan with 7. Good luck. Their prices, if you guys are right.
Frank Miramati with the call to kick off this Thursday Pick 6 from Saratoga, and the odds-on favorite set from the rail with Dylan Davis from Marcassi.
It's post time. They're loading in the gate for the 5th. It's the start of the Pick 6 with more than 200,000 in the pool. Power Attack goes in. Here's Seaver. They'll be followed by 10 Cent Town. Vacation Dance.
Oh, yeah, I gotta read my ticket to the 10.
Rusi will be the last one to load. Rusi coming up for the Bond Racing Stable. Turns away. Rusi on the board right at his morning line of 6-1. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Rusi is sent hard and will battle for the lead in the early stages. Set comes through on the inside, and Set is quickest. Power Attack broke well, now second, 3/4 off of Set. 10 Cent Down takes third. Rusi now fourth. They're followed by Seaver and Vacation Dance at the back of the field. The heavy favorite Set takes him into the far turn through an opening quarter mile unopposed in 22 and just under 3/5 of a second. He's chased by Power Attack rounding that turn. And then it's 10 Cent Town. Rusi inches back into contention. Vacation Dance revving up while having to go widest of all. He's the gray as they reach the top of the stretch. And it is Set in charge. Set with a 2-length lead, 1 furlong out. 10 Cent Town on the inside as part of a line of 4. Vacation Dance continues to finish with interest. Set, 3-length lead. Vacation Dance trying hard. It's Set, Vacation Dance, Set, and Dylan Davis. Home free. Set is just too strong. Wins it by almost 2. Vacation Dance second. Rusi third. Photo fourth between 10 Cent Town and Seaver.
Sharp early and plenty left to finish late. Set picks up the 3rd win of his career. Marcassi, Dylan Davis.
And as Jonathan said to me about 10 strides into the race when this horse made the lead, this race is over. And Jonathan, Dylan rode this horse like he was on the best horse.
That's what you have to do with you're on the best horse. We've seen it a couple times already today. When you're on the best horse, go on with it. Be aggressive. Don't let these other horses into the race because you're the best horse because you have something that they don't have. So use it. And that's exactly what Dylan did with Set.
I agree. And keep in mind, you see those fractions, 22.59, 45.26. We're used to seeing 21 and 3. 44 and change. I think with the rails out 27 feet on the outer Mellon turf course, I think you're going to see fractions that appear to be much slower, and I'm not sure they're really slower as in relative terms.
1.675, yeah, never in question. Big performance, second off the bench for this Marcassi 4-year-old.
What is this, like 4,012 already probably for Marcassi at this point?
There was a minor stall to get to 4,000. And, yeah, he's ramped back
He's
up.
coming up on Tom Amos.
That was great, how they handled that piece. Tom said, welcome to the club.
That was funny.
And Mark reminded him to check the earnings.
This was big effort from Set. He has really become very good now as a 4-year-old. Formful start to this Pick 6. We'll see how things go the rest of the way. As we part here, your thoughts on what you expect to see in the Curlin.
Well, the Curlin, I like the favorite in there. As we mentioned here, I do have a bankroll bet, though, I want to get to.
Oh, go ahead.
Number 3 in the last race that we mentioned.
Rohan.
Rohan, thank you for that. $100 to win on Rohan to close the day out. So I lost my earlier bet, but I'll try to get a little cash with Rohan, who I thought ran very well. One of a number of live runners, Mitch Friedman, though the first one did not work out.
And you like him too, right?
I do. I like this horse a little bit. Yeah, I mean, but I don't want Andy to hit it because we're pretty close, I think.
Yeah, there's
Looking
a
at that
big
leaderboard-
competition here. Really fighting it out.
So you're going to root against yourself.
No. We all root for each other on the show. We actually do.
We
I don't know why, but we do.
I hope you enjoyed it. A lot more to come, including this big race for 3-year-olds and maybe a true competitor, a new face to tackle Sovereignty in Strategic Focus. That is still ahead. He's crossed the wire first, each of his first 2 starts. DQ'd, controversial DQ. Last time out, is he worthy and good enough to tackle Sovereignty in the Travers? We'll find out more today.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new Middle Pick 5, joining the Winterly Pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here as it is a glorious Thursday afternoon here at the spa on First Responders Day. And pleased to be joined here in the winner's circle by Sets trainer Mark Cassie, whom he was very impressive coming back second off the bench now. Mark, as a 4-year-old, he's done incredibly well physically. Talk a little bit about his development.
Yeah, I was proud of him because, you know, he came from our training center in Ocala, as you said, and he was ready to go first time he ran at Aqueduct. So big race, and then he bounced back today. He had a little more speed than I thought he would. He came away from there running, and Dylan said, I went for it. So, you know.
Were you I was going to say, were you pleased to see Dylan kind of take advantage of that?
Oh, absolutely. I never give riders instructions. You play the break and go from there. So if I have to give instructions, then I have the wrong rider.
That's very true. I don't think you have to do that much around here. I have to ask you, let's see the bracelet. I told you I was going to ask you about this.
Okay.
That your granddaughter made for you, and you said it's incredibly lucky.
It is. I wear it every. She made it. It's Ruby.
Yeah.
Ruby, and she gave it to me and said, Papa, this is for you, and I've been wearing it.
I love that. Now, you're going to have it on for Saturday with the Jim Dandy with Sandman?
Absolutely.
Talk about Sandman. I know he is unlucky, a lot like other 3-year-olds in this division, to have to run with some of the best we've seen in a long time.
Right. You know, it's a great race. Look, you know, Sovereignty's a very good horse. I'm hoping, you know, I just want a good race out of him. He loves Saratoga. His best race as a 2-year-old was here. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that, you know, he runs well here, and hopefully, you know, all I want him to do is run well enough that he deserves to run in the Travers. If not, we'll take another path. But I think he will. He's happy. He's training well.
Awesome. Well, Mark, congratulations. A lot of success up here early. May it continue.
Thank you.
All right, and wearing that lucky bracelet sure does help, as set a heavy favorite at 3 to 5 returns, 350 over Vacation Dance and Rusi. And we are going to welcome a new cast and crew to the show. Lafitte Pinkai is coming up next, along with some helpers. And we also have the curling coming up just a bit later from Saratoga.
At the top of the stretch, an obliteration. Obliteration. Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star. They're off at Saratoga.
Things heating up in Saratoga Springs. So glad you could join us on Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live. Temperature around 90 degrees at the spa. First Responders Day, a salute to all they do. Bravery and courage. Great to have them here this afternoon at Saratoga Racecourse. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone alongside 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. He's a champion jockey. Richie Migliore, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Exciting second half of the Thursday program coming up. The late pick 5 in moments included the 16th running of the Curlin guys, and wanted to start there. We'll get to the race in a moment, but Curlin the horse, hard to fathom it's been 18 years since the first of his 2 Horse of the Year campaigns, Richie. Like, when you hear the name Curlin, what comes to mind?
Sheer power. To do what he did early on in his career, winning the Rebel in his 2nd start, the Arkansas Derby in his 3rd start, the Preakness in his 5th start, doing it with very little foundation, just sheer ability. They regrouped after the Haskell. Then he reeled off 7 straight wins on dirt racetracks. His only losses coming, he was second in the Man of War on turf, and then he was fourth on the synthetic track in the Breeders' Cup. But he was an amazing racehorse that did a lot in a very short period of time. And then as a stallion, he's been incredible.
Yeah, he's just been tremendous in all three phases. When you talk about a horse that you want, it's a horse like Curlin. I just remember his first race at Gulfstream Park for Helen Pitts with Rafael Bejarano aboard. You got to take a look at it. He was in the 8 path, and he won by an absolute pull. And I think a lot of people don't realize when he won the Breeders' Cup, hard spun, any given Saturday, street sense. It's one of the better classic fields we've had in a while. I know it was on a sloppy racetrack in Monmouth. The horse was accomplished on so many things. And it also, I think it underappreciates Rags to Riches win in the Belmont beating him, which is crazy.
Should have been a 2-time Classic winner. I don't think Ravens Pass is beating him on a dirt track. Beat him on the all-weather out at Santa Anita. Curlin, his legacy honored today. The field, presented by Casamigos. 3-year-olds who have not won a graded stake at a mile or further this year. Mile and an eighth, 2 scratches, a just a fair shake, uncaged, to run in tomorrow's Amsterdam. All eyes on number 3, Strategic Focus, 65 morning line favorite. This was his second start right here, Belmont Week. Same Curlin distance, 9 furlongs. Richie crosses the line first, gets disqualified. Before that, though, he did graduate impressively.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's a horse with a great deal of raw ability. And I think that it was rider error when he was disqualified in his second start. He had the race won. He's going by Malarchuk, and Dylan Davis decided to hit him right-handed, and he stepped in. Now, you can question the disqualification. I think it was a case it could have stayed up, but there's 2 rooms you want to stay out of, the operating room and the courtroom, because you never know which way it's going to go. I'd put the steward's room in there. Don't put it in the steward's hands. You had the race won. Stay away from your competition.
Trainer Chad Brown said, who won this race last year with unmatched wisdom. Paul, he said that he thinks that this colt has more upside than unmatched wisdom. What are you expecting from him today?
The horse is ultra talented. He really is. I mean, to win a mile first time out, then go a mile and an eighth and do what he did, he was getting better as that race, and he's still green. Obviously saw when he was lugging in. It's one of those things, Richie, where I understand it's rider error, but I also think that the horse, when he hit the front end, got a little lost on the lead. So now you saw Malarchuk come back to him, and that kind of forced, I guess, the steward's hands to take him down. I still think he should have stayed up. But I think this horse is, if he grows mentally, he could be scary.
Oh, he's good. I don't think that the other horse came back as much as he came back to him. He pulled up looking around, but that's why he should have been with his crop in his left hand.
5 wins and counting for Chad Brown and the Curlin from Street Life in 2012. Unmatched wisdom last year. Seeking a 6th today with Strategic Focus, a potential prep for the DraftKings at Travers at the end of August. And of course, a friendly reminder, offer still stands. Sign up today, NyraBets.com. Get involved. When you do so, use that promo code SPOT200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NyraBets.com. Field for the 6th. Start of the late pick 5, New York bred sprinters, fillies and mares. 6 furlong sprints. Kind of a renaissance man. Richie, any experience? You know how to work the bagpipes?
No, they originated in Scotland, and I originated in Italy. So
you're telling me you're not a golfer either?
No.
Updated odds there. Shasha ran out. Geopolitics at 6-5. Tower 22 to be ridden by Victor Espinosa. This was on Saturday. Paulie, finally, maybe 10 years after we expected to see the first, Victor Espinosa was able to win a first career race here at Saratoga. It didn't work out with Triple Crown winner American Pharoah a decade ago, but he got his first win finally here aboard Navy SEAL.
Where were the odds that you would have taken, okay, Victor Espinosa is going to win on the long distance horse for Wesley Ward, and Frankie Dettori is going to win on the sprinter for Wesley Ward. I mean, what are the odds of that? But Navy SEAL ran giant. Victor gave the horse a really good ride.
Hard to believe a decade has passed since Saratoga became Faratoga, and 50,000 stunned racing fans here at the spot. Chance to see a Triple Crown winner American Pharoah and Keen Ice, Javier Castellano, Mr. Travers. Dale Romans had other ideas.
Yeah, I mean, Dale Romans had Keen Ice trained to the minute. He ran the race of his life. He got the right kind of setup. And maybe he caught American Pharoah when he was a little bit vulnerable.
Big assist to Frosted.
Yeah,
100%
as well.
Frosted.
Frosted,
You know,
yeah.
you can knock a lot of riders about certain Victor Espinosa never gave that horse a bad ride. You could say that he got beat, but he got assisted by Frosted. And when you're the Triple Crown winner, you got to go on with it like he did. And he just got picked off by Keen Ice. But he never gave that horse a poor ride. He was wide in the Derby, and he got over it. But after that, it was Katie by the door.
And Lafitte, I would have lost a bet. If anybody would have bet me before Saturday that Victor had never won a race in Saratoga, I would have lost that
Shocking.
bet.
For a three-time Kentucky Derby winning jockey, just got his first win at Saratoga. He'll be riding Tower 22, is 11-1. Take a look at her most recent 4th of July weekend, Monmouth Park. Tower 22, Polly at 15-1, nearly springs the upset.
Yeah, she got picked off by Ruth here, and she was leading most of the way, just like her start before that for Silvino Ramirez. This is a very sharp trainer here. He brought this horse to a mile. The horse got better, and then last time, I really love this effort. You know, you get the jockey switch. You got Fernando Haro before. A lot of horses don't come down the middle of the racetrack, but he got picked off on this day, and I think he's a horse you need to use. You know, a three-time winner in this race. You know, they have to beat the 1 and the 4, but when you look at the 1, horse doesn't really like to punch her ticket a lot.
We'll hear from Victor Espinosa in just a moment as we get ready for this late pick 5, race 6. Why all the hype and excitement, the rage over geopolitics here, Richie? 6-5, heavy favorite.
Well, I think she has flashed the most ability of anybody in this field, but she also has flashed the habit of finishing second. She's got 1 win, 6 seconds, 2/3. Now, good enough for 181,000 in earnings, but she has snatched defeat from the jaws of victory several times.
Yeah.
She looks like she likes to run with horses as opposed to running away from them.
That's the scary part here, because if you look at feet, she's by far got the best numbers.
Yeah.
But does she run to her competition? And sometimes I see that with her, and that's why you see the 65 and 69 by her, and you can say, okay, one's off a layoff, one was getting at the end. How many excuses you want to keep on making for her?
Conceding 6-5, you want an alpha, not a pack animal, and sometimes she has that pack animal tendency.
Absolutely, but in a race like this, there is not a tremendous amount of speed signed on. Tower 22 has speed, but that's going a mile. Going 6 from the rail, I'd love to see Rosario blast off and open up 2 or 3 lengths and just be away from break through that plane early on.
Belmont pictured has Sovereignty, Derby Belmont winner going in the Jim Dandy Saturday. As for this race, Tower 22 to be ridden by Victor Espinosa. The 3-time Derby winning rider is with Acacia.
And I'm happy to be here with Victor. Victor, we're walking into the Saratoga paddock as last week with Navy SEAL, you got what was hard to believe, but your first Saratoga victory. How did that feel?
It was great. It always the hardest, the first one, but now I got it done, so it was kind of fun.
I like that. And for Wesley Ward, who you're riding a lot for this summer?
Yes, pretty much all of them. I mean, 80% of those horses. And yeah, he's great, and he's helping me out, and I can ask for more.
And riding Tower 22 in this race, so picking up some other mounts as well. But can you talk a little bit about shifting your tack here to the East Coast? Obviously been based in California for such a long time, and building relationships here.
Yeah, it's like a little challenge, but I'm always ready for that because I never moved out of California. My entire career based in California, and this time it just happens to move here, and hopefully that I can do a good run here.
Well, it's great to have you here at the spot. Good luck here.
Thanks, guys.
Lafitte?
Think back to some of his bigger moments. 25 years since he shocked us in the Breeders' Cup Distaff with Spain at a monster price, aside from American Pharoah winning the Derby with California Chrome and a bid for a Triple Crown in 14, denied by Tonalist and company, and his first for Bob Baffert, wire to wire with War Emblem, stealing that 02 Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, I mean, that was a Kentucky Derby. Normally we get a very fast pace in the Derby, particularly before the advent of the point system, right? That horses, it basically precludes sprinters. He had to go 47 and change on the lead that day.
Because of what happened the year prior. The year prior, Song and a Prayer, Balto Star, Millennium Wind set the fastest opening half-mile record in the history of the Kentucky Derby. They cooked Monarchos, like almost as fast as Secretariat from a million lengths back. It felt like that hangover effect, and that's all anybody was talking leading up to that Derby, how fast the pace was the year prior. It was a merry-go-round in 02.
It was, and Monarcos came from 14th because of the blazing. That racetrack was the fastest racetrack, I would think, in Derby history.
Lightning fast. As for Geopolitics, what will she bring today? 6-5, the favorite. We check in with Acacia right behind us in the paddock.
Yeah, and we'll look at Geopolitics, and in particular with her equipment. This is a horse that has an extension blinker, so her right eye is fully covered, and an extended cage bit where there's the 2 bars on either side of her mouth. So extreme bit and extreme blinkers. The bit, it looked like watching the replay, they added last time with her. A horse that has had the propensity to drift, but quite severe equipment that she does wear. So something that Joel Rosario has to be aware of. Obviously, he knows her well, but she's just that kind of horse that runs quick enough races without really getting the job done all that often, with just that one impressive win when she broke her maiden here at Saratoga last year. Last time out, she just kind of flattened, lost second. We'll see if she can use her speed to her advantage, but she is hard to trust. The 3 collect the data coming in off of a big layoff, has not run since January of 2024. And I thought it was interesting that she comes back at all because she did break her maiden, and they waited a long time to race her again, and she broke her maiden for 40,000. But she comes back in an allowance race where she's protected, not in for a claiming tag. She's incredibly fit off the bench. She's been touting herself. I'm really impressed what I see from her physically, and she has to have shown enough to the connections to warrant giving her a shot back at the races here. I think an intriguing prospect at a price, Greg. Or Lafitte, I'm so sorry.
Some upside there for this 6th race, Saratoga, late pick 5. New York bred sprinters, fillies and mares, 3/4 of a mile dash. On this warm, late July afternoon in Saratoga Springs, the Curlin still ahead and building towards the weekend for the Jim Dandy on Saturday. Call to post. Let's meet the field. Geopolitics. Yeah, lots to like. Second start off the bench. Can you trust her at 6-5?
You can't trust a horse that's lost at 1-20, and she's done that before in her career.
Joel Rosario aboard for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Irish Jackson, a claim from Ilkay Cantamasi by Robert Falcone.
Yeah, and a very consistent sort. Runs it pretty much the same numbers every time she shows up and gives it her best.
Collect the data, graduated, then split for 6 months.
I would think this is a positive move here, moving this horse in for an allowance race off this long layoff.
Idle since February, Nina Key.
I like her sprint races, and I think she's the most likely upsetter of your favorite. I think she puts herself in good position, and Linda's gotten off to a great start here.
Nina Kay, I should say, then Tower 22, Hidalgo, Mexico native, Victor Espinosa, Shasha Ren is out, Moonlight Weekend in.
Yeah, Moonlight Weekend for Rudy Rod and Luis Saez. Horse did win last time out, looking for 2 in a row.
Like a Rolling Stone, owned and trained by Antonio Arriaga.
Yeah, feels like she's going to have to get a little faster than her most recent races, but does have races in her past that would be competitive, and she's by the most underrated stallion potentially in the history of stallions in Bustin' Stones.
Oh, gosh, I love you. No love.
Who's quickest? New York bred filly and mare sprinters coming up in the 6th. Paulie, about that time. Let's see the tickets so our viewers can scan and play along.
I don't trust Geopolitics in here. You know, if you need short budget here, I would single the 4, Nina Key. But 1, 2, 4, 5 in here, 2, 5, 7, 8, 9. But we get to the big races. I like 5, 7, tax implications. I think Proctor Street is going to be very tough. Brendan Walsh's runners are running everywhere. He's a heck of a conditioner. Race number 9, I'm just going to stick with strategic focus. Dylan Davis off to Flavian Pratt. That does not hurt. If you're going to use another horse in there, I think it's the 4. I mean, for Kenny McPeak, his horses are running so far. Then 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. I like the 9 in the last Hamilton's Way for Ray Handel in IRAD at about 7-2.
Go get him, Paulie. Best of luck. And to everyone playing this late pick 5 at Saratoga. A lot riding on her shoulders other than Joel Rosario. Geopolitics 6-5 for Bill Mott to unleash sovereignty on Saturday. First things first, what will Geopolitics do in the 6th?
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile. Think fast.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse in the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
On this beautiful Thursday afternoon, welcome back, Saratoga Live, Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. With all eyes here on geopolitics, you're looking at Nina Kay. And we're going to revisit her most recent, Nina Kay. This is her last sprint, 2 starts back, Aqueduct. She was 4-5, Paulie. Every opportunity and cannot get by the leader.
Yeah, she couldn't get by, but I mean, the horse that beat her that day, Mischief Lady, came back to win, and this was off a little bit of a layoff. Your concern is the next race, right? At even money, she ran a really bad clunker and was 4th by 22. Maybe something went amiss. She's kind of like her sire, Cupid, that gray little filly, and Cupid was gray. I thought, was the other horse in here, and if she can break, I think she can beat Geopolitics.
Yeah, that race was in January. Acacia, her most recent February. So off the bench, some time away. How's she look?
She does look fit coming back. She's an interestingly put together horse in that she's not that tall. She's very close to the ground, but very long in her frame. So I can understand why Linda thought, given the way that she's built, maybe longer might actually be better for her because she's very tubular, very even in her build, as fours are wild here. But I do think that she is better suited to sprinting. Very tucked up, very defined off the bench. I think that she ran well sprinting first time out, and then she ran very well behind her stablemate with the Angels in the key sense as a 2-year-old, which is faster than anything Geopolitics has run recently. So the natural progression off of the bench here and going back to her preferred distance, you would think she should be able to take a step forward in this spot. And I do think that she is kind of the logical alternative to the heavy favorite. Now the 5 Tower 22 with Victor Espinosa aboard. I think she's the wild card because she ran exceptionally well last time out at Monmouth, but that by her speed figure of an 80 is so much faster than anything else she's ever run. And she's run some decent races before, both on the Naira circuit and out of town. She's one that never really kind of changed or filled out a ton. She's a lighter frame type, but she was doubled out head to toe. I don't mind her going shorter. I know that she has run better races, perhaps, at least on a fast track, going a bit longer, but I don't mind her on the cutback and distance. Curious to see if she can repeat that last effort, though. For me, Lafitte, she's got to do it one more time.
Or does she regress to the mean? Tower 22 in front of this enthusiastic crowd at Saratoga. Nobody happier in the building than Bill Mott when we flashed our selections. Everybody taking a shot against geopolitics. Everybody going with Nina Key.
Yeah, and I think you'll see geopolitics jet out to the lead. She wants to get out, and usually Joel Rosario puts her out in the 3 or 4 path, gives himself a lot of room to work with. So she's outfitted with an extension blinker and a run-out bit for horses that want to bear to the outside. Got the right rider because Joel Rosario's got very nice hands.
And not the last odds-on favorite, Bill Mott will run this week. Here, it's geopolitics time for the late pick 5, race 6, Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2. Here's Frank Nurmati.
Thank you, Lafitte. We got a couple left to load. Moonlit Weekend coming up. Like a Rolling Stone will complete the line. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and geopolitics stumbled badly and is far behind the field. Collect the Data is going straight to the front with good comeback speed. Nina Kay comes away in second, and Tower 22 is in the mix through the early stages. Moonlit Weekend, Yellow Cap on the outside. Irish Jackson is just inside of her. It's another 3 to Geopolitics, who faces the tallest of orders, and 4 to Like a Rolling Stone. 22-2 for the opening quarter. Around the far turn, it's Collect the Data showing the way. Has it a length and a half to Nina Kay in second. Tower 22 in third. And then it's Irish Jackson still in fourth along the inside, 4 lengths off the lead. Moonlit Weekend is next. Geopolitics 8 lengths off the lead as they pass the quarter pole through a half in 45-3. Collect the Data strong on the front end. 3-length lead with 1 furlong to go. Nina Kay, Irish Jackson up the inside. It's Collect the Data, who was ready to roll, came back smoking under Manny Franco. Collect the Data wins by 6 easy lengths. Nina Kay was second, Irish Jackson third. Moonlit Weekend finished fourth.
Impressive. Daylight score, Seth Klarman's Collect the Data for Chad Brown. Manny Franco, 8-1, still strong on the gallop out. Graduated, split for 6 months, resurfaces and smashes at Saratoga. There's the winning trainer, Chad Brown. As for Geopolitics, Richie, like her race over before it started.
Yeah, this is as bad a stumble as you're going to see at a start. I mean, unbelievable that she didn't continue and fall down completely, and unbelievable that Joel Rosario was able to stay on. He was looking at nothing but dirt in front of him. Her head was buried between her legs and in the dirt.
Crazy, and such a mistake by me. I told myself today, I said, why would Chet, you got to look back at races when you miss them. I understand that Geopolitics broke bad, but it upsets me, and I'm sorry that I didn't give this to the public and should have used this horse. Why would a horse that he broke for maiden 40 come back off a year layoff where everybody drops their horses, as we're going to look at the one from a pan view? Chad did not drop this horse. This horse was so live. As you see, the one had no chance, but Collect the Data was so live in this race. Total mistake by me, but congratulations to Klarovich and Manny Franco and Chad Brown, who had this horse ready.
Can you take us through what's going through your mind in the saddle, trying to stay in the saddle when a horse stumbles underneath you like that?
Well, obviously, it's pure self-preservation.
Yeah.
You don't want to get whipped over her head, and then you're in a really vulnerable position because she's going to be struggling. But it's his leg strength that saved him. Keep an eye just on his legs with this stumble and how he catches himself and braces into his heels. Just watch his legs. Whoa. Look at this. Look at this. That is pure leg strength and an incredible athletic feat by both horse and rider that they didn't stumble. I mean, you can't foresee those things coming. It looked like she was standing well. Ground broke away from her. She took a misstep, and that's as bad a stumble as you're going to see, and a rider stay on.
As long of a stumble. Normally, it's even a bad stumble. If they can catch their balance, they pick themselves right back. Like, that took a while, like her dragging her head almost in the dirt before she could.
Her nose hit the ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. And, like, the core strength too, also too. For
Incredible,
Joelle. Yeah.
really, really incredible, and it underscores the kind of athlete riders are, and Joelle particularly in this instance. She buried her face so hard in the dirt, I'm surprised she didn't break her blinker cup.
Incredible. Opened the door for another. Collect the data. Collects a victory. Now 2 for 4 overall. Impressive in her Saratoga debut. Manny Franco aboard. Results, reaction as we are just getting started on the second half of the Thursday program. And so much attention, and rightfully so, on Sovereignty. Not much to say that hasn't already been said. He's awesome. He's the Derby winner, the Belmont winner, but it's a fickle sport. What have you done for me lately? So what will Sovereignty do in the Jim Dandy on Saturday?
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we see collect the data, collect the money here off the big layoff in race 6. And pleased to be joined by her trainer, Chad Brown. And Chad, it seemed to be interesting that after breaking her maiden for 40, she comes back in a spot like this. And clearly she was ready for the task.
Yeah, a couple things. My assistant at Monmouth, Luis Cabrera, really all the credit. I was going to run him for a tag, and he said, you know, I gate worked her recently just to sharpen our layoff, and I can't believe how well she works. She should try a one-time allowance race. That's teamwork, and I'm really proud that he gave the right advice from down there. Favorite broke bad. I think that was the other difference in the race, and Manny knew it. I mean, he's been riding so well. He recognized right away that she broke bad, and he just sent our horse. Good decision.
You did a terrific job with her today and a nice win, but wanted to ask about your 2, of course, in the Curlin coming up. Let's start with Strategic Focus, who I think clearly seems to have a world of talent. What do you think about this horse just making his 3rd start?
Yeah, he's really done little wrong except for that little duck-in move in his last race and got himself DQ'd there. But he's crossed the wire, you know, first both of his starts, and you know, to win going 2 turns and only your 2nd start of your career the way he did it, and his numbers are fast. So I think there's more to come from him. Solid race. I mean, there's some up-and-coming horses in here, some lightly raced horses that have a lot of potential as well. So it should be an interesting race.
And as far as Chancellor McPatrick, I saw you saying the Amsterdam just a bit short tomorrow. What are your thoughts about him stretching back out?
We can just see in this race just now. I'm not saying the track is over speed favoring. I still have to see how it's playing today. But overall, this meet, I think it's favored horse in the front. And I don't think it's going to work out for him going that short. So sort of I have to kind of default into this race, going 2 turns. I'll say this. He's training well. And he's got a good record over a dry track at Saratoga, which he'll get today. So we'll see what he can do.
See if he can get back to that 2-year-old form. Well, best of luck later, but congratulations on the win here.
Thank you.
Lafitte, Chad Brown kicking off with a win, but still some big horses in the barn waiting for later.
Summer at Saratoga, Case, it's what he does, and same can be said for owner Seth Klarman. The win yesterday, weigh the risks. Here, collect the data, and just Chancellor McPatrick, Brown was just discussing, collected out at 1880. There are the results. See him in the Curlin. It's not very often you have a stakes race and a trainer has 2 horses. And the one that's making his stakes debut is getting a lot more attention than the one who's a dual Grade 1 winner. Exactly the case with Chancellor McPatrick. Is he ever going to rediscover his best fastball, the stuff that made him a dual Grade 1 winner at 2?
I think that he is the same exact horse that he was at 2. I don't think he's running any slower. I think he just didn't improve. He was the kid that was shaving in the 8th grade. And now the rest of the class caught up with him. He just didn't make that step from 2 to 3. All horses develop at different stages. I think he was just a horse that was more developed than his counterparts as a 2-year-old.
Can it still happen, Paul? And what are you expecting from Chancellor in the Curlin today?
You know, Chad's usually very confident. Didn't sound very confident there. I just think this horse has confused him. I think that they thought maybe going on the cutback, Richie, that this horse was going to be that horse. Yep. And he just has not been. So now Chad's kind of caught in the middle, it seems like now.
Yeah, but you look at the hopeful last year, and he was impressive. He got an 88 buyer figure. Last time in the Windy Series, he got an 87 buyer figure. I think he's just running the same races that he ran at 2, and his competition's running faster.
Chad Brown with a strong pair in the Curlin. A little bit later on, race number 9. Brown looking for a 6th overall win in the Curlin Stakes. 3-year-olds, more 3-year-olds. Field for Saturday's Jim Dandy, presented by Mohegan Sun. 1 1/8, only 5, but a strong field of 5. Post 1, Baeza, back in New York, number 5. Sovereignty, 2 to 5, morning line favorite. This image like seared in our memory, but let's revisit. 7 weeks ago, he won the Belmont Stakes, and now Sovereignty. Richie, what have you noticed in terms of how he has evolved with his preparation and how he trains in the morning?
Well, listen, he is the best 3-year-old so far. He's consistent. He shows up. He's a beautiful horse. But look at his work pattern since the Belmont Stakes. And this tells me that by design, Belmont almost lightened up a little on him. He went, it was till June 27th, he worked the slow half in 50 and 4. Came back with a 48 and 4 half. 5 furlongs in 102, and then his last work, 49 and change. Just a maintenance kind of move. It does not feel like Bill Mott has really tightened the screws for the Jim Dandy. And he may just be that good, and he's better than them, and he'll win it anyway. But compare his work pattern to Baeza's work pattern. And Baeza has definitely figured things out. He looks like a more mature horse. Listen, this is your leader in the clubhouse right now, Paul, and he looks great. I'm not knocking him, and I think he is the best 3-year-old of this crop so far, and a very good 3-year-old crop. Baeza is going to close the gap considerably in this Jim Dandy.
I kind of agree with you. Here's the other thing. There's no pace in this race, right? So Moplex is going to walk to the front end. But Richie makes a good point. On paper, it looks like, okay, Sovereignty showed a little bit more speed last time out. We'll be laying second. But I have a feeling John Sheriff's horses don't work 46 flat.
No.
So something's going on with Baeza, and he might show more speed from the rail. It's going to be that battle. Who's going to be chasing Moplex around the racetrack?
The smallish field. We talk about it being a jockey's race, right, Richie? So what tactics, the strategy employed by Junior Alvarado, if you were Junior, what are you trying to establish early on to give Sovereignty the best chance to win the Jim Dandy?
Well, you look at the Belmont Stakes, and Junior was much closer. I mean, Sovereignty placed himself much closer. He showed a different dimension. So I do think Junior's going to allow him to come out running, and then he's got to find a spot somewhere there's a gap between flights to tuck in and save ground. I don't think he wants to be caught 4 wide throughout the entirety of the race. And I'm with Paul. There's not a lot of speed sign on. Moplex goes to the lead. Baeza winds up laying second. And then Sovereignty's going to have to be chasing Baeza at some point.
That small field, but remember just a couple of years ago, Paul, the Jim Dandy, with a 2-year-old champ, Forte, when a horse race like turned into a wrestling match. Only because we have a handful of horses doesn't mean that everybody out there is going to know exactly where Sovereignty is and try to make things as difficult as possible.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are thinking, and Hector Barrios coming in to ride. Baeza is. We can't outclose the big boy, okay? He's going wherever he sits. If he settles early and gets covered, he's the best 3-year-old in the country, especially when it comes with the final quarter. So I would think if I'm Hector Barrios, I got to be in front of Sovereignty at some point in the race because I know I can't outfoot him late.
As for the New York-bred Mo Plex Acacia, a decision to be made in the last couple of weeks, whether to run in the Haskell or here and take on the likes of Sovereignty. How did that decision come together?
Well, I think it goes back to Belmont Stakes Week, starting there in a course of events that prompted Jeremiah Engelhardt to totally change the originally charted course for New York-bred Moplex, who was originally entered in the 7-furlong restricted New York-bred stake, the Mike Lee, during Belmont Week up here at Saratoga, but unfortunately was unable to run because his barn was under quarantine at that time. So they rerouted to the Ohio Derby, a race that Jeremiah said, I've always wanted to try stretching his speed to the 2 turns, and this is a great opportunity to find out if he can handle it. And he handled it beautifully, winning that race. And so then you have races like the 2-turn Albany for New York breds, or if you want to try the big boys once again, the likes of the Haskell and the Jim Dandy. And then you end up seeing a shorter field in the Jim Dandy. Jeremiah saying he wanted to run here with a horse that's just been training exceptionally well and opting to choose the Jim Dandy as his next spot, which for us, I think makes it a lot of fun. And for the horse, I think is a great play because as Paul mentioned, there really isn't any speed signed on in the race, and he has the complete opposite running style of the leader of the pack in Sovereignty with that closing kick. So one change that probably was very frustrating at the time with that quarantine ended up putting Moplex as a contender in one of the biggest 3-year-old races of the year and a graded stakes winner going 2 turns as well. Funny how things work out. We'll see if he can keep the momentum rolling.
Shot at the sport's brightest star in the Jim Dandy Mo Plex, and you can see it all this Saturday, Fox Saratoga Saturday for the next 5 weeks. Best horses, biggest races, the perfect setting. Jim Dandy Saturday, Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern. Richie, but it's not like a Mo Plex. Yeah, he's just been beating up on other New York breds.
No, in fact, his record is better in open company than it is against New York breds. He's 2 for 4 in New York bred company. He's 3 for 4 in open company. He started his 3-year-old campaign with a 3rd place finish in the Gander. Then he won the Bayshore in open company and the Grade 3 Ohio Derby. This is a very talented horse. Now, he's by complexity, but I see a lot more influence from the grandsire on the female side of the family, Uncle Mo. He runs with that Uncle Mo stride, head down, long stride, and I think stretching out was what he always wanted.
Trying to become the first New York bred to win the Jim Dandy since Thunder Rumble, excuse me, in 1992. As I choke, a good time to go to break. Trainer Jose D'Angelo hopes to train a Sovereignty someday, running a contender in the upcoming 7th. Since his childhood growing up in Venezuela, this was it. Horses, just as his elementary school teachers will tell you. That story's next.
Game Winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game Winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube. The dog days of summer are here. Corgi races are coming to Saratoga. Sign up your Corgi to compete in the Corgi Cup at Naira.com/events. Saratoga's Corgi Cup, Sunday, August 10th, 1 Eastern on FS2.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
It's the biggest day of the year at Meadows Racing. Saturday, July 26th is the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchid, starting at 11:45 a.m. Come out to Hollywood Casino at the Meadows in Washington, PA, and experience the thrill, the speed, and your chance to win big on Adios Day. Bring your bets, feel the roar of the crowd and the power of the pace. The Adios is coming. Get all the details at meadowsharnessracing.com.
Since I was a child, I always loved the horses. More than all the sports, more than everything. My father and my mother told me, like, when they go to pick up me, the teacher say, hey, can we talk with you guys? Your kid put all the chairs in order and sit all his friends, and he say, and they're off. In 2012, I was in the university. One friend owns some horses, and I say, Jose, can you train them? Say, of course I can, but you know, I'm studying right now, so I don't have plan to be a trainer. I had the conversation with my father. He support me. I can't finish my university because I started getting so many horses, and you know, I'm doing that I love. I came from a horseman family. My father was trainer in Venezuela. Now, thanks him, we make a good team here. We have a good operation that everybody work with love. When we win a race, it's not me, it's all my crew, all the guys, all the horses. When you run a race, the people see just the race, but the people don't see all the steps that you do, all the obstacles and the problems that the horse can have, because they are athletes that work hard every day. I claim a lot of horses, and we won so many good races with them. Jesus' thing. Everybody call him different, but you understand, he speaks English and Spanish. So I drive Jesus' team from Momot to here to Saratoga to run the Gene Dandy. You know, we ran all the big races, and always good. He had a bit hard. He always show up, and I'm so proud and happy and blessed to train with him. Going to Royal Ascot was successful experience. You know, was so amazing. Was like a movie be there. You know, I thought we got the race, but was so close. We lost by half leg. Was tough beat. It's tough game, you know, like you lose more than races that you won. So I always try to stay positive and take the right decision for the horses and for me. The goal of every horseman, everybody is go and run the Derby, but more than the Derby, I would like to just try to win at the top level all the races that I can. Yes, I'm proud for sure. I feel good to stay winning races, but I still hungry. I want to go and win more.
Hungry for more? Jose D'Angelo has come a long way since arranging those chairs in class as a kid, Acacia. And a shot here with R. Alcano in the 7th at Saratoga.
Absolutely, Lafitte, and having spent many years working down at Gulfstream Park, I remember Jose's father, Francisco D'Angelo, training there, and then Jose, when he came to America, starting off, and it was really Jesus's team who ran and finished in the money and in several graded stakes, including the Preakness, running in the Breeders' Cup, that kind of put him on the map, and he's done a great job with building the business and getting better quality horses in the barn throughout. But I always remember that horse fondly in the journey that he took him on. I remember Jose was at the Preakness, stabled in between Kenny McPeak and Bob Baffert, and he said it's just amazing to be here with these trainers and with these types of horses. So as far as this runner here does go as well, this horse, watching that first race, did not do much running, was high-headed early and trying late, but just didn't really have much acceleration. Now does get a little bit of an additional drop in class. He's a very good-looking horse, the son of Mackenzie. They had to finish saddling him outside of the stalls. He's been pretty spicy down here in the paddock, and I'm wondering if maybe it's a mental thing more than anything, in that he just was lacking some focus. He's also a big, solid type of horse that maybe benefited from the first start from a fitness perspective. Physically, he looks tremendous. Just hoping he can kind of get himself into the running of the race, put his head down, and respond to his rider's cues, because he was not doing that first time out. I do like the number 9, As Good As He Gets. This is a horse that I think is pretty dirtied up. The last time he ran in a maiden claiming race was on the turf. Clearly was not his preferred surface. Gets back to the dirt, and then last time ran in an incredibly tough maiden special weight race. So significant class drop that he's getting in here today. Also now his second start with Fernando Abreu, and this is by far the best that I've seen his weight in a while, a horse that doesn't tend to carry the biggest amount of condition from race to race. He's very sharp now that they've put the tack on him, but that's typical for Good As He Gets, and kind of bobbing his head around, very normal, but looking like a horse that's doing very well. And Lafitte, I think, finding himself in the right caliber of competition today.
Ricardo Santana, Keisha catching up. Good as it gets, good as he gets. Last in the money finish, 4 starts back. Aqueduct, tougher company, Richie. Good as he gets, like never a threat to win, but keeps plugging away to run third.
And listen, I think this horse is in the appropriate spot, like Keisha said, and he's well drawn outside. And when you talk about horses form dirtied up, that turf race thrown in there against Maiden Allowance Company, I think he is a major player. And for people that don't know Fernando Abreu, he was a longtime assistant to one of the greatest horsemen I've ever been around in Alan Jerkins.
Ivy League education for an aspiring young trainer out on his own. Here with Good As It Gets, and Ricardo Santana probably looking for a second win this afternoon.
Yeah, I like this horse today. You know, they claimed this horse for 50, did Tito. That's his nickname, Fernando. He put this horse in for maiden special weight. Really bad start last time. I thought the horse was courageous. This was the first time the horse had really broke out of the gate. I think he's going to make a good account of himself today.
Call to post, start of the late pick 4. Let's meet the field. There's Zacket, a dirt debut, first half of the entry.
Yeah, a horse that's dropping in class after a turf debut.
A rate 2 for 1, you're getting 15 to 1.
Yeah, the 1A, I think, is not a bad proposition, at least at that price.
Senor Pancho, leading rider Arado Ortiz, takes over.
This is your favorite from the inside, but he's going to have to deal with a couple of speeds that should clear and drop over in front of him.
Henry's Hope, typically involved early.
Yeah, this horse shipping down from Finger Lakes that lost it a little bit under 2 to 1 last time.
Stanley Cat here, Junior Alvarado. Sovereignty's jockey takes over.
Yeah, this is one of the speeds I think will be forward and probably clear the 2, Senor Pancho.
Our Arcano 4 trainer, Jose D'Angelo.
Yeah, maybe this is the feature angle.
My man Magoo, 18 to 1 outsider.
Horse name for a longtime horseman, Marvin Marks. This horse would have to improve from what we've seen so far.
A Cyber Beast now with trainer Joe Sharp, 998 career victories.
Yeah, I don't know how you throw anything out from his barn right now, and you're getting 8 to 1 for this combination.
Incredible start to the meet. Then Gray Ace, a defeated favorite at the level at Aqueduct.
I think this horse is a major player at 5 to 1. I think he sits a really nice trip just off the speed.
Good as he gets, soft as he's faced on paper.
It is as soft as he's faced on paper, and you know, I think the distance now, been in Fernando Abreu's barn. I like this horse. I think, you know, Ricardo riding high right now gives this horse even more confidence.
That's the field for this 7th race. Coming up in 4 minutes, another look here at Cyber Beast and Joe Sharp. This start to the meet, having won with 6 of his first 11 starters. And that's not the only thing, trending in the right direction. Richie, looking at his earnings over the last 5 years, all on the ascent.
Well, he's been really marvelously successful and consistent, and it just seems like it continues to grow. And he's got a great helper in his barn, and his wife, Rosie Napravnik, who was a terrific rider and gets on horses with him, for him. They make a good team.
Well, I mean, listen, you could go out there and say that Rosie might be the best ever woman rider. I mean, I know there's some other ones that won races, but Julie Crone, I would say her and Julie Crone, obviously, but
Emma Jane Wilson up in Canada, too.
Yeah, but Rosie was no joke.
No, she just her career didn't last as long.
Exactly.
She retired, but
yeah.
she look at the stakes
By
races she
choice
won.
and
Yeah.
wanted to be a
By
mother.
choice,
You
yeah, she
saw
wanted
the
to be
two
a mother,
boys
yeah.
yesterday and in the winner's circle after another win for Joe Sharp. And you're right, Paulie. At this point, you like dismiss anything he saddles at Saratoga right now, like at your own risk.
Yeah, Joe's, no pun intended, is very sharp. And, you know, when you have somebody like Rosie getting on the back of some of these horses, you just got that's just having another manager, and that's weird. Joe Sharp sitting with Chad Summers, so hopefully they're going to try to run 1-2 there.
Friendly competition.
Yeah, I guess.
Summers with Senor Pancho, pictured, current 9-5 favorite. This was his most recent, late June, downstate, same level. Paulie, Senor Pancho, right there in the thick of things and just can't close the deal.
It's a good race, but he goes all the way from the outside to the inside. Even though there's an entry in here, he does draw the rail. And this was a good effort. He runs second in this race. The blinkers do come off. He's never had blinkers before, and he draws the rail. So at 9-5, do you really want to take that chance today? I thought the horse was vulnerable, but we'll see what happens.
Sire Liam's map won the Woodward here back in 2015. What will Senor Pancho do in this 7th race to kick off the late pick 4? Acacia, what's he showing you?
Well, with the equipment change, the blinkers are coming off, but he does keep that shadow roll, that piece of fleece over the noseband. Chad Summers runs a lot of his horses in that equipment, so something that he's worn previously as well. And I'm always such a big fan of the progeny of Liam's map because they often tend to be just such beautiful movers. And this one is no exception. He was gelded before coming back off that layoff and finishing second last time, pressing. He ran fine that day, and see if he can take a step forward once again. He has gotten pretty hot out there though, but it is a warm day just in comparison to his foes. The other horse out of that race is the 8 Gray Ace, who was also coming in off of a layoff, and he was one that it seemed like Ruben Silvera, who was aboard that day, was really riding him throughout, urging him to keep up every step of the race, and he kind of dropped back and then ran on again, running in stops and starts, especially for a maiden claiming caliber horse. Not an easy way to run a race. So this is the horse that I would actually prefer out of that race, and he's a smaller compact type as well, so I think the 6 furlongs versus the 7, just nitpicking a bit, might suit him well. He's been very professional throughout. I have no qualms with him, and he is a better price at 5-1. The number 7 Cyber Beast, you guys were talking about Joe Sharp. I did not like this horse on paper and could not make any case for him, but as you've mentioned, hard to throw out pretty much anything that Joe's been bringing up, and this horse just framed up so nicely out on the track. Every one of Joe Sharp's horses is beautifully turned out. A lot of them come in with their mane braided, just their coats look luxurious in the way that they're prepped. They carry great weight in conditioning, but he moved well out there. I mean, he took money first time out at Ellis with previous connections, did no running after showing some speed, and then last time didn't run a step, so I do not know what to make of him. But at a big price, one thing I will say is he's got a hot barn, Lafitte, and he looks like he's doing well out there on the track.
Yeah, and then everything clicking for Sharp. The horses look the part, Paulie, and they're performing accordingly.
Yeah, sometimes when your barn is hot as a pistol, like their barn is, you know, it feeds. Like, you know, Richie, you've mentioned this multiple times as we... we were mentioning this a couple times where it just feeds, and he's won the Fairgrounds meet, he won the Churchill Downs meet, and to be able to come in with, you understand these horses run out of conditions, and he's still winning races.
Yeah, I believe in that, Lafitte. Barn's going good, the grooms are in a good mood, the exercise riders in a good mood, the trainer's in a good mood, and the horses feel that energy. Everybody's a little bit more patient, a little more tolerant. A horse acts up in the barn, you know, a groom's not losing his temper because things are going well, and they're happy. And I'm a firm believer in horses feeding on energy.
Barns get hot, barns get cold. Paulie, just like a lineup, a batting order, a
100%.
lineup gets hot, lineups get cold.
Yeah, and a lot of times you'll get coaches tell you, you know, you getting yourself in slumps, and what does that do? You're swinging at bad pitches. You're putting pressure on yourself, kind of like a trainer does.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they'll bring a horse back a little too quick because they want to get that win, and they pressure themselves a little bit. Joe's off the ducks, and like Mick said, their whole barn can relax.
Too shy of 1,000 career wins, Joe Sharp. Post time for the 7th, starting the late pick 4. Frank Miramati standing by.
Gray Ace has taken up his spot. Good as he gets coming forward, along with Zakat. 2 more. They're in the gate. And they're off. Gray Ace is very quick, but Araucano is even faster and takes the lead. And on the outside of them, Zakat is in the mix too, but it is Henry's Hope who comes through on the inside. No shortage of early tempo, which means Senor Pancho, the favorite, gets a beautiful spot in fourth, 6 lengths off the lead. Stanley Cat is just behind him. It's another 2 to Gray Ace, who broke well and is now toward the back of the field. Cyber Beast in the lime colors is more than a dozen lengths off the pace. Then Good As He Gets racing on the outside of My Man Magoo and Air Raid. 22 flat for the long shot. Henry's Hope. Zakat in second. Araucano coming after the top pair in third. It's another 3 back to Senor Pancho. Stanley Cat inches up while making a wide bid. Green Cap on the outside and Gray Ace 2 top of the lane. And it's Henry's Hope in front, narrowly getting pressed by Zakat. Out in the center, Araucano's had a dream trip and is closing from the back of the field. Air Raid has surfaced, currently 5th, threading through traffic outside Gray Ace, 16th pole. Zakat is trying to get there, has a 1-length lead over Araucano. Here it is. Zakat wins it. Araucano was second. Senor Pancho was in the mix late for the Shodo.
Wasn't exactly poetry in motion. Made a couple of mistakes. Wrong lead, right result. Zakat at a price in the 7th at Saratoga.
And a wickedly fast pace set it up for this horse to be able to get up in the shadow of the wire under Sal Gonzalez, who rides a lot for the Cantermachis, usually at Parks, Paul, but this was a very fast pace for this level of horse.
Yeah, and, you know, Zakat just sat out the pace. Listen, there was nothing to go by. This horse ran 10 out of 10 by 17. Actually, Christopher Elliott was aboard, and Christopher kind of just sat there, and this horse was off very slow on the turf, comes back on the dirt after being dead last. I hope you got every bit of that 18-1. The 5 seemed like he was kind of chugging 2 horses that only had 1 start. Sometimes these races, Lafitte, 0 for the least is the key.
Yeah. Just a second career start, as you mentioned. Christopher Elliott, the confidence going when you receive the Richie Migliore ride of the week.
Well, my apologies to Christopher Elliott. I did not pick up on the rider change there, so I apologize. But that is his first win as a full-fledged journeyman rider. He did win that stake without the benefit of the bug, but this is his first win since losing his apprentice allowance. So congratulations to him, and it's always good to get that first one, kind of get the monkey off your back.
18-1 outsider. Elliott going to work. Zakat just refuses to switch leads, but traveling well enough to repel all challengers in the stretch.
You know, he's trying to lug in a little bit and up towards the top of the stretch when he's making his run. Christopher had the crop in his left hand. He actually got it hung up between him and the other horse for a strider, too.
Yeah.
And sometimes that'll pull the crop out of your hand. If that crop had got pulled out of his hand, he would not have won.
Even with set, I know we just came on the set before he won. He was 4-5 or 3-4. I would even think with the Chad's horses winning that race and this horse, we might be looking at a pick 6 carryover. And if you're alive in this late pick 5, just get favorites home now.
And talk about producing. Bobby Klatt right on cue. Christopher Elliott. When we come back, the Migs Ride of the Week. What a boost for a young aspiring journeyman. Christopher Elliott, no longer an apprentice. Didn't look like one in last week's Rick Violet. That's next.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
First Responders Day at Saratoga. They're heroes in the worst of situations, the most dangerous of circumstances. While we're running away, they're running towards, Richie, without a thought or hesitation regarding their own well-being.
I always have bristled when they say that athletes are heroes. These are real heroes just for what you're saying. They run to danger to save others.
Yeah, the other thing is, like, when people say, I remember my father told me, hitting is not pressure. Them going into buildings, that's pressure.
That's pressure. Yeah. Great to have the first responders here today at Saratoga. Zagat responded well when it mattered most at a price 18-1, winning jockey, journeyman Christopher Elliott with Acacia.
That's right, and getting that first win as a journeyman, Christopher, has to feel good to get that one. Obviously, you've turned heads as an apprentice, but now officially as a journeyman.
Yeah, it feels great. Just to win here in general it's a great feeling, and I'm just very excited to be here.
And tell me a little bit about this horse. Was trying to lug in on you in the stretch, but had enough to hold on and get the job done.
Yeah, it's his second time out, first time on the dirt, and he was a little green once he got alone on the front, but he got the job done.
And you got the coveted Richard Migliore Ride of the Week last week. Had to be pretty special.
Yeah, it was great. Mr. Migliore, he was a great rider, and he's a great person, so it's an honor.
And you have a big weekend coming up. You're actually heading out to Del Mar to ride in the Bing Crosby aboard Crazy Mason. That's a huge opportunity.
Yes, I'm very thankful to Mr. Sacco for giving me the shot on the horse, and he's a very, very talented horse, and I'm just excited to go get a shot in that race.
He's going to be closing late on that left lead, so you got a little try run here. Well done with the win.
Thank you, thank you.
Christopher Elliott turning some heads and getting big opportunities in big stakes races. Lafitte?
I'm not calling you mister. I don't care what Elliott is. I'm not calling you mister.
I appreciate the respect, but he can call me Mig, he can call me Richie. Just don't call me late for supper. Watch as he's here. The horse is trying to lug in a little bit. Keep an eye on his left hand. Right there. You see how he got his arm kind of hung up between the two horses there? And sometimes the crop is there more to keep a horse's focus. It does not punish horses, particularly with the new crops. They make more noise than they do anything else. And he contributed a really nice ride here. And I think we're going to see more from Christopher Elliott.
Now look, it's only with a 11. Stuart Elliott on the right, who piloted Smarty Jones in the Derby and Preakness win. Second place finish in the Belmont Stakes, bidding for Triple Crown back in 2004. Christopher Elliott there, and just a great scene. And here, Paulie, the fact that, just day 11, he's won a couple of races, one as a journeyman, a stakes win in the Rick Violet, mixing it up with the best of the best, this colony at the most competitive individual race meet in North America, and making his presence felt.
He is. He's a good young man, too. I was able to talk to him when I was doing some work down at Belmont at Aqueduct. We were doing that meet in Aqueduct, and when I talked to him, he really learned from his father. He's very, very humble, a kid that really wants to learn his craft and wants to be better than his father. And that people have a lot of talent. As you look at the price, there's just dead heat there for third. People have a ton of talent. The problem with a lot of athletes is, do you really have that want? Because if you have that want with that talent, you're a superstar. If you have that want with a little bit of talent, you'll still succeed.
Yep.
But if you don't have want, you're going to waste your talent.
Christopher Elliott taking advantage of his ability, his talent. He doesn't have a mount in the 8th race, but he did have one last weekend in the Rick Violet. Leon Blue, the result, a first ever stakes victory for Elliott here at Saratoga. And the Richard Migliore, week 2, ride of the week.
Christopher Elliott, you ended your bug with a big stakes win in the Rick Violet, and that's why I chose you, or this ride, as ride of the week. I thought you made so many right moves and contributed to this win with Leon Blue. So you're on the 5 horse, post 4 here, and broke cleanly, got your position going forward in the first turn.
Yeah.
But then when you got him to settle, allowed the other speed, and I thought that was the first big contributing factor to this victory, getting him to settle into your hands here.
Yes, for sure. He's a high-strung horse, and he's hard to get to relax sometimes. He will sit off of another horse, but I wanted to sit off the speed and just stay on the fence.
Yeah, and you really did a nice job here because you backed off the speed, you tucked in a little bit. The second big move for me was when Flavien Prat comes up on your outside with Smooth Breeze, the big favorite.
Right.
He didn't make you panic. He showed so much poise and maturity here.
Right.
You know, hold your position, but not blast off. And he was trying to race ride with you a bit.
Right, like right here, you know, he's trying to keep me in behind the two, and you know, I said, well, I got to stay in, I got to, you know, hold my position and stay, you know, keep my lane, and it worked out.
You know, you losing the bug now, but you don't have the benefit of the weight allowance here. Was there any ever thought that, well, this is Flavien Prat on my outside? Was it intimidating at all?
No, you know, when I'm out there and I ride a race, you know, I'm not worried about who's on the horse next to me. I'm just riding my horse to win, you know? So, no, there was never any worry or doubt, yeah.
The other thing that I feel like you've gotten so much better over the past 5-6 months is your strength in the finish.
Right.
Now, he's still trying to kind of lean on you, and you're making sure you secure your position and turning your horse's head out a little bit and keeping him at bay.
Right. Yeah, you know, I just wanted to make sure I held my lane and held my ground and stayed in the two path outside of the two horse because I knew the two was stopping, and that's what won me the race.
How good does it feel when you race ride and basically outride last year's Eclipse champion in Flavien Prat?
It's a great feeling, you know, just winning a stakes race here at Saratoga is the best feeling ever, you know.
Well, I think it's a great way to kick off your journeyman career, and congratulations, Ride of the Week.
Awesome, thank you.
Brought to you by My Racehorse. Be part of a legacy. Congrats, Christopher Elliott, week 2, Ride of the Week. Richie, 19 years old, the time you spent with him, like riding aside, just hanging out with Christopher. What was your biggest takeaway?
First of all, he's very likable. You know, instantly you like him, and a lot of that is because of how humble he is. He's thoughtful, he gives the horses credit, and I think, like Paul said, he's very well schooled by his father. His father was a great rider. You know, people didn't know him before Smarty Jones. Riders knew what kind of rider he was before Smarty Jones. And I just like how level-headed he seems. He doesn't get too high, he doesn't get too low.
Paul, he walks into this jocks room, and there's Johnny Velasquez, and there's the Ortiz brothers, etc., right? What comes to mind, like, for you, thinking back to your Major League career as a rookie, like walking into a Major League clubhouse for the first time and how intimidating that can be?
Well, the first thing is you just don't realize how big the dudes are. You're like, wow, there's some big guys here in the clubhouse. But you know what? You go there and you do your job. And you kind of look at these guys as your mentor. And the one thing I've always learned is you always can get better every day. And, you know, Eric Karros took me under his wing. My locker was right next to him. He was my guy. I listened to everything he said. I mean, to be honest with you. And he walked me through that. And then when I got a little bit older, I walked some other people through that. You got to get that comfortability. And I think the big key for Christopher is it's like anytime. You know, my first, second, or third start in the big leagues, I got 3 hits off Randy Johnson. So it was like, whoa, this kid can hit a little bit. So, like, somebody sees that ride there, they're going to be like, oh, a lot of kids that are bug boys and are just turning into journeymen, they don't want to use them on the turf. Yep. Am I honest? Being honest, Richie?
Absolutely, yeah.
So now you got a kid that out-finishes Flavien Prat. That's like me hitting a home run off Randy Johnson in my third or fourth game. Gives me that confidence.
Great comparison.
Really
and for him, it's about feeling you belong, and you get the sense Christopher Elliott feels like he belongs. Here's another rider who absolutely belongs. Manny Franco, pretty sure ride of the week in his future. Who knows? Maybe in the upcoming 8th race, a date with Mally Moo. Riding thoroughbreds may not have been plan A, but it's the plan that worked. That's next.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Jockey Manny Franco has been no stranger to the winner's circle in his career. Even with over 2,000 wins, including multiple Grade 1s, he continues to stay motivated to be the very best in the game.
I'm hungry. I want to win races. That's what I'm here for.
Family has always been a driving force for Franco. From his first trip to the track, to jockey school, and coming to the United States, Manny's bond with his father has been a key component to his success.
I was about like 14 years old. My dad took me to the track every Sunday in Puerto Rico. Saw those animals running, and I just fall in love with the sport.
Throughout his career, Franco has found support from fellow Puerto Rican riders Arad and Jose Ortiz, as well as Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Coming from Puerto Rico, coming from the same school, you have to be very proud, you know. And although we compete with one another, but you have to be proud to what they've done and to have the talent. There's no doubt that Manny has the talent to be a top rider in the whole country.
It is going to be a photo finish, and I think it was Discreet Lover.
Schering takes the lead. Late move from Dye. Back to third is Sweet Melania. Schering and Manny Franco have won.
And he's gonna do it, Manny Franco, in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. But it is Tis the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero, Tis the Law.
With all his accolades, Manny is still missing that one win all jockeys want the most.
Man, I want to win the Kentucky Derby so bad, man. That's the dream for any jockey, the Kentucky Derby.
Had a good rider. Manny Franco ready to ride Mally Moo in this 8th race. Mally Moo trained by Chad Brown. Richie, this connection. Franco and Brown, 10 stakes wins together. Look at that, including this year's Grade 1 Turf Classic Derby Day with Spirit of St. Louis.
And Manny's just such a gifted athlete. You know, you can go to the trainer jockey's basketball game and watch this guy run rings around some of these trainers. I mean, he's just an all-around good athlete, terrific rider, and you know, he wants to win the Kentucky Derby. Manny, I understand it's very hard to get done, though. And there are a lot of riders, great riders, that never got it done, but he's young, he's got opportunities. I really hope there's one in his future.
Those scenarios, Manny Franco, Paulie, when maybe an Arad Ortiz is out of town, maybe it's during the spring and the Triple Crown season, and there's opportunities. He's taken advantage. When Chad Brown has given him those opportunities, Franco's delivered.
Yeah, you know, I compare him to Jose Lezcano, but like a little level up, right? Because Jose is so consistent, but it seems like Jose never gets on a Derby prospect, where Manny will get on some Derby prospects. And I have a feeling if he ever is going to win one, it's going to be Chad's first and his first.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Riding for Brown here, Mally Moo. There's a look at Luis Saez. Brown with another filly in here, Acacia. Tax implications, 6-5, the favorite. What's she showing you?
That's right, Lafitte. We'll start there. This is a filly who has been running against graded stakes competition, so certainly does get some class relief here. But my one major concern about tax implications is that she does strike me as the type of horse who runs a similar type of race, whether it's versus allowance company or versus graded stakes company. She just kind of adapts to her company and is who she is. Now, that being said, I haven't seen her in a while. She hasn't been on the NYRA circuit in a while, and she was one that actually used to be quite revved up in the paddock in the preliminaries, especially when saddling and getting the tack on. She stayed pretty quiet in the saddling stall today, very relaxed. She's dappled from head to toe. She's always been a mare that's a good doer, not the biggest, but carries great weight and substance throughout her races, and that is much the same again today. Given the company that she has been facing recently, this just might be the right spot for her, and I am pleased to see what a good impression she is making as far as her demeanor here in the paddock. But the other, I think, most intriguing horse in this race is the 7 Proctor Street, who has such a lovely pedigree out of Proctor's Ledge, multiple graded stakes winner, who in particular was very good up here at the Spa, winning races like the Lake George and the Lake Placid for Brendan Walsh. And this is a filly that obviously something went wrong as she was up against it in the Winter Memories, and then we didn't see her for a while after that. She was due to try and follow in her mother's footsteps and run in those races last summer, which she did not. Now, she came back off of the layoff, and she was at the back at Churchill last time out, in Viv Vuv, who certainly has plenty of back class, came from off of it to close, and this filly was kind of following her. No, it was not the most impressive performance, but I do think it's a race that she can move forward off of. I remember really liking the way she framed herself up in the Winter Memories. She's been very calm here in the paddock, keeping quiet in the saddling stall, but she looks very fit. Second off the bench, and I'm interested to see what she can do in the second start of her 4-year-old season. Out of that same race is the 2 Mo Fox Given, who was the one that kind of ran in place a bit in that race. Like I said, the top 2 horses came from off of it. This filly was in the middle of the field, and while the pace setters faded, she tried to kick on. She didn't, kind of running in the same spot throughout. This is a horse I imagine has been a bit frustrating because she's run fast races and consistently fast races without being able to get the job done. She is a tall and leggy individual, and I'm wondering if she's one that just maybe doesn't necessarily have that dominant presence to try and pass horses. She's very sharp here in the paddock. Once they got the tack on her, now she has settled a bit more, but she looks like she's doing great for Mark Casse, whose barn has been doing great. We'll see if she can beat some of these classy fillies in here. Lafitte?
Long legs, expect a stronger kick. Haven't seen it prior, maybe today, as she exits the same race as Proctor Street. Her latest, this was last month, Churchill Downs, same distance. Paulie, Proctor Street last throughout, like fanned wide, attacks just second best. Good effort.
Yeah, this horse filly just would not settle throughout the race, and it seemed like Ben Curtis was fighting her all the way around the racetrack, and when he tried to produce her, she just came up a little bit short. You look at her last race in the Winter Memories when she was laid up. Before that, she kind of was running off with Dylan, so maybe as a 4-year-old, her second start, she gets to master now with Irad with those hands, probably the softest in the business. So if he can calm her down early, I think she's going to give the 5 all she can handle late.
Mo Fox Given. Riders up, post parade shortly. Who'd you wind up going with here, Richie?
I like the 7 as well, Proctor Street. I think there's a lot more upside, and it feels like she's been a work in progress. Just what Paul's been saying, gets a little bit keen at times. Irad, I think, will be a perfect fit. Obviously, Chad's filly tax implications to horse to beat. She's getting class relief, but Proctor Street feels like there's more upside, Paul.
Yeah, there is probably more upside. The one thing for tax implications is that she's been in so many stakes races in a row, she's going to get Lasix back, which could be a plus for her. Although there's a lot of second-place finishes, and she's, been 90 cents on the dollar, and she's lost, but this is her race to lose.
Big footsteps to follow in. Back in 2017, Lake George, Proctor Street's mother, Proctor's Ledge. Richie, she beats an absolute superstar, eventual Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winner, eventual female turf champion, Uni.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty strong name there. And you saw the demeanor of Proctor Street's mom there. The intensity, pin in her ears, going for it. And that's a little bit what Proctor Street has as well. She just needs to learn how to channel it a little bit more efficiently. Excuse me.
It's going to be interesting what they do from what Irad does. He's been more aggressive of lately, Irad. So I'm wondering if this horse breaks, will he go forward?
Post-parade, there's Malimu and Manny Franco.
Chad Brown's other horse there, a 5-year-old mare changing barns from Christophe Clement to Chad's.
The leggy Mo Fox-Given.
She's a player here. She just seems a little bit one-paced, and it's been my experience your best turf horses have acceleration, a turn of foot.
Goats on a tree, coming in hot, 3 straight wins.
That would be a bad sight. I wouldn't want to look outside and see goats in my tree.
Be a good story behind that name. There, she's fire back to grass after 5 races on synthetic and dirt.
Yeah, back to turf, but still going to have to get faster than what we've seen from her on turf or synthetic.
Tax implications, high expectations, she's fallen a little short of.
Yeah, she's got 325,000 in the bank.
News of there, Brian Hernandez, welcome back to Saratoga. Then the 7 Proctor Street lightly raced 4-year-old filly.
I thought she was going to be a handful in here. She looks tremendous, my goodness. Working well, too. She might give tax implications, and I prefer her a little bit more. Total 5 proves me that she has that winning punch.
Proctor's Street, trained by Brendan Walsh here at Saratoga, standing by live with Acacia.
Absolutely, Lafitte, and I agree with Paul. She looks tremendous on the track. Brendan, what have you seen from this filly now second off of the layoff?
She's done great since we brought her back this time, Acacia. I thought she ran very well at Churchill the last night. Got a little tired, which she was entitled to do, but hopefully she comes here with all guns blazing.
She has such a big pedigree, of course, you training her dam. How special is that to have her progeny?
Very special, Mrs. Mosley's been a big supporter of mine. I actually trained my very first winner for her, and we had, of course, this filly's mom who was a superstar, and yeah, it's been great. So hopefully this one can be the best of them yet.
Well, we certainly look forward to seeing her run today, but wanted to ask you for an update on a horse that ran last weekend in the Haskell in Gosgar. How did he come out of the race, and any thoughts on what might be next for him?
He's good, Acacia. He got back. He was obviously a little tired. He had a hard race, and of course the ship and everything. But he this morning actually he looked really good. He's tough. He's starting to come back already. We haven't quite made a decision yet, but the obvious spots are probably going to be the ones we'll probably come to some kind of conclusion the next week or 10 days.
We look forward to seeing where he ends up next. But thanks for the time and good luck here.
Thanks, Acacia.
Lafitte.
Gosgar, another near miss. Rich, just like trainer Michael McCarthy probably wonders what might have been if there wasn't a sovereignty. I'm sure Brendan Walsh wonders what may have been without journalism.
Yeah, I mean, this is a nice horse. He's honest and he shows up and he gives you an effort. And I love horses like this. They bring their lunch pail and they go to work.
That horse, if Flavien doesn't sting him, and he was stinging him the whole way around the racetrack, Gosgar really puts in a nice. He starts to inch right here. Thought he kind of may have saw journalism to his outside. That might have helped him, but he was a little bit away from him. But Brendan is such a great conditioner. That horse is getting better and better.
That close to journalism twice, and yeah, I guess that big Preakness effort wasn't a fluke after all.
Well, that's the thing, right? Everybody thought, okay, it's kind of a fluke effort, but did anybody see the race at Keeneland when he won? He was pretty impressive that day. I think he's a pretty quality animal.
Let's see here for Brendan Walsh. Proctor Street, second choice, 2-1. Arad Ortiz in the saddle, 3 minutes out. This 8th race, mile and a 16th. On the outer Ermelin turf course, fillies and mares. Another look at the favorite in tax implications. The favorite. For more on Proctor Street, we go right back to Acacia.
I just wanted to mention, Lafitte, Brendan Walsh had actually reminded me off camera that last summer up here, Proctor Street had actually gotten loose training here in Saratoga, and he said it took them forever to catch her. So it does explain why they have been so conservative with everything that's been done with her today, keeping her quiet in the saddling stall, warming her up with the pony, keeping her settled, shipping her up at the last moment while keeping her at her home base training at Churchill. So all coming together, and she is so far so good, not turned a hair in the preliminaries.
And everyone in the corner of Proctor Street all going with her in this 8th race, Richie, a racehorse experiencing a negative experience at a particular venue in this instance. Will the racehorse remember that and start to perhaps respond to what left a lasting impression the last time that horse was in that particular situation in those surroundings?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, watching her warm up and the way she's acting, I don't think she has any long-term memory effects from that particular
Maybe not her,
incident.
but is that a thing?
Yeah, and listen, horses to me are like people. You know, some horses have long memories, some have short memories, have short attention spans, long attention spans. Some are lazy, and some are generous. You know, and I think part of her problem is maybe, Paul, she's a bit too generous. She wants to do a little too much at times.
Yeah, I mean, that's her problem. I mean, it's one of those things where she breaks away from there, and maybe she's just got one cue, and if you give her that cue, she goes on that cue, and you see tax implications. She looks well. She's even money, and she's the one to beat in here.
For a mare that's 2 for 14, that feels like a lot to concede, though, on tax implications, Paulie.
It is. I mean, but she's been, Sacred Wish. I mean, some of the horses that she's faced, this is, so you can comment it this way, like, this is Proctor Street's toughest. You see Chad Brown. This is Proctor Street's toughest test. This is tax implications now back with her friends. So what's going to give here? The horse that's kind of in the right form, or tax implications that's right there, but it's kind of hitting the reset button?
What does Flavien Prat want to establish early on to give tax implications her best chance to be successful today?
Well, I think he wants position, but I think she did a little too much last time, was a little bit too close to the pace. You know, he needs to find a middle ground, not right up on the leader's heels, but not too far back as well. One thing that stood out with me, tax implications, and it also led me to go with the 7, Proctor Street. She's got 3 races on her form with Lasix, and today she competes with Lasix. They're not allowed to compete with Lasix in stakes races. She has better races when she competes without Lasix than she does when she competes with Lasix. Not that her races with Lasix are bad. There's still some good efforts. I just think that she's a mare that might be a little better without it.
All adds up to an even money favorite, and Seth Klarman with a win yesterday, a win earlier on the program, and here with tax implications. Race shape, Paul, early on, who is going to provide the speed? Where should the speed come from?
Well, Goats on a Tree, I think it's the horse that you got to look at with Luis Saez, who is a forward rider. I would look for Proctor Street. You know, the faster they go on the front end will help Proctor Street, because if she's in chase mode, she's not pulling.
Right.
Strategically, is there a key to this race, in your opinion?
Well, the key to me and the success for the 7, Proctor Street, is that she settles, that she doesn't grab the bit and pull too much. Horses that pull too hard, it mitigates their finish. They don't finish as well. If she switches off, I'll be very happy seeing her in the first turn comfortable.
Favorite is in. Tax implications all set for the 8th from Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2. Here's Frank Mermati.
Proctor Street will be the last one to load. 9 to 5, second choice is Proctor Street. They're in the gate. And they're off. Picture perfect beginning. Liuza is out very alertly, and so is She's Fire, and just inside of them, Goats on a Tree cuts the corner and takes the lead into the first turn. So it's Goats on a Tree just in front. She's Fire just a head away in second. And they're followed at the rail by Malimu. Liuza is racing in fourth and on the far outside. Mo Fox, given in the Barber Pink, has 4 lengths to make up the 2 trailers. Tax implications in Proctor Street. 24 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. And the lead belongs to Goats on a Tree heading to the half-mile pole. She's Fire is up alongside in second. Then comes Liuza in the clear while third. Malimu a comfortable fourth. She's on the inside, just 2 lengths off the pace. Mo Fox given is next. Flavien Prat and Tax implications, 4.5 or so off them, inching a little bit closer now. Will have to go wide. And in behind her, Proctor Street, the favorites last and second to last, 48 and 3 for the half. Goats on a Tree has been there throughout. She's fire. On the outside, Liuza. Liuza makes a bid now for the lead coming toward the quarter pole. And Tax Implications is winding up and following her, Proctor Street. As the field turns for home, Tax Implications, Proctor Street is coming with a big kick down the center of the course, and Proctor Street, nostrils flaring, storms to the front. From last to first, an ultra impressive victory for Proctor Street, who scores by 3. Tax Implications second, Malimu finished third, Mo Fox given fourth. That's 3 for Arad Ortiz Jr.
The acceleration, she leveled off late. Proctor Street, we pick her up. Heading into the far turn, suffice it to say, a much better experience at Saratoga second time round. Proctor Street with the favorite Tax Implications, Richie, in her sights.
Look how beautifully she's running into his hands. She's not pulling, and he absolutely made a decision, Irad Ortiz, to follow Tax Implications. He shadowed her throughout. This is by far and away front runner for Ride of the Week right now. But what acceleration from this filly.
Yeah.
She really kicked it into gear.
And you could tell that Flavian was trying to set the trap and letting the 7 go to the inside Proctor Street. But if you watch the first turn, Irad was 4 wide. He went from 4 wide to right down to the rail and then was able to get cover the whole way around. So then all he needed to do was wait for Flavian to go, and his horse exploded.
Frank said it just right. She storms home. Proctor Street. Another look here. For a few strides, Paul, like we had a horse race. It was on. Tax Implications. Inside, here's Proctor Street, and in an instant, no, we don't have a horse race. It's over.
I tell you what, she's starting to get a little bit like Mama. This horse is dangerous. And Brendan Walsh, like we said, when he brings horses in, you see Brendan there, my favorite interview. I tell you what, that guy knows every person in the horse racing game by their first name, last name, middle name, surname. I love you, Brendan.
Maiden name.
He's great. He's unbelievable.
The nickname.
He does. He's unbelievable.
Class act. Terrific, terrific horseman. Proctor Street, there she is, still full of herself. A big afternoon. Arad Ortiz, 3 more wins.
I wish we had a split screen of Proctor's Ledge, her mother, winning the stake up here, and her winning that race right there.
Wow.
It looked like they were identical twins.
Just like Mama back in 2017 in that Lake George. Proctor Street, sensational. That's Saratoga, and there's Chancer. Chancer McPatrick knows the way. 4th time he's made that walk, most notably closing day last summer before capturing the hopeful. On his way over this time for the Curlin.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Saratoga Live, brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance, Proctor Street. Speaking of power, passion, performance, Patricia Mosley's homebred turning it on late, the acceleration with Arad Ortiz, putting tax implications away and going on to an impressive win. 3 wins on the afternoon. Arad Ortiz standing by live with Acacia.
And not a bad day at the office so far for Arad Ortiz. And we're just talking about Proctor Street and the way that she moves and covers ground. She looks like she's a real pleasure to ride.
Real nice. First time I get on her, but she switched up beautiful going to the first turn. That was a huge help. Pace went on, and so I don't have to fight too much with her. I just buy my time out there. Turn for home, I was available to hit clear. I was last, so I went around, and she gave me a good turn of foot. Turn for home, so that was really nice. Brandon bring her ready like always.
And that inside-out trip on turf is such a benefit too, but it's rare to see that kind of acceleration. Can you talk about what that feels like when she has what we call that turn of foot that you see on turf horses in particular?
I think it's the best feeling in the world, honestly, when you have a horse will give you that kind of turn of foot when you ask her. I mean, it's what we're living for. I think she listened to me, she waited for me. And when I asked her, she was all business, and that's really nice when you feel those horses like run that fast, going to the wire, and that's exciting.
She really flew home there. Nice win there. But coming up in the Curlin, you're going to be aboard Chancellor McPatrick. You said you had a chance to work him in the morning. What have you felt for this horse coming in as he tries to get back on track?
Honestly, he worked really, really good the other day with his teammate. I think the other shot horses on the race, they were really nice, comfortable, feel like he's ready to go. And I know, never ride him before, watch his replays. He got a good season last year. And I mean, his last few races, they are not the best, but he showed that he had the ability, so anything can happen. I think a good pace will help me, and got a one post, so hopefully we got a nice saving ground trip and see what happens.
Well, thanks for the insight, but congratulations on the win on Proctor Street as well, and a 3-win day at that.
Thank you, Acacia. Thank you.
As I think Arad Ortiz said it best, Lafitte, this is what we live for. Horses like that.
And he does it just about as well as anyone on the planet. And when he gets in one of those zones, look out. Like an avalanche, Arad Ortiz, Proctor Street, 3 wins. And look at this. Richie, you referenced how much she reminded you of her mother. Take a look at this split screen on the left, Proctor's Ledge, 2017 Lake George. On the right, Proctor Street, moments ago, winning the 8th at Saratoga. What strikes you?
It could be the same horse. They have the same demeanor. They pin their ears. They go for the wire. They're the same coloration, the same kind of build. I'm so glad you guys did it. Thank you to everybody in the truck that was able to prepare
awesome.
that quickly. It could have been the same horse.
I thought I was making a mistake. I'm like, wait a second. Like, wait, who's
Maybe
on the
it's
left?
Satchel Paige.
Who's on the right?
Maybe it really is Proctor's Ledge. She came back at like 17.
Man. Listen, I love the whole genetics part of the game, the pedigree, and that was on full display here. Look at these two horses and tell me that they couldn't be the same horse.
They could be mother and daughter.
Yeah, mother, but like the apple
And
didn't
they both
fall
got-
far from the tree, and it did not roll.
They both got the white dot.
The little white star. One jumped back to her left lead. The other was, stayed on her right lead. But
both their ears pinned. Oh, wow.
Incredible.
So cool.
Really, really cool. Like I said, the apple didn't fall far from the tree, and it did not roll.
That performance, lightly raced 4-year-old filly. What? I'm going to ask you to speculate.
Sure.
What do you think could be in her future? What kind of competition? What kind of races?
Oh, she's definitely great at stakes bound. The way she finished, horses don't have that kind of acceleration and don't go to the next level. And switching off was the key. Did you see how comfortable she was drafting behind horses under Arad Ortiz? And when we talk about jockeys with good hands, it's getting a horse to fall into your hands, not fighting with them, not being overstrong, and having that feel of a horse's mouth. That's your brakes and your steering, your reins to the bit. That was as pretty as it gets. Right now, that is so far in front for Ride of the Week for me. Somebody's going to have to do something remarkable to change my mind.
Yeah, and I think Lafitte, she's, Brendan's got stabled at LS. He's not fully stabled here, but he could have so many options with her the way she ran today.
An acceleration that just jumps off the screen. Impressive performance there. Proctor Street in race 8. We march forward. Thursday feature is next. And the headline event, the Curlin 3-year-olds that have not won a stakes race at a mile or farther this year. That's the restriction. Curlin, his legacy honored today. Paulie is there while we look at his last victory here, the 2008 Jockey Club Gold Cup, Belmont Park in the slot for you. Is there one particular moment, a favorite moment in terms of Curlin and his career that comes to mind?
Yeah, I never forget. I got a phone call from Mike Welsh, one of my good friends from the DRF. He said, there's a horse called Curlin running today for Helen Pitts and Rafael Bejarano. Horse can run. So I'll never forget, I turned on the TV a little bit late. He was in the 8th path, about 10 clear, and he won his first time out. If you ever want to watch Curlin's first time out win, I love watching great horses when they win first time out. He won by about 9 lengths, 10 lengths in the 8th path. Just a phenomenal race. You could go to so many different things. He ended up going to Steve Ashton in Stone Street, but he was a magnificent racehorse.
Magnificent racehorse and a magnificent sire. And what always strikes me, and he stands at Hillendale at Alapa, he looks to me like the spitting image of Man o' War. I'll tell people, go Google Man o' War, put images in, Man o' War's picture will come up, and then pull up Curlin's picture.
We have a side-by-side Man o' War.
I'm telling you that he's the reincarnation of Man o' War in my mind.
So that's not the Man o' War, didn't look like the same Man o' War in Seabiscuit is what you're saying.
Well, that was War Admiral, his son.
Oh, War Admiral, okay.
Right, yeah. No, but big chestnut, same top line, same hind end, same shoulder. Could be the same horse.
I don't know if our mics could pick it up, but that was Strategic Focus making all that noise. Trained by Chad Brown. Todd Pletcher, though, well represented here with Crudo, anticipated pace setter. Pletcher, already a 3-time Curlin winner. Can he take down a 4th? We'll find out in 18 minutes.
Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford, 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes. Enjoy a Saratoga blanket giveaway this Friday at Saratoga Racecourse, free with paid admission while supplies last. And then make plans for a blockbuster Whitney Day Saturday, August 2nd, featuring 4 Grade 1s. Visit NYRA.com for tickets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level. Blame just in behind the lead in 3rd. Masala's under the whip and on the far outside 4th. American Dance is back to 5th. At the top of the stretch now, Gone Astray strikes the lead. Gone Astray, Ramon Dominguez rousing left-handed, and up the rail comes Blame. Fighting on between them, it's Guam Typhoon. Blame, Guam Typhoon, and Gone Astray. It's now Blame and Gone Astray. Guam Typhoon will be 3rd, and Blame, the winner, 3/4 of a length.
And you would get so much better. Blame, Adele Dilschneider, Claiborne Farm, eventual Whitney winner here at Saratoga, Jockey Club Gold Cup winner, Belmont Park, only horse ever to defeat Zenyatta at Churchill Downs in the Breeders' Cup Classic 2010.
What a good horse. And Brave came up the inside here, fought for it. I did beat him in the next start of the Super Derby with Regal Ransom, but no, very good horse.
You can see Julian LeBrew backing out of there. You got to keep a tight whip because coming up that rail, and Ramon Dominguez, to hear his name run at second. Gone Astray was a pretty nice horse, too.
Al Stahl told me it was the following year. They didn't have the Pimlico Special. It was called something else at the time at Preakness Weekend, and he won that race, the equivalent of the Pimlico Special. I can't remember what it was called. And Al Stahl, I saw him that night afterward at the barn party that they have after the pre. He was so excited. And he's like, just wait till you see how good Blame is going to be. And shortly thereafter, he went on that championship tear.
Yeah. He was a heck of a racehorse. I still remember, might have been the only Breeders' Cup Classic winner to get booed because they wanted Zenyatta to win. It was such a shame. I felt awful for the connections.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget Zenyatta. They could not get Zenyatta back to the barn because she had been so used to the winner's circle, she kept looking
she
back.
She thought she was supposed to go.
Yeah, she thought she was supposed to go back in the winner's circle. It was the craziest, weirdest scene ever.
Remarkable career.
He was vilified. That's how
was.
loved Zenyatta was. But Blame, what a horse and what a ride by Garrett Gomez in that Breeders' Cup Classic. Today's Curlin and Strategic Focus pictured is making all kinds of noise behind us in the paddock, and he's made a lot of noise in his first two races. Fast times, and regardless of the disqualification in his second start, he crosses the wire first. Fast speed figure, but taken down in the end. Richie, what did you make of what took place in the stretch?
Well, right there when he was struck with the right-handed crop by Dylan Davis, he jumped to his left lead and shifted in. He jumped back to his right lead, and Dylan decided to go for a second helping of the right-handed crop, and he switched over again. Now, I think he was barely clear, but this is what I'm talking about, guys. You're going to go at him first, and a horse will tell you everything you need to know. Watch how he jumps his lead. See that? And he shifts in. Now he shifted back out. Now Dylan goes at him again, and now you take that horse's ground. I do believe he was just clear, but again, why put it in the steward's hands? Stay away from him. You've got the race won. All I could see is those old fight films and the trainer yelling at the fighter in the last round who's got it one on point. Stay away from him.
Yeah.
Stay away from him. Why put it in yourself in that position?
Apollo Creed didn't listen.
No, and look, he got all busted up inside, internal bleeding, everything.
Come on, Creed. Come on, Creed.
He's so bad.
He's so bad.
So you're telling me after the first time, that's why the stewards took the horse down, because you're supposed to correct a right-handed whip.
Right there, you're supposed to put the crop in your left hand and go away from him. He already indicated to you that was going to be his move, and he did it twice.
Maybe still irritated about the DQ, strategic focus. Keisha, what's he making all that noise over?
He was being very vocal in here, and Maggie and I were just conferring, and neither of us have covered either of his races, so no notes really to go back on. But I do remember Andy Sterling saying earlier today that this is a horse who typically does get studdish prior to his races, and also you could see the greenness in the running of the race last time out. So he came in here screaming, announcing his presence. He's been very cultish acting here in the paddock, which typically is not a good sign, because it often lends itself to say that this is a horse that's just distracted, thinking about the other horses in the race, or even the ponies, or just anything else besides racing. However, we have seen that this horse has been able to show quite a bit of talent in his two starts. While he was disqualified last time, he did cross the wire first, and I think was finishing better than Malarchuk, who did come back to win with a 102 Beyer speed figure and was subsequently sold at the digital sale for $525,000. This is a big, solid son of Gunrunner, very athletic. It seems now with two handlers on his head and the tack on, he has settled a bit more, but he will need to show a bit more professionalism throughout the running of the races too. And with the new pilot Flavian Pratt aboard, he outworked his stablemate Chancellor McPatrick in that most recent workout. I wanted to touch on the two Fountain Lake, as he and So Sandy come out of a 1 1/8 try at Churchill last time out. He's a massive price on the board, and I felt like if there was going to be a horse out of that race who could potentially step forward at a big price and maybe grab a share of it in here, this was one I was intrigued by. Training strongly coming in, Fort John Ortiz did work with a 2-year-old last time out, but going much better stronger than that one. And I thought a horse that ran very well, going the mile and an eighth, has acted very professional here in the paddock, saddling him outside, wears those blinkers, one that will kind of be forgotten, and I think better when can be forward. But Maggie, this is, as we bring you back here into the paddock, this is a field with some very intriguing 3-year-olds trying to step forward.
Exactly. These are kind of the up-and-comers where we've already seen, Acacia, what journalism and sovereignty have to offer. Could these be horses that are getting better in the latter half of their 3-year-old season? We'll start with the horse that beat Fountain Lake 2 back at Churchill, and that's Hypnus, and he was a private purchase after that last victory. Now, arguably, his better races have come with Lasix, but we've also seen him perform well with the addition of blinkers, and big blinkers, may I add. They're huge, full cups on this guy, as we do see Brian Hernandez coming here to Saratoga to secure the mount on Hypnus. And as I caught up with Kenny McPeak, he said, I'm so pleased with the way this horse is acting. He takes another step forward mentally every single time I run him. So he will be actually hitting the track first, but all things good for Hypnus thus far in the prelims. Moving on to the horse who projects to be the pace setter, and he is sharp, so that's a good thing for a pace horse. That's number 6 in here, Crudo, who's just an incredibly well muscled type of horse. He's very round. He's well muscled through his shoulder, through his hip, hind end, the whole 9 yards. And after they saddled him, he definitely announced his presence. He jumped up in the air, gave a big kind of buck and half rear. So he is on the muscle. He's ready to go. And I do like the work that he comes in here off of, actually 2 back, watching him on the outside of Uncaged, a stablemate who is meant to run here, will run in the Amsterdam on Saturday, but he was going so much better in the end. Todd Pletcher saying too, he was really happy with the gallop out, and indicating that this horse, maybe at a mile and an eighth, could do some of his best running. Lafitte?
Johnny Velasquez aboard for Todd Pletcher. We've seen that movie so many times and how it often ends. Crudo, his last victory, 2 starts back, the Sir Barton Preakness Day. Paulie, Crudo, you'll see strong on the lead. A daylight scored on the strength of that performance, wound up in the Belmont Stakes.
And that's what he's going to have to do today. He is the clear speed of the race today. So in the Sir Barton, he was able to get away with 46-111. I think he can get even away with softer fractions, but this is a tougher group with Strategic Focus and maybe Hypnus. This is the horse that can beat the 3 Strategic Focus just because the pace play, he's just so much faster than the rest of the group.
And on paper, not a lot of speed figures to be in control early on, Crudo.
Yeah, and I think this is one of Johnny Velasquez's great strengths. He gets a horse in a beautiful rhythm on the lead.
Right back to Acacia.
And here with trainer Kenny McPeak, who does send out Hypnus. And Kenny, I know you touched on with Maggie that this is a horse that mentally has taken steps forward. Can you talk about how maybe, though, going back in class the last couple of starts helped to bring some confidence coming into here?
Well, no doubt about that. But he's had a tendency to get real studdish on occasion and lose his focus. But today was the best he's ever acted. And yeah, I do think he needed a step ladder a little bit. You know, you go through stages, he wins first time out impressively, and then maybe we got ambitious from there, but he needed kind of drop back down, figure it out. He learned, and maybe he learns more today.
I remember he was quite vocal when I saw him down at Oaklawn, but how appealing is it to see a horse that seems to steadily be coming along from a mental standpoint?
Well, I think it's perfect. I mean, we see him, go different directions in their careers, and this colt seems like he's going the right way. I mean, at this point, he's got to step up a little bit here, but I think this is a perfect spot for him. We've been waiting for a long time for this one. I thought the condition, the way it's written, the distance, the surface is ideal.
Well, thanks for the insight. Good luck here.
All right, thanks.
Lafitte?
Minding his manners, Hypnus and Brian Hernandez to kick off the post-parade. Hernandez so close to winning that Travers last summer with Torpedo Anna.
And this horse looks like he's really acting well, minding his manners, and he's a horse that looks like he's improved.
Chancer McPatrick, the dual Grade 1 winner, Arad Ortiz, looking for a 4th on the afternoon.
Let's see if Arad could pull some magic. This horse does like Saratoga. 2 of the lifetime 3 wins here.
Fountain Lake, which strategy will be employed today?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. This is a horse that is beginning of his career was kind of dismal, but he improved.
The favorite, Strategic Focus.
Son of Gunrunner looks the part.
Crudo, the one to catch.
I think this horse is going to take some catching here. I think he controls on the front end, and we got the band back together.
Bobby Flay's colors, Crudo. So Sandy, who's rattled off 2 straight stakes debut.
Yeah, 2 in a row. I think Travolta's been betting this horse.
Uncaged Out will run in the Amsterdam tomorrow. This Curlin, who of course stands at Hillendale at Alapa. 3-year-olds, potential Travers implications. Chancer McPatrick pictured, who has won at the highest level. 2 Grade 1 wins as a 2-year-old this season. Disappointing, but for trainer Chad Brown, Richie, who knows how to get him ready to perform in this Curlin.
Yeah, it seems like Chad Brown, there's a lot of races Chad Brown has won, particularly here in Saratoga, in bunches. Obviously, the Diana comes to mind, but the Curlin's starting to become one of those as well.
And this race is important in the sense that we've watched a VE Day go from the Curlin and win the Travers. The Travers, the Midsummer Derby, every summer, the most significant race at Saratoga, and the bulk of that field is going to be determined by what happens on Saturday. Sovereignty and the Jim Dandy, horses that perform well and horses that perform well here in the Curlin.
Yeah, you know, this is the kind of race that's just made for strategic focus, right? The 3. A horse that's in the buyer land of some of your better 3-year-olds. Lacks a ton of experience. But the more experience he gets, the more dangerous he gets if he keeps running the same way. And he's running at 1.1 miles, which are the classic distances out to 1.25 miles. If he, you know, obviously he's bred gun runner out of a Curlin mare to run all day. So he's dangerous. As you look at the one Chancer McPatrick, I just don't see any upside there. And Chad kind of just thought, let's just put this horse in the race. And I think the 4, the blinkers have helped this horse. No, Mig?
But as settled as he looked coming on the racetrack, particularly with some of the habits that he displayed in the past, I think they've had a really good effect on him.
Hipness, a question of distance. Is he good enough? As you look at Chancer McPatrick, and you just get the sense for Chad Brown and the team, kind of searching to find what works so that it does click again as it did during his freshman year.
Well, he just showed so much promise as a 2-year-old, and with that closing style, making elongated runs. But I just don't think he made that step from 2 to 3. I think we've seen the same horse we saw as a 2-year-old, which was very good, but his competition has caught up.
Maggie, Acacia, is this the day Chancer reaches back and finds that stuff that resulted in a pair of victories at the highest level?
Well, Lafitte, I think it's really evidenced, Acacia, in what Richie's talking about with him not necessarily taking that step forward from 2 to 3. With how he looks physically, Acacia, to my eye, he's just never really grown.
No, he never changed. He was not the most attention-grabbing 2-year-old.
Yeah.
And Chad Brown talked about that frequently, that he's not one that really catches your eye in the preliminaries. He's not one that's going to go out there and do more than he needs to. He's going to come from off of it. And he never filled out. And to my eye, he actually looks a bit lighter today than he did last time when they tried sprinting him in the Woody Stevens, which physically looks like he should appreciate. But
Right.
Chad Brown saying this race is more a default versus not wanting to go into the 6.5 furlongs of the Amsterdam tomorrow.
Yeah, and I honestly didn't think he ran that badly, though, going back to the Woody Stevens, because he's a horse that, you know, that race predominantly, or I should say dominated towards the front end, so therefore he had to close from off of it. We'll see what kind of trip he pulls, but I agree with what you had said in the paddock. I do think strategic focus, when you look at the breezes, has been preparing for this in a better fashion, but Irad Ortiz was up in that last breeze, so getting a feel for him as number 7 is So Sandy. He's another one that has beaten Fountain Lake, much like Hypnus. What did you think about him? Definitely a horse that is very, very fit. Can he get back to that same race that he ran last time at this same distance?
It's a big question because he has that one very fast buyer speed figure and going the mile in an 1/8. And I read a quote from Cherie DeVoe where she said she always felt like he was just a bit of a work in progress. Once he put it together, he would be a good horse. Maybe that was the case last time out. He did get an exceptional trip. Physically, I thought that he stacked up with the competition in here. It's just always a question of, can he repeat it?
Let's talk a little bit about the 3 to 5 favorite strategic focus. Yes, he was showing himself off when he first walked into the paddock, but it was short-lived. And you know, talking with some people who are a bit more familiar with him, he actually has taken a step forward from departing from that behavior for a prolonged period of time, which I think is good. And honestly, like, he's just a beautiful animal. He's big, he's strapping. Look how proud he is out there. He deserves to show himself off a little bit, I would say.
I can certainly agree with that. And it is good to see that he has settled a lot out there on the track and has really made a good account of himself, like you'd like to see for the 3-5 favorite, Lafitte. We'll see if strategic focus can stay focused today.
Very clever. Very clever. Strategic focus. 3-5. Speed figures, Richie, without context, what do they mean, right? So can you lend perspective to just how fast strategic focus has been in his first 2 races? A 91 Beyer speed figure in his debut and a 102 Beyer speed figure in his second race that he was disqualified in but still ran fast. How fast is that?
It's very fast, and it's a cut below your very best, and he's only done that in 2 starts. I think Paul framed it beautifully when he said he's in that elite Beyer area, and by all accounts, he should take another step forward. I mean, he's so lightly raced, and to go from a 91 to a 102, there's potential you see another 4 or 5 point jump, and that puts him in sovereignty journalism land for sure. He's very good. I have no false illusions. He's a very deserving favorite, and I'm a big fan of the horse. And I'm hoping he takes that next step because it makes this deep 3-year-old division even deeper. I took a little swing with the 6 Crudo just because I think there's a possibility he can get away on the lead and get very comfortable.
Todd Pletcher looking on, seeking a 4th win in this Curlin. He has Crudo. You get the sense that when you're looking at the Jim Dandy, it's like, okay, if an upset happens, maybe Moplex gets loose, confident, strong on the lead, right? Here you get that same sense, okay, if there's going to be an upset, 9-2, that's the way it could result in Crudo getting strong, loose, comfortable on the lead.
You know, one thing about it, when you make the lead and you're in a good rhythm, horses tend to carry their speed further. And Johnny Velasquez, that's amongst his many strengths, one of his biggest strengths. He gets horses in that rhythm and they'll carry their speed further.
And what's Todd's strength? I mean, Todd's real strength is the Belmonts that he's won.
That's a good point.
You know, a lot of people always say, you know, Mike Maker and Chad Brown going out on turf. When you're going out on dirt, you want Todd Pletcher in your corner.
And this colt has the pedigree to do so by Gunrunner out of a Curlin mare in the Curlin. Strategic focus. There he is, Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, Flavia, and Pratt looking for back-to-back wins in the Curlin. Untouched Wisdom last year. What will strategic focus do? Post time for the Thursday feature, the Curlin, presented by Casamigos. Here's Frank Miramati.
Crudo comes forward, and So Sandy completes the line for the 16th running of the Curlin, presented by Casamigos. They're in the gate, and they're off in the Curlin, presented by Casamigos, and Crudo bounces out in stride and straight to the front. So Sandy matches strides with him, and just behind them, Strategic Focus gets a good position in 3rd. They're followed by Chancer McPatrick down at the rail, 4 lengths off the lead as they round the clubhouse turn. Then comes Fountain Lake and Hypnus racing together at the back of the field. The opening quarter in 24-1, and it's Crudo out where he likes to be, showing the way by a length and a half unopposed. So Sandy backs off, now 2 behind second. Then comes Strategic Focus, who's in the clear while 3rd. Chancer McPatrick just inside of him, and Fountain Lake 4 lengths off them as they take closer order. Another 2 back to stretch running, Hypnus. They're heading toward the half-mile pole, the half in 48-1. And the lead belongs to Crudo. Still in front, a length and a half to So Sandy. Flavian Pratt and Strategic Focus inching forward as they move into the far turn. And Chancer McPatrick has hugged that rail throughout. But Strategic Focus is the first to come after Crudo. And it's Crudo just in front. Strategic Focus putting the pressure on. 3/4 in 1:11 and just under 3. 3 lengths back, So Sandy 3rd. Chancer McPatrick is 4th. Strategic Focus takes command of the Curlin at the top of the stretch and opens up a 3-length lead. Chancellor McPatrick is now starting to roll on the outside, and here he comes. Chancellor McPatrick coming right after Strategic Focus as they come to the 16th pole, and So Sandy running a big race too, trying to spoil the party. So Sandy on the outside, just in front. So Sandy turned away at the wire by Chancellor McPatrick, who would not be denied. Strategic Focus finished third in the Curlin presented by Casamigos.
Thriller in the Curlin. Some trading of paint, slugfest to the wire. Chancellor McPatrick, So Sandy hitting the wire simultaneously.
This was one heck of a horse race. Chancellor McPatrick, you know, I guess I was wrong. I was ready to write him off that he was just a 2-year-old flash in the pan, but he fought for it here. Now, there was some bumping going on, but the 7 might have come into him, or did he come out into him? This was a big effort by both of these horses, and 2 horses that did not want to lose. Look at that way they're pinning their ears.
Chewing up the head on.
Yeah, watch the 7. The 7 is going by, and I'm wondering who misses the contact because it kind of propelled the 1. But is the 7 leaning in on the 1? Okay, the 1's coming out a tiny bit. Okay, now he corrects himself. No damage there. The 7 kind of cost his own race by leaning in on the winner, Chancellor McPatrick, because if you go back to that, when he leaned in, now they might look at this because it did affect the Strategic Focus, but if you go to the pan, Mig, the 7 was going by, but when they brushed, Chancellor McPatrick almost got like a shake and bake and took off again.
It actually popped him forward a little bit. My take on it was Chancellor McPatrick floated him out, but the 7 caused all the bumping at the end. The onus is on the 7. And he actually almost knocked Irad off the horse. He lost his balance. He had to almost, you know, grab and hang on for a second. Right in here, he kind of knocked him off stride. The onus is on the 7. To me, Chancellor McPatrick's in the clear on this one.
By the way, brothers putting on their own squeeze on each
crime. Arad Ortiz, Chancellor McPatrick, 4th win on the afternoon. Brother Jose denied. Chancellor McPatrick, Arad Ortiz with Maggie.
Here with Arad Ortiz Jr., first time aboard Chancellor McPatrick. This guy was so game for you today, Arad.
He did, finally on the end. I feel the outside horse and he fight back. So I just want to say thanks to all the connections, Chad. Horse was ready today.
This is Chad's 6th win in the Curlin. It's your 4th, and you are seeing the ball so clearly here at this meeting. Just waiting, I think, was the right move today.
It was great. I got the 1 post, and I broke sharp, so tried to relax him, and he was forward and relaxed at the same time. And I have a beautiful turn for home. I was able to hit clear, and he was game all the way to the wire.
That was so much fun to watch. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
Oh, guys, Chancellor McPatrick back to this Saratoga winner's circle, where as a 2-year-old, he had so much success.
Closing day. The win in the Grade 1 hopeful. Chancellor McPatrick. Flanagan Racing, take another look, top of the stretch. What happens, Richie?
Yeah, so Irad had floated him out a little bit, everything legal. Now he corrected. Now here comes So Sandy with Jose, his brother, and they come together. But this is all on the outside horse now. He leans into him, knocks him off stride. Actually even affected the 3rd place finisher a little. But watch Irad right here. Look.
Wow.
He was sideways. He was half off of his horse. And he was able to get back in the middle of him. Anybody who thinks these brothers don't want to beat each other, just watch this replay.
If So Sandy, who did run back to that number, if So Sandy got his nose down and defeated Chancellor McPatrick, would he have been taken down?
I don't think there's any doubt that he would have had to be disqualified if he was the one with his nose on the wire first.
And he ran a bang-up race because he was on the back of the 6, and then Chancellor McPatrick and Strategic Focus made such a big move, and it looked like he was just going to jog. But the magic hands. We talk about Flavien Prat probably a little bit too much and forget that this guy is still the master here.
Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by Phasic Tipton. Arad Ortiz, game, face. 4 wins. We talked about that crush, that Arad avalanche. When he gets in one of these grooves, so hard to deny. His brother couldn't deny him here. No stopping Arad on this Thursday at Saratoga. The favorite comes up small when it matters most. Stablemate takes advantage, cashes in. Chancellor McPatrick in the Curlin.
bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin, to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan, as the Curlin was a throwdown to the wire, won by a very game performance from Chancellor McPatrick, as I'm pleased to be joined by winning owner Sean Flanagan with, of course, it's the Curlin presented by Casamigos, and you got a nice little goodie bag there.
Yeah, definitely. We should be set for the rest of the summer, I think, you know.
A good way to celebrate, and how rewarding to see this horse get back to the winner's circle.
Really is. It's been a tough season, as everybody knows. You know, he just hasn't been himself, maybe. And there was a lot of doubt about the 2 turns. I think he might have answered that question today. Who knows? But I'm just happy to see him back in winning form. It was a heck of a ride by Irad. I didn't know what was going on there just before the top of the stretch. I thought he might be wrapping it up, but he was just being cagey, and he had a lot left. So very exciting finish, great horse race. Just over the moon, happy.
And I know this horse is also named after your son, so how special to see him pick up another win, this time as a 3-year-old, showing he can do it.
And the kid has never, well, actually has only met the horse once. Oh, no. But he's always working. He works at a marina up in Lake George, and he works from 7 to 7, and so he couldn't make it today, unfortunately, but hopefully he catches the next race, wherever that is.
Well, we certainly hope that. But as far as Chancellor McPatrick is concerned, I know obviously Chad Brown will make some decisions, but do you think we'll see him stay around a distance of ground?
I hope so. We try to cut him back at 7 furlongs in the Woody Stevens. It was kind of an off track, a kind of a muddy, heavy track, and so I'm not sure he really liked it. I don't know if he would have done well on a hard and fast track, but that's one thing that Chad told me is he said, we need to keep this horse here and put him on a hard, fast, dry Saratoga track. And that's what we got today, and I think we saw the best of him.
And you got the win. Well, congratulations, and enjoy the celebration with Casamigos.
We certainly will.
Lafitte?
So many layers to this story, this Curlin. Another look, deep stretch, Chancellor McPatrick, and in just dramatic fashion, the brothers, Arad and Jose. Amazing Arad stays in the saddle. 4 wins for Arad. 4th win in the Curlin. Artorias, Dynamic, won Hofberg, now Chancellor McPatrick by McKenzie, who stands at Gainesway, third winner at Saratoga today, sired by McKenzie. And the fact that Chancellor McPatrick, Richie, even qualified to run in this Curlin because of the restriction.
Yeah, but the restriction is for horses who have not won a graded stake in 2025.
This year.
He's a multiple Grade 1 winner, but it was in 2024. And listen, it's nice to see him kind of regain some of his form. They put on quite a show, these horses. I guess if we're splitting hairs, strategic focus maybe moved a smidge early, but I thought he had his opportunity.
He had a ton of horse. You got to give credit to Irad. He gave the horse just an unbelievable ride, and that's what just Irad does. Sometimes you face guys that are just tough to hit, but there's guys that can just hit those guys, and Irad and Flavien are those kind of guys that just make a difference on a racehorse. And, you know, so Sandy probably wins that race if Jose stays in there, but you got to give Irad credit. He was kind of in a squeeze, and he stayed, you know, legit.
I don't know how he stayed.
It was unbelievable. Stayed on the horse, too.
Incredible. Top of the stretch, and then we move forward one left on this Thursday program, Saratoga. Top of the stretch, strategic focus. I said to Flavien Prat, a hammerlock. Like, how far is he going to win by? And then empty at about the 8th pole.
You know, I think Flavien looks up and he sees Crudo, who looked very comfortable on the lead still at that point. And I think he gave him a little bit of a clue, like, hey, I got to respect that horse. I got to make sure he doesn't slip away from me.
Yeah.
And then he went to engage him. He said, wow, it is a little early, and he kind of took another hold of him. And maybe he just didn't re-engage after that. Sometimes when you kind of commit, you got to let a horse continue. That being said, take nothing away from the winner, the runner-up, the third-place finisher. They put on quite a show, and they all ran winning races.
Yeah, I'm with you. Thrilling edition of the Curlin. Big afternoon here. Irad Ortiz, 4 wins, 4th win in the Curlin. Just too much. Chancellor McPatrick in the end. And tomorrow, more fast 3-year-olds in the Amsterdam. Keep prep moving towards the Allen Jerkins. We'll have it for you right here on Saratoga Live.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Fox Saratoga Saturday. Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty in the Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun.
It's a rematch of the Kentucky Derby, and here comes Sovereignty. Goes right by journalism once again. Sovereignty and Junior Alvarado in the Belmont Stakes.
The Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. Winning coverage on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Join us at 3 Eastern on Fox.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
It is Jackie's Warrior with the lead. Crowded Trade comes through down at the rail. On the outside is Drain the Clock. And they're at the 16th pole, and it is Jackie's Warrior with a huge effort today. Jackie's Warrior eased up at the end, won by 7 lengths.
Eventually on a path to history, Jackie's Warrior in the Amsterdam. After a long rain delay, doing what he did, crush at Saratoga, the only horse to ever win 3 consecutive Grade 1 races at Saratoga in 3 consecutive years.
Just incredible. And the consummate ease in which he won these races, he was in a high gallop.
I know, right?
Heck, I could, as old and broke down and overweight as I am to be a jockey, I could have rode him.
He turned the tables on Drain the Clock, who beat him after he stumbled to his nose, and he still almost beat Drain the Clock, but on that day, he put Drain the Clock to bed.
I'm not sure there's any Jackie's Warriors in here, but some fast, talented 3-year-old sprinters. Macho Music. This was Kentucky Derby Day, the Grade 2 Pat Day Mile in the slop, as you just saw Jackie skipping through in the Amsterdam a few years back. Richie, 13-1 wire-to-wire upset.
Yeah, and he brings speed to this party. This is a really nice horse. He got caught up in a wicked pace in the Woody Stevens, and that was his undoing. But he's capable of going fast. He went 44 and change here in the Pat Day Mile and just kept finding.
Yeah, you go 121 at Tampa, you can run. I mean, this horse has got some blazing speed, and when he gets to the front end, he's dangerous, and you can see it here in the Pat Day Mile. I thought his race at Tampa was even more impressive. He's going to have to push the button there from the inside, too.
It's a good story. Macho Music, what did you learn from the Woody Stevens, and how do things stack up for him on paper in the Amsterdam?
Well, I don't see as much pace signed on. There's pace here, of course, anytime you get a great stake sprint, but not the amount of speed that was signed on in the Woody Stevens. There were like 4 or 5 horses that had high speed.
Yeah, and what do you do at Gunmetal? A horse that was very, very impressive and actually was bet down to 11-1 in a tough Woody Stevens field. Now 9-2. Does that horse get bet down just because of the Brad Cox effect? We'll see.
Keep prep leading up to the Allen Jerkins, the most prestigious race at Saratoga for 3-year-old sprinters on Travers Day. Horses in the paddock for the 10th and final, Hamilton's Way. The favorite, lukewarm favorite, wide open, $35,000 claimer to close the show on a Thursday at the Spa. You're watching Saratoga Live.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn, making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Happy National Tequila Day. And great to have Casamigos on site and giving away samples. Fans here at Saratoga had the Curlin moments ago, presented by Casamigos, like Cinco de Mayo on el 24 de Julio, Pauly. Wow.
Follow that up.
You can't. Well, you know, if anybody knows the legendary Jaime Herrin, Lafitte's up there.
Legend.
He was
That man
the
is a
legendary
legend.
to Vin Scully. The other side, too, of Noticias. Los Dodgers in
Doyer.
Doyers.
To Acacia in the paddock.
Gotta practice rolling my R's. Would love for this last race if we could get some of those National Tequila Day samples in here, but I digress. We'll take a look at the favorite in the number 9, Hamilton's Way, tepid favorite, which I think it's that kind of race. Now, the appealing thing about Hamilton's Way is that he has never run this low before and taking a significant drop in class, as well as cutting back in distance a bit after trying back-to-back races, going 1.5 miles on the turf. And last time he went forward to try to go with Vesting, who ended up wiring the field. We saw Vesting come back and run a respectable third yesterday in a salty group here too. This was a horse that I thought looked like he did check back sharply into the stretch the first time, but I think it was kind of self-caused. It wasn't really anything that inhibited him in there, but he looks very fit coming back, very relaxed in this spot. I just think that this is a good place for him, for Ray Handel, spotting him aggressively, and I think rightfully so, given the form that he's been in. Now, the number 3, Rohan, is one of a couple that comes out of that June 28th race, and he's the one that I would want out of that start. Kid Grisa tried to wire the field, left the rail open, and Barnstorming came up the inside, and to be fair, that horse did come back to win again, but Rohan was squeezed back at the start and came from last. He is a big blocky son of the Factor, and one that I think ran exceptionally well that day, given the way the pace dynamics in the race played out. If he can get out of the gate a little bit cleaner today, and he's been pretty sharp, has settled down nicely now, but he's a horse that I think could potentially move forward. The number 12, Dakota Country, he did come back off of a layoff and avoided claim, and he won last time out, and he comes back for $35,000. I think it's just a very logical spot for him. They had a little bit of trouble getting the tack on him. He's a pretty spicy individual, as they had to saddle him outside on the walk, but settled nicely once the tack was on. He got the win from an outside post last time. We'll have to work out a trip again today, but he's a horse that can kind of lose a little bit of his focus before the race is even run, so hopefully can keep things together mentally, as he does have a big pedigree, being half brother to multiple stakes winners Dakota Gold and Ramblin' Wreck, so see if he can live up to that family name. Lafitte?
Yeah, and Acacia will keep a close eye on Dakota Country and see whether he can keep it together before this 10th race. Riders up in just a moment. He's throwing his head about there. Dakota Country, wide open. $35,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime, all for sale, all one for something. 1 1/8 on grass. Pauly, who'd you wind up with in this tough, challenging handicapping endeavor?
Yeah, I landed on the favorite. Go figure, right? But I will say this. I'm going with the Ray Handel, nice suit, no socks, angle.
Just sharp.
He's got the no socks on with the suit, usually means a winning combination.
Miami Vice in Saratoga Springs.
He's got the Miami Vice thing going on there. He is turning back, from 1.5 mile races, but he's dropping down, and that could be the great equalizer.
Acacia just mentioned keeping an eye on Dakota Country and his behavior pre-race and trying to, he's still, you can tell, he's kind of simmering to a boil pre-race.
Yeah, he's difficult. Joel Rosario got along well with him really well last time. And Saratoga's atmosphere always lends itself to horses like that getting more keyed up.
More keyed up, even though it's normally about the serene, sort of laid back
in the
zen
mornings,
at Saratoga.
in the afternoons, though, it's different because you have a bigger crowd.
Let's meet the field. 10th and final. Start with an 18-1 shot, and Mr. Mendelssohn pictured.
Yeah, trying the turf again for Rudy Rod. We'll try with blinkers and gets Louis Saez.
Senegal make the rider, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, horse that actually did improve when he got to the grass.
That's on me. That's on me. He's out. Yep. He's out. Villa de la Spiga is who you saw. Then number 3 here at 5-1 in Rohan. This is Andy's bankroll play.
This horse has had a couple good efforts and had some trouble last time down to 5-1.
Number 5, Union Express. Christopher Elliott looking for 2 wins on the afternoon.
Another gelding that ran well last time, just missed by a neck.
Doomed. Great name by Volatile.
Yeah, kind of ran it even, a little bit one pace last time in the same kind of race.
Number 7, Right to Win, looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, just broke his maiden at age 5 and comes in for the 35. I think it's the right placing.
Kid Creasa, defeated, lost a heartbreaker in his latest.
Yeah, and showed really good speed, and it seems like this horse is happiest when he's kind of freewheeling on the lead.
Hamilton's Way for a well-dressed Ray Handle.
Yeah, cutting back a distance, like Mick said, and dropping for a career low.
Dancing in the Park. 27-1, Ricardo Santana seeking a second victory today.
A real nice effort last time, but it's going to have to step forward to be competitive here.
Post positions getting more daunting. Landauer here with Dylan Davis towards the outside.
I thought this horse ran better than look last time out, and it was really wide the rest of the race, and now gets Dylan.
Dakota Country, Joel Rosario. See how he's behaving here pre-race.
Yeah, and he's the kind of horse you need to kind of gallop, get away from the crowd, get him over about the 3/8 pole, let him kind of take a breath. Got to overcome that post.
And Mr. Colossal draws in with Jose Ortiz.
These are dangerous connections. Jose Ortiz and Adam Rice, they've been doing it for a long time here at Saratoga, so this drawing is a key draw.
That's the field. $35,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime. In 4 minutes, Right to Win, revving it up. Manny Franco aboard. This was his maiden win. A late May Aqueduct. He had to drop in company in a claiming race here, Richie. Found a group he could handle. And watch him in the strut. Like, he looks like a lot of fun to ride, by the way. Watch this.
Yeah, well, you can see Manny Franco on the gray horse trying to get out from behind horses. He keeps switching his leads. Left
Look at his
lead,
head carriage.
Right lead, his head up in his face, back to his left lead.
Look at this.
And I tell you what, he had the right rider in Manny Franco, because Manny Franco doesn't ask horses, he demands from them, and he needed every inch of the stretch to get this horse up.
You know what Manny did, I think, Lafitte? And tell me if I'm wrong, his horse was so high-headed, he kind of said, okay, I'm going to ride like Paco Lopez, and he got up a little bit so he could get on top of the horse.
Just so he could see?
Yeah, so he could probably see. Is that what you're saying? I was wondering that, yeah.
Yeah, how uncomfortable is that to try and manage a thoroughbred with that kind of action for a rider?
It is so uncomfortable. It's nearly impossible because you lose control of them when their head's up like that. You don't have the same contact with the bit, with the bridle. And then compound it, a taller rider like me, I had no place to hide. I got the horse's head in my face. I can't see where I'm going.
Has that got to be the worst feeling when you can't see?
Yeah, well, and you have no choice but to continue to ride forward and hope that you don't run into something.
Like Fred Flintstone on a brontosaurus. Manny Franco, Right to Win Acacia.
Yeah, he does not look like an easy horse to ride. And with horses like that, too, when they put their head up, they also kind of hollow out their backs a bit. And you sometimes don't know, at least from my experience, if they're going to completely stop or if they're going to accelerate forward even faster and kind of take the steering away from you. So I think what Manny was doing with keeping the momentum going forward in the warm-up that we saw, he took this horse right away from the pony, and even warming up, had his head high up in the air, and even starting that then too. So I think the fact that Manny has gotten comfortable with him now is a plus. He knows exactly what to expect. Was able to keep that momentum going forward. I think with horses like that, almost riding them with your core more than anything is the way to do it. And we'll see if he can do it again as he steps up to face winners for the first time. We'll say he looks incredibly fit and well turned out off the back of that win. The 13, Mr. Colossal, Paul touched on it. Very important horse drawing in because these connections are dangerous. And sometimes too, when horses coming in from Presque Isle for trainers like Adam Rice are on the also eligible list, they won't necessarily ship unless they think that there might be a scratch and an opportunity to get in. So they shipped this horse here, certainly keen to run. Look at the bit that he's wearing. It's a full cheek snaffle, so has those bars on the outside, as this is not something I love. There he goes. I was hoping he wasn't freezing and trying to back up there, but strikes me as the type of horse that maybe can be a little bit tricky with his steering, as Frank Miramati just announcing a late scratch of the number 1, Mr. Mendelssohn. So late scratch on advice of attending veterinarian of the 1, Mr. Mendelssohn, out of this race. But back quickly to the 13, like him getting back onto the turf, and I think one you certainly have to pay attention to is he too gets a drop in class as far as that turf form is concerned, Lafitte.
These horses, Paul, tend to slip through the cracks a little bit. And when you handicap it in the morning, you don't know if they're going to get in just yet. And when they do, they have a brutal post anyways. And sometimes you'll get an inflated number on horses that draw in off the AE.
A lot of people don't look at it, right? You know, a lot of people just scratch the AEs immediately, and they just don't really look. And now when you get all these scratches, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's now in the 10 spot, so he's not that far outside. And he's a player in here. Like I said before, it's kind of like Joe Sharp and Jose Ortiz. Let these connections be at your own peril.
Yeah, I mean, everything they're putting on the racetrack's performing, and performing extremely well.
What would you consider a successful start for Mr. Colossal from the outside and Jose Ortiz having to negotiate that outside draw?
Well, you've got to come out going forward. You got to come out running enough. Don't take it for granted that, you know, the other speeds are going to show up. That's a recipe to be caught 5, 6 wide in the turn. Come out running enough, and even in essence, kind of flush the inside speed to go forward. That creates some separation. Then you find a spot to tuck in someplace.
Now, 2 late scratches. Paul, Mr. Mendelssohn out. Dancing in the Park late scratch just announced. Does that change anything from a race shape perspective?
The 10 was going to show some speed in here.
Yeah, I think that takes some of the speed out of this race. And that moves up King Creesa in my mind, Paul, because maybe he becomes lone speed.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there wasn't a ton of pace going here. Maybe the straight 2 that's in this race, right? I'm trying to lose track who's in this race or not. The 2 does have a little speed, and Kendrick might be forward, but we'll show you Kid Creesa. And he just missed last time on the drop, man. This is a bad beat if you had this horse.
Look at the cushion. Look at the separation he creates. Yeah, and just a brutal beat if you had him, just nipped at the wire.
And this is how this horse wants to run, though. He wants to free roll on the lead. He doesn't have acceleration, but he stays. So you got to depend on his stamina more than him out kicking somebody.
Yeah.
And he just got nailed this time. He was just an unlucky loser because the winner got that perfect run up the rail. You know, back in the old days, you'd come back to the room and the older guys would have tore you up for giving up the rail.
That was Rohan in third, the 3, who I thought ran a good race too. I mean, was right there. So, you know, a lot of times at this level, these horses take turns beating each other over time.
Can he carry his speed this far, the farthest he's raced this 1 1/8?
Well, pace makes the race, and if he gets comfortable, that'll make him dangerous. I do think he's the one aided most by the late scratch of the 10 horse Dancing in the Park. Paul's right, though. The 2 can put enough pressure on him, at least to keep him honest, and especially with Kendrick. Kendrick is a rider that leaves for position. He leaves with intention.
And I would think Jose leaves with the 13. That horse has shown speed in the past, too. So, I mean, he's got to put that horse in the race from the outside post.
How about Doomed, number 6 in Flavian Pratt rides for the first time, teaming up with Brad Cox, a solid maiden score at Aqueduct this spring. What do you make of his chances at 6-1 Doomed?
Well, he's lightly raced, right? This is only his 4th start, and he has taken a step forward in every one of his previous starts. So if he takes another step forward, it puts him in the frame. He becomes a contender, but he has to take that step forward.
He does. You know, when you see these connections, Flavian, Pratt, and Brad Cox, you think heavy favorite. That might just tell you what you're thinking right now at 6-1. You know, they claimed this horse for 50, probably thinking, hoping the horse didn't win his maiden claiming race, and they drop him in for 35 non-2, which is about what maiden 50s go for. When you split a field, that's not Brad Cox. They win races.
Yeah.
And Arad Ortiz on Hamilton's way, the Luke Bourne favorite, 3-1. Ortiz, who just won another Curlin and seeking a 5th on the afternoon. Hamilton's way as they have reached the starting gate. What a fun day of thoroughbred racing it's been. The Curlin moments ago, as exciting as it was. We'll see how it is in terms of producing a Travers runner or 2, but just top to bottom, fun day of racing at the spa. What else is
I'm
new?
going to take a tiny guess. No one out of that race is going to be running the Travers. Tiny guess.
Nobody.
Nah.
But it was a
great race. Exciting race.
Yeah.
But anybody that thinks that race is in 90 Buyer land is in La La land.
Especially with the star, the brightest star in the sport looming on Saturday. Sovereignty and the Jim Dandy. You'll see that on Fox. And you'll see this 10th and final right here on Fox Sports 2. Final check of the tote board, reading 3-1. Hamilton's way. Arad Ortiz looking for a 5th. Frank Miramati one final time on this Thursday with the call.
Last few runners left to load. I'm in agreement with you guys on the card today. And speaking of excitement, a lot of excitement for those sweating out the final leg of the pick six. Several carryover possibilities, but several tickets alive too. Best of luck closing it out. Here's Dakota Country and Mr. Colossal, the last two. Mr. Colossal going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Via de la Spiga is hustled out of there, but Kid Creasa is naturally quicker, and so Kid Creasa bounds through the stretch unopposed. Doomed is a close-up third, Rohan fourth, 3 or 4 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Right to Win, who's under a snug hold, 2 in front of Dakota Country, who's made it over to the hedge. As they move into the first turn, Mr. Colossal is next, followed by Hamilton's Way. Then it's a gap of 7 lengths to the 2 trailers, Union Express and Landauer. 23 flat for Kid Creasa. Kid Creasa and Katie Davis take them on to the backstretch in charge by a length and a half. Via de la Spiga is in second, and it's another 2 lengths back to Doomed on the inside third. Then comes Rohan in fourth. Extreme outside, Mr. Colossal creeping closer into contention, 3 lengths off the lead. And down on the inside, Right to Win is next, followed by Hamilton's Way. Orange sleeves through that half in 47 4/5 seconds. Down on the inside, Dakota Country is more than 10 lengths off the pace, 3 clear of Landauer and Union Express. 1:11 2 for Kid Creasa. Just being nudged along, maintaining the lead at the top of the stretch. Bids coming from Rohan and Hamilton's Way on the far outside is starting to kick in. Some 7 lengths off the lead. In the meantime, Doomed has had a good trip and now has room along the inside. And Hamilton's Way just keeps on coming down the center of the course as Right to Win gets out late. Right to Win gets the jump. Hamilton's Way on the outside. Right to Win and Manny Franco. Right to Win. Beautiful trip to victory. Hamilton's Way, a very good rally into second. Dakota Country third. Kid Creasa finish fourth.
Not fun to ride unless he keeps winning. Right to Win. Manny Franco, Chad Brown for Seth Klarman. 7 straight owner title Saratoga, emerging victorious in a exciting nightcap at Saratoga.
Great nightcap and an all-around great day of racing. And this horse just got an outstanding ride from Manny Franco. He found the inside into the first turn. He came with a strong rally, and it was a very fast pace set by the 8 Kid Creasa that helped set up that late run. He looked more professional today, this horse, than he did.
You know what he was saying to us? You didn't pick me? You didn't pick me? You didn't pick me? You didn't pick me? All the way down the stretch.
Yeah.
A horse's mechanics aren't necessarily a horse's mechanics. That you saw him in that last win, head way up in the air, and it is unorthodox as it looked. Can a horse, will that change over time with more
He's a little lower headed
He was a little, his head carriage was a little better. Maybe just he get stronger behind, so he's getting up underneath himself more. What a terrific ride by Manny Franco.
Yeah. Manny Franco, the win, teaming up with Chad Brown, a Right to Win, a 7-9-12-8 in the 10th and final here at Saratoga. Thanks so much for joining us. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Right back at it. Another 10-race program. Amsterdam, 3-year-old sprinters taking center stage. What a finish today in the curling. Chancer McPatrick, the Ortizes, the brothers, thrilling finish. Chancer back in the win column. Sovereignty on Saturday. What will he do in the Jim Dandy first start since capturing the Belmont Stakes? A familiar foe in from California. Baeza third in the Derby, and Belmont can turn the tables on Sovereignty. We'll see you tomorrow.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetracks, casinos, slots, superfectas, you can gamble from anywhere all the time. You've just got to ask yourself, should I? Take a pause to stay in control and think about how much time you spend gambling. A pause can help you determine if you're gambling because you like to or you need to. A pause can help remind you there's more to the moment than your next wager. Visit oasis.ny.gov and take our survey to see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.